Who?
They all wanna know how I live my life, how I spend my money, how I treat my mom, why. But I hope that he don't show them what I'm truly like. Cause if he does, then my two big bills won't get paid on time. Cause I can't afford to lose another pay pick. Joon's gonna make everybody think I'm crazy. Show the world how I made a stationary statement. Slave trade joke, but I swear I'm not a racist. I said I loved you, but I didn't mean it. On a feels a nagger, eat it. Skin complexion like a white cheddar, cheese it. And I'm getting that feeling. It time June.
Burnell?
Please don't ask my viewers why they could.
Hello?
Yeah, he gon' show my lousy interview. You can eat it with a spoon. Cause in time, yeah, in time, June. Gambling addiction, alcohol abuse. Cash advantage for money matches I lose. You can eat it with a spoon. Cause in time, yeah, in time, June. I got a feeling June gon' call me out for doing dashing everything, even though I have gout. Shrimp balls and barbecue, I'm in the mood to chow. Gonna order a lot of food, some gabagool, and I want it right now. He's gonna expose me and I ain't ready for it. 672 and Derek, I hope he ignores him. I'm just a little streamer and I can't really afford it. I swear to God, if he slanders me, I'll get a lawyer. I don't know what to do, so I'll act nice. Try to beg less, yeah, right. Stop talking about steak, this is my night. Doc's coming out, so I guess I better act right. Please don't ask my viewers why they could. Yeah,
It time June. Spoon. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome. So I actually want to get started a bit early here, because I didn't watch the part 1. Some of you did, but some of you might not have. And I feel like there's a few areas. Most of it is pretty worthless. The same old, like, oh, I was joking. I was drunk. You know, the typical, the huge. Quite a normal DSP stream. Big up Smearcat for the music. Dark Side Drill. Yeah, anyways. So there's a few good parts in this. By good, I mean okay. Pretty much is what I mean. Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. We are going to be watching just a few little parts that I want to get to.
15,000 kilobits per second. That's what
Okay.
is the highest ranking student. of the
This
school's
part where he talks about his schooling is what I'm interested in.
graduating class. The bestowment of such a title opened doors of opportunity. Ivy League colleges were in his purview, but he wasn't in theirs.
Yale rejected me, Harvard rejected me. There were 3 of them. I can't even remember what the 3rd one was, but every Ivy League school that I applied to said, no. When you want to know why they rejected me, it's this simple. Because I'm a white male.
Where there is Phil Burnell, there are bound to be inconsistent.
White male.
Whoa, 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 whoa. He ended the quote. He didn't finish the quote. I'm going to see if he finishes the quote. If he doesn't finish the quote, that's kind of messed up because that's not what I said. At all.
And lies. Here he states that it was because he was not racially diverse enough as a reason for not getting in, then later flips the excuse.
Just off of that premise, it wasn't my extracurriculars, it wasn't my academics, it was based off the fact that I wasn't a rich white person. Okay, now he said it. I'm not a rich white person.
Now he said it. I thought that was a little funny when I was listening to this yesterday. Now he said it. Dude, it's you. What do you mean?
Rich white person. Okay, now he said it. I'm not a rich white person. I needed the assistance, the financial assistance. Okay? If I was offering to just pay them the entire tuition, maybe I would have had a better chance. But I was a valedictorian who had tons of extracurriculars, all the qualifications you would think you get into Ivy League college. My advisor at my high school told me, yeah, you're exceeding everything. You absolutely have a great chance of getting into an Ivy League. My problem was I couldn't afford it. So I had to apply for financial aid. And the moment that you do that, there you go.
No mention of the white thing, by the way. But also,
Just so you guys
like,
know, I
okay,
don't
schools do have quotas, right? This is something I was thinking about.
know if he continues
But
with the story.
he's still like complaining about this. Like, this shit was from this rant here is from like 2015 at least. This kind of stuff is like, well, okay, you didn't get in, but you just try again.
Why does every retcon of his need a qualifier?
That's what happens, Smitty Weberman Jensen. Thank you for the 2. When you just lie all the time. When everything in your life is a lie, you feel the need to, you talk in circles because you can't really keep your lies straight. Yeah, so that might be something that, you know, happens. But yeah, anyways.
Right. There were kids
Big
from
ups,
my
Steve.
high school who were not valedictorian, who weren't even in the same level of classes as me, that got into Ivy League schools. They were athletes. So I bust my ass in high school to try to basically prepare for my future. I worked my ass off to get a good future. And then I'm told, sorry, you're white and you're not rich. We don't want you. You know, maybe if you qualified for one of these other check boxes that we're looking for, we would have had you here. But we're not looking for people who are smart. We're looking for all the check boxes. That's literally.
And see, that's a little insensitive to say too. Like, I don't know how you're still salty about this. Again, they do have quotas, right? It is a real thing that happens. But to be complaining about it all these years later, and then even defending your complaints from the past in current day, when it's like, dude, at this point, can't you just move on? And just kind of say, well, you know, it kind of sucks. I wish I would have reapplied. You never give up, guys. This is why you never give up. You eventually get in and you succeed. I don't know. Something like that. Anyways, this part is the next part I want to see. The Jaha stuff. This is like gold dust. You should have told them he was Italian. Guys, I'm Polish.
As much as Phil promoted his ability, when it came
Ukrainian?
to Evo, the player base
Remember when he said he was Ukrainian? I saw that on Twitter today. I feel like that was true. I feel like I do remember that when the current events happened.
was at an entirely different level than he was used to.
Like,
Losses here
he
were
just
common,
said
and
it.
people did not take kindly to his hostility online, where he was physically threatening his opposition.
I was the guy who always talked shit. I was the guy who always was like, man, don't get in my face at a tournament. I will fuck you up. I will throw you in a trash can.
Nice.
I used to do that.
But in person,
So remember all of this stuff too, because this is a great point that he kept like just saying was a joke, threatening violence towards people that you physically would meet in real life, and then turtle when you would see them. Like, you would rile people up to the point where you threatened fucking violence against them. In one case, threatened to kill someone. He threatened to kill Viscant, or Visant, how he says it. However you say it. I think it's this part right here. We'll get to that. That's another timestamp I have. But bro, he threatened to like, oh, we need to sign a waiver because there's nothing stopping me from killing you, or something like that. And then he's trying to say it's all just jokes. Nobody was actually mad. Oh, anyways, I'll let him
was
cook.
a different story.
I mean, online he would freaking, run his flap and post a lot and respond to everything, But when you see him at the tournaments, he just sits there, he's not doing nothing.
Why would I? Again,
Why
I
would
was
I?
being the online heel. I was the one who I wanted everyone to hate. So when you go to the tournament, you always want to see Phil go up against someone, and it got me a way to get spotlighted at the tournament. It also got hype because
So, also known as a coward, a bitch. Like, what are we talking about here?
understand something. I should go full screen for this.
Let's
the way
go
that
full
fighting
screen,
in tournaments
Phil.
worked back then. Here's literally what it was. Okay, you go into a
Again, he's gonna try to equate shit talk and trash talk and a little bit of banter, bruv. You know all about banter? He's gonna try to equate that with physically fucking threatening people. I'm gonna kill you. Nothing's stopping me from killing you. Is somehow banter.
an arcade or you go into a ballroom and it's a bunch of sweaty fucking stinky ass dudes, all right, a couple hundred of them, and you're literally just standing around waiting to play your match for hours on end. It's not fun. If you get to play the match and win, it's fun, But what's fun is to see rivalries, to see
That
big
threat
matchups, to see
style
people who have
Raz.
been talking shit all the time against each other, to have a highlighted match focused on, and now you have something to do instead of waiting for your match all fucking day.
Yeah, keyboard warrior, Antony. Like, there's also another thing when you're next to someone, fighting them in the fighting game, kind of just trash talking. And then DSP, though, waits until he goes home to then threaten violence on
Right?
people.
So you would actually go and, okay, I want to watch this. Let's see Dark Side Phil versus Shady K. Let's see Dark Side Phil versus Mixa from Florida, who wiped the floor with me. You know, that was hype. People wanted to see that. So let's see the shit talker either actually deliver or get his ass handed to him. And it actually added a new level of entertainment to these events. Some
Nice.
people didn't get it and thought I was actually like a fucking asshole who was going to cause problems.
So look, this part's pretty important too, because this is a very long-winded rant and he goes back and forth on this, but listen to how he starts this. He's blaming people that he insulted and threatened for not understanding that he was joking. Okay? Just remember, this is how we start this this little tirade here. This is pretty important.
I literally never caused a single problem at any tournament I ever attended. I never fought anyone. I never threatened anyone. I never brought a weapon.
Excellent.
People who knew me in real life said, we know it's an online persona. But the people from across the country who didn't know me in real life didn't understand that. You see, they took it very seriously. And then there was problems with certain people, which I'm sure he's probably going to cover. So let's get back to it.
Hey, movie sign.
That was Jaha, one of the
Here we
more
go.
hot-headed
Look, boy, that was like right on fucking key, like perfect timing. Like dead on correct timing right here. Okay.
players that was not afraid of confrontation.
He was talking a bunch of shit against like the top Marvel players. So Shady K was one of
Yo,
them,
Japan
and Shady K didn't like him too much because he would like run his mouth so much. I mean, this guy would make posts that were like a mile long. When DSP was leaving with like him and a couple of his boys, that's when it was time to like roll up on him. We followed them outside and we caught him outside, and they were getting up in like, you know, DSP's fucking friends' faces too, just to fucking make sure none of them got crazy, but they were all fucking shitting bricks. He just turns fucking white, and it's funny because he just like talks so much shit on the internet, but when you run into him in fucking person, he's just fucking, you know, turns white as a ghost.
Because it's talking shit on the internet about a video game.
Like, how is this a defense? Again, DSP, for the third time I'll say it, was threatening people's lives. Fuck it, I'll spoil it. When he goes, he threatens Viscant. Viscant. Where is it? It's further up here. Here we go. Okay. Well, you have to sign some document because if I kill you, I don't want to be responsible. What a funny Raz that is. Isn't that funny? That's like a pretty hilarious Raz, if you ask me. Threatening to kill someone?
He was leaving with like
What?
friends and
The internet about a video game.
Yeah, this is all about a video game. You're threatening people's lives over a video game.
No one was like, oh yes, we're actually going to go to Evo and start a fight, and we're gonna, you know what I mean? Like, there was never any intention of actually starting fights. These people took the shit seriously. They didn't get the joke. They
Here
thought
you
it
go.
was real.
This again. These people took it seriously. He's blaming the people that he upset for being upset instead of himself for upsetting them.
Real. So they're
So just remember this, because this is how he starts it.
coming up to Evo. Oh, we're gonna fucking beat the shit out of people, dude. It's a fighting game tournament. You know, where did you think that there was any level of seriousness? In fact, at this very tournament that he's bringing up, after we had the one match where Shady K beat me, at the end of the tournament, I went out of my way to find Shady K on the way out, and I said, dude, just so you know, it was all bullshit. All right. I'm sorry that I acted that way.
Mockaholic.
Let's shake hands and just call it quits, and we won't talk shit to each other anymore. And Shady K said, no, I refuse, and he walked away. I don't blame him.
Now he doesn't blame him. Right after blaming everybody, he doesn't blame him.
Because I was an online asshole.
Now he was an online asshole, even though it was all a razz and he was joking. You see the 180? Almost immediately, like the next sentence, he just 180'd this entire fucking thing.
If that were me being bullied, the way that I was going at him online and being a dick, if someone did that to me, I also would not want to shake their hand.
I also wouldn't want to shake their hand. Let's go back like 15 seconds.
Any level of seriousness, fighting games was real. So they're coming up to Evo. Oh, we're gonna fucking beat the shit out of people, dude. It's a fighting game tournament.
It's a fighting
You know?
game.
Where did you think that there was any level of seriousness? In fact,
There was no level of seriousness. But then, like 20 seconds later, yeah, I was being an asshole.
being a dick. If someone did that to me, I also would not want to shake their
Nice.
hand. But
What a
that's me
cool
today,
change up, dude.
older
Get
and
it
wiser.
twisted.
Back then, I didn't understand that the stuff that I was doing online was actually causing people like pain and they felt harassed and shit. I thought it was fun and funny and that people were liking it because of the hype that it was bringing to tournaments. I had no intention.
So this has got to be some sort of like tism, right? He didn't understand that like trash talk is different from threatening people. I don't think threatening people is quite the same, but also he's just lying. This is straight up just lies. Because obviously he meant this stuff. It's like when Keemstar confronted him about the email thing. What the fuck is up with the email thing, DSP? Oh yeah, that was just a razz. What? He crumbled like a fucking bitch. Just like he did in real life. Back in the day. None of it was a razz. It was all real shit. He just was a bitch. That's all it was.
intention of ever going and fighting
Big
someone.
ups, Dune Messiah. Thank you for the. Where's the clip? Where's the clip? Thank you, Dune Messiah, for the 7 months.
Swag Messiah.
At a
Big
tournament.
ups, dude.
Some of these people did. Jaha is infamous. He's had all these different run-ins and altercations at Street Fighter tournaments where he's gotten in people's faces. At one
APH.
point, there's rumors he hung people over balconies by their feet. Like, he's fucking done messed up stuff like that. And so he has to get involved. I didn't talk any shit about this man.
Did he threaten
interjected
people's
himself
lives?
into the situation because he felt that I was an asshole. All right?
Wait,
Ladies
now,
and gentlemen.
see, now he felt that you were an asshole. DSP just admitted that he was an asshole. But now he's saying Jaha felt that I was an asshole. You see why it's hard to take any of this seriously? And I really hope that Joon is kind of vaguely, lightly paying attention to this. Because a lot of this shit is kind of the stuff that Joon is going to bring up in the documentary. About how DSP lies so often. It's hard to tell what's real and what's fake. When was the lie? When did the lie occur? Now or like 10 years ago? I don't fucking know.
In this case, I can't speak for anything else Jaha has ever done.
Yeah,
In this
penitent.
case-
That's what I mean. I hope when Joon goes on, he's like kind of paying attention to some of this stuff. Just to kind of like ask him a few questions. How did I get information wrong? The things you're saying I got wrong, it kind of seems like you were just making up answers as you went.
Jaha was 100% in the right.
Now Jaha's in the right.
I'm going
But he thought I was being an asshole when I really wasn't.
to say this publicly.
You see how hard this
now,
is to
when I
follow?
look back at my behavior back then, I'm embarrassed. I am
Now
so
he's
fucking
embarrassed.
embarrassed that I acted like that and I caused problems and stress and drama in a community that didn't really want it. I thought I was helping, but I guess to a lot of people, I was just the real problem in the community. Jaha was justified.
So this is also good too, because for years this guy was telling us that he used to be liked on the internet. He used to be well respected in the fighting game community before he started his YouTube channel, and then everything fell apart because everybody got jealous. That's something he has said before. But now he was always a bully and always an asshole and a negative point in the fighting game community.
For wanting to beat my ass.
And he understands why people wanted to beat his ass now. Just after victim blaming and saying, well, I wasn't serious. Reminder, he started this off by saying, how the fuck could you find me serious? I was razzing.
Okay? Today,
Okay.
if someone acted like that to me, I would want to beat their ass.
Nice.
All
But
right?
you
So
wouldn't,
I
though.
get it now, but I was an immature little idiot and didn't get it back then. And my behavior was stupid. And I've already, by the way, apologized personally to Shady K for my behavior, and he has accepted my apology. And I really appreciate that he did that. So, yeah,
Where's the
it's
proof?
this situation, 100%. I was in the wrong. I fess up.
Now he's
I
in
do
the
not
wrong.
fault Jaha whatsoever.
Now he doesn't fault Jaha. You saw how quickly this changed? He's like a different person. He evolved. He changed literally mid-sentence, mid-thought. He changed as a human.
For wanting to fuck me up at Evo and at another tournament in the future as well.
Quote unquote
because,
human.
you know, this behavior was stupid. It was dumb. Why are we talking about wanting to fight people at a fucking fighting game tournament?
I don't know,
Why am
bro.
I saying
Why
I'm
did
gonna
you?
stab people? Well, I didn't say I was going to stab anyone at a tournament, But I was talking big, like I was an online e-thug big
That's
shot.
an X to
Why
doubt
am I
there.
going to say I'm going to throw someone in the trash can? It's dumb. It's stupid. People just want to fucking play fighting games. They don't want to have stress and drama and shit
Yeah,
going
EG.
on. It's all on me. So I'm actually, like today,
Bro is really
I'm not saying that
two-faced, man.
Jaha and I would ever be cool, because I don't think he would be cool with me. I think he's hated me like forever because
Hated
of my
me.
behavior 20 years ago. But I'm on the same page as Jaha. I hate old Phil. I think old
What?
Phil was a little piece of shit, big shit talker.
Okay.
But then in real life didn't want to fight. So why are you talking like that online? That's bitch mode shit.
Bitch
You know what I
mode
mean?
shit.
Why are you saying that shit if you're not intending to act on it? And I admit that was bad. And
And again, this is still things he does because old Phil, reminder, with Keemstar, he did something very similar. He crumbled like a bitch when confronted about the email thing. I'm not going to pull up the clip. It's there. I timestamped it somewhere on my stream. I don't know. Shill, plug. But anyways, he still does this. He talks mad shit when he's like on his own. And then when he gets confronted, he kind of backs down. He did it with the State of Decay 2 thing. He did the exact same thing. People called him out for how stupid he was, and then he immediately backpedaled it while also not backpedaling it, but then also apologizing. I don't know, dude.
I
You still
really
do
wish
this
I didn't
kind of
do
thing.
it, but here we are 20 years later, and I'm being called out for it. So I guess, you got to face the music at some point, right? So here we
Right.
go.
DSP was able to diffuse the situation by paying Shady K, Jaha's friend, $10. They
Didn't he also agree with old Phil? Yeah, exactly, Torchlight. And that's why I said, remember, he starts it off by defending himself.
No one would hate Phil if he acted like an honest person with good intentions. He speaks like a shady info and is surprised people don't like him.
Yeah, that's why. Thank you, Wesley H, for the 5 legend. That's why I'm curious too, because this is gonna kind of bite him in the ass if he's paying attention. Because Joon mentions this in the documentary that he lies so much.
The old Phil? This from the guy who says when you put on the clown makeup, it never comes off. Get bent, Phil.
Thank you, movie sign, for the 5. Yeah, that's the thing too. Like the clown makeup's already on, brother. It's already been on. This is just who you are.
to that amount from a month.
And that's the other thing too, because I get like comments sometimes like, "Oh, why do you care about this specific thing? Is like a nothing burger. It's not a big deal. Why are you talking?" But it's like all of these things are things that he has claimed he didn't do, or that he disavows, or that he apologizes for. But then when confronted with them, he kind of talks all over the place. He like forgets the lies that he told and then starts lying even more to make up for it. He started it off by defending himself, defending the old Phil and saying, "How could you think I was serious?" And then he just backpedals instantly.
Money match that was meant to go.
And then it's all of these little things stacked on top of each other, which is kind of the point. And it's just a circle. That's why it's known as the vortex. It's just a vortex of lies. Toxic toilet juice.
10 rounds for a total of $100.
That's what was shown. That was the first match of the 10-round money match, and it never happened. So then he's like, pay $10. What?
What?
Okay.
Huh?
And I took $10 and I threw it on the floor. Right? And then he yelled at me for throwing it on the floor. How dare you throw that on the floor?
It's disrespectful.
Okay.
But since it was cut short due to time limitations, and DSP only fought and lost a single match, Jaha and his crew were able to swindle those $10
probably,
that
check
DSP
when
had
he's
no
streaming.
obligation to pay. But even then, it was cheaper than a trip to the hospital. As for
You could say that, but here's the truth.
Here's the truth.
If-
This part is fucking insane, dude. Get ready.
If anything had happened, do you understand how bad that would have been for the fighting game community? Just so you know, that was Evo Part 1. That wasn't at like Vegas venue. That was at a university. So if we had broken out into a fight, okay, and actually started going at each other, not only would we have been arrested on both sides, because it was me and my friends plus them on their side, it would have been a big brawl. It would have been fucking news all over the local news. Everyone would have said, these players have ruined the fighting game community. Now we all look bad because these idiots fucking broke out and having a giant fight at Evo, right? And that's what I mean. Like, yes, I was an online shit talker, but at least I was smart enough to know, no, you don't fight in a fighting game venue that's now going to get everyone in the community looking bad. Jaha didn't know better. Jaha would have fought me and beat me up if I didn't throw $10 on the ground. He literally would have done that. And I think that's why a lot of people don't like Jaha, because
He's really trying to say he tanked his reputation and tanked his like integrity and manhood He's like fucking Jesus. This dude is FGC Jesus, bro. He died. He risked his entire fucking reputation to save the FGC. He's the one. The stop fighting dog. He's that one. He prevented a fucking FGC fall gout.
Fall gout.
Like, what? This is the level of delusion we're on, where he thinks that he was mature enough to talk shit and then avoid fighting, but he only avoided fighting to prevent the FGC looking bad. So I'm actually the good guy here.
He doesn't know better. He acts on emotion rather than rationale. He thinks he's doing the right thing by beating up the shit talker, but it would have made the entire FGC look terrible. So, you know, you got to try to figure out what's the best thing in each situation.
Nice.
I diffused it by throwing the money down and say, let's get.
So was you saying you're an alcoholic part of the shtick? Was that part of like the Jesus routine? Did you really need to cry? Was that like you pretending? Were you pretending to cry to like protect the FGC? Which part of that was the lie? Which part of that was fake? Because I don't even know anymore. Did you do it to protect the FGC, or did you do it because you were an alcoholic and you cried? I don't even know. Who even fucking knows?
I'm so confused as to what just happened.
I don't know, man.
Get the fuck out of here. So these guys we all don't all end up in jail, and then the FGC gets ruined because of us acting like morons, right? Let's see here. So Soap and Clay, thanks for the super chat. He said, these are bringing back memories of childhood. You should do an IRL stream and go down to Dorky's in Tacoma. I don't know what Dorky's is, but thanks for the super chat. Clammy V with the super chat. Punk and Jaha had a kayfabe feud recently. I have no idea what you're talking about. And 672 did a super chat. Should have throat checked them like you were talking about. No.
There was a part here where he laughs about getting 4th place, which is fucking insane.
Cabinet
This
to
is
the
the next
limited
part we're
or
gonna do.
vastly different video game console, color, resolution, and most importantly, mechanics could
Oh,
differ
look at the
based on
ad.
the port.
That's
And though
great.
the technology and quality control had improved, it was still not good enough. It was a jump that would eventually have to be made, but perhaps it was too soon.
Evolution console? This is my worst nightmare, dude. I'm an arcade player. I hear you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if this is the future, we're gonna have to. It's evolving, so we're gonna have to adapt. All right. Personally, I don't like it, but you know, no choice.
And that's exactly what they refused to do. They
Nice.
refused to adapt. They all didn't practice, and they got hosed. And
Hey, doesn't this sound familiar? Doesn't this sound a lot like Street Fighter 4, Street Fighter 5, Street Fighter 6, Tekken 7, Tekken 8, Mortal Kombat 10, Mortal Kombat 11, Mortal Kombat 1?
about to see the story right now.
That was Alex Valle at EVO 2004,
Dragon
sharing
Ball
what was
Fighter
the popular
Z?
opinion among the top
He never
fighting game
adapted.
players. And to the displeasure of many, their worst nightmare would manifest in ways they could hardly predict.
Their worst nightmare was about to manifest in ways they could never predict. The biggest fucking troll of the FGC beat them all. I just want you to think about that for a second. I want you to think about that for a second. For years, I was the one everyone hated or loved to hate. And then I went to EVO and I beat all the fucking top players in Super
4th place, 4th place,
Turbo.
4th place,
and
spam
made
4th
the
place.
highest ranking American spot in the tournament.
Look at
and
this
they all were out and
I
was
shouldn't
in.
say that.
Dude, that is so fucking, to this day, I mean, you could say as much as you want, but dude, here it is in black and white.
Black
right
and white.
There. You
Right
cannot
there, 4th place. Let's go.
delete the screen. It is there forever.
4th
Here I am,
place.
4th place. The top 3
Hell
are all Japanese
yeah.
players
He
who were
beat
much better
everybody.
than all
4th
of the
place.
American
What medal does 4th place get? Oh, wait.
at the time. None of us were going to beat them. They were hands down
Oh,
much
none of us were going to beat the Japanese.
better than us. But the fact that I just did what I did that year, and that's why they all hate me. They can't stay. The biggest troll actually was the best player that year.
The best
Dude,
player. Fourth place. Fourth place.
They got fucking crushed.
Fourth
they
place.
Couldn't believe it.
Awesome, dude. What a
and the
cool
outcome
win.
of the matches. Both.
It only would live in infamy if I won. Let's be clear here. Let's be very fair. If Alex Valle, John Choi, Mike Watson, all right, the big three, or any Japanese players or whatever, if they were the top placers, it would have been perfectly fine. But because Darkside Phil got fourth place and beat all the Americans,
Fourth place.
that's why the tournament says it lives in infamy, right? That's the only fucking reason. They hated me, so they discredit the tournament.
Also, that's insane too. The reason it lives in infamy is because he wears it as like a fucking Medal of Honor or some bullshit. It's like a pride. It's a prideful moment for him. Fourth place.
Hope Scopely takes their king's tax soon. Then IRS.
Big ups, Jordan. Yeah, hopefully. Fingers crossed, right? But yeah, the only reason it lives in infamy is because you specifically bragged about fourth place. And then everyone was like, wait a minute, fourth place? Fourth place? We're talking about fourth place? That's what you're choosing to like hold over people's head? You didn't even like win anything.
What the most fucked up part about that is, because I said this before.
That's why it's
actually reacting
infamous.
to a different documentary. When they say that, do you not understand you've discredited the top three
Yeah, Nugs, I
Japanese
am.
players? Now everyone knew that the Japanese
I
were
will
the best
be.
players. So why is it that the Japanese were able to get the top three spots easily, no problem?
Higher
but
purpose,
all the other
maybe.
American players.
Yo, we got Jaha. What's up, brother? Yeah, fourth place in an old game in a tournament that a lot of people didn't even show up to. A lot of top players like boycotted the tournament. You would know all about that.
couldn't hang, and I beat
Big
them
ups,
all.
Jaha.
Did you hear the Japanese say, man, this thing's a piece of shit.
You don't
I
gotta
can't
do
believe I
nothing.
can't
Don't worry
play this
about it.
version of the game. No.
Just so I know it's you.
They practiced the version. They came to Evo. They dominated. They won as expected. So why couldn't the other players do that? Instead, they all sat there whining and stomping their feet that they didn't like the version. I can't play it the way I like to play. Blah, blah, blah.
Again, DSP also didn't do it. He got fourth place.
And then they got
I'm gonna
handed
keep
their
saying it.
asses in a paper bag by me.
Valle had work that year. He
They
came
can't
late.
take that away. It doesn't matter if it's an inferior version. The Japanese adapted. I adapted. You adapt too. But they didn't like the fact that they didn't like me and I kicked their ass. That was the problem.
Would receive protest in one
I
way
kicked
or another.
their ass.
In 2005, I think it was, the three of you were absent from ST Top 8. What happened that year?
When you play Bison and you hit a fierce flame and it only goes like 20% of the screen, you got a problem with the game. And you got some idiot named DSP who's a total piece of shit, by the way.
John Choi on the left, Mike Watson in the middle, Alex Valle on the right. There they are, the top three American players in Super Turbo, arguably of all time. And here they are talking shit about me. Okay?
I like to get that on YouTube.
And this was from 2010.
To be fair, only one
this
of
is
them
the video
did.
from 2010. I had long retired. I wasn't a competitive player anymore.
Yeah, this is bullshit too. This is a little lie that I noticed. He was long retired, but he was still going to tournaments in 2010. He went to like UFGT and like different Chicago things, and
attending Evo.
he was
since
still going to
2007.
tournaments.
So I'm long removed from the fighting game community. I'm not talking about these men. I don't care about them. I'm a YouTuber now. I'm making YouTube videos, having fun. It's my hobby. And they decide in a 2010 interview to dunk on DSP, who doesn't talk about them and doesn't care about them. So I've been in their mind rent-free at this point for the greater part of,
Nice.
5 years?
They're answering
since
a
I placed
question,
at Evo
dude.
2005. They just can't forget the fact that I beat them all.
But this guy thought he was hot shit because he beat me and Choi in a game that was like, it's like fucking Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter or some crap, dude.
First of all, I have to bring this up. Alex Valle did not enter this tournament. He spelled his name wrong, Joon. It's V-A-L-L-E. There's no second
I think
E in there. It's
DSP spells it wrong,
V-A-L-L-E.
too.
He claimed
But it's okay.
he was
I don't know.
busy and he couldn't show up. Bullshit. He was like, oh, I'm protesting Evo because they're not holding Arcade Super Turbo. I don't want to enter or whatever, right? Yet he was still there, but he didn't enter. He did not enter the tournament. I'm going to name some names now, people who I played and beat that day in Super Turbo for the PS1 that you might be like, what the fuck? Jason Wilson, Mike Watson. Pretty sure I played John Choi and I beat him too.
DSP at Evo 2005
Again, they boycotted.
surged in the
They weren't
ranks
there.
for Street Fighter II Turbo. A feat.
Anyways,
That was cheap.
we'll go to the part 2 because we're just quickly skimming through this, the parts that I wanted to talk about, because he's going to be streaming soon, and we're going to check it out live, but he's not here yet, so.
His name is Viscant.
Okay, so here, this is the next part I wanted to check out. The Viscant
This
thing.
thing was completely fake.
It was fake.
All right, let's go ahead and see what he has to say.
He starts it
just so
off
everyone
by
knows
saying
this
it was
entire
fake.
thing was fake. But let's go.
Let's see how
well,
it's
you have to
fake.
send some document because if I kill you, I don't want to be responsible. And I was like, whatever. Then there was an actual serious negotiation over who the ref was going to be. And I think we settled on Walter from Connecticut, but I don't remember this part either. Then there was an honest-to-God negotiation over weight and that we were going to have to weigh in and everything. Again, I'm not making any of this up.
He
As
can't beat
dumb
any
as
of them,
it sounds, this absolutely happened. So one day Phil IMs me on AIM and tries to back out. He was like, hey, so how about this? How about we pretend like we're going to fight, and then when a whole crowd is around us, we both do DX crotch chops to the crowd. That'll be such a goof.
Yes.
This really happened. And
Because why? Okay.
Remember, he said this entire thing was fake. Just remember that.
It'd be one thing if it was like the first time you heard of DSP and you hear that he talks shit online, okay? This had been going on for like 6-7 years. Like, people knew of me since 1999. At first, they knew me as the shit talker and all of this. And by the way, chronologically, I don't actually know if this is correct because I think this is, now we're talking about 2006. So I don't know. I got to think about this chronologically, right? But anyway, the whole thing was fake. Never did I have a beef with Viscant. His name is Viscant. Everyone says Viscant because no one remembers to pronounce it like Viscant. That's why I say it like that. But originally his name was supposed to be Viscant, but now everyone says Viscant. I was cool with Jay.
Again, this is a Reddit post that Viscant posted up himself. Like, this is a story that he is saying. So he's basically calling him a liar. He's calling him a liar and saying, yeah, none of this happened. But then he said this did happen.
Like,
but now he's saying it was just a joke.
There was no real...
So then why did he post this? And he said he was actually mad. He says, I was still mad about the whole thing and actually wanted to fight him. DSP's just calling him a liar. You don't actually know how you feel, Viscant.
Beef. I think what happened is after so many people kind of went after him online and shit, then he changed his tune. But there was never, at least from my perspective,
he's got to think about how to lie and twist it.
Yeah, that's why he's taking day-long breaks between these two.
There was never going to be a fight between me and Jay. Ever. It's the dumbest thing possible. Like, I've already been part of the FGC for 6+ years, right? Now I'm doing well.
Again, we just went through the history of his legacy in the FGC. He was a hater. He was a shit talker. He just acknowledged in the Jaha section that we just went over that he was an asshole. And he understands why Jaha wanted to beat him up. Or so he says. He just went through this and saying that he understood that he was an asshole. But now he's using his history in the FGC as like a defense. Bro, you just said you were an asshole yourself.
Why the fuck would I fight someone now? Dude, Evo 2006, I stayed with Jay at his home.
That was
he
after
let me
this,
stay
wasn't
there
it?
with other players for free so we could attend Evo West. How did I have a real feud with him?
Again, he's
this
just
is
saying,
so weird.
he's just calling him a liar. That's all he's doing. This is a Reddit post that Viscant posted himself.
This is bizarre that people took
You're a
this
liar,
seriously. It was
Viscant.
never real.
And I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? I honestly couldn't-
So after the beef was squashed, so this story happened before, and obviously he's trying to conflate the two issues. You didn't stay with him like during this beef. You stayed with him after the beef was squashed. As fucking Jaha in the chat right now is saying. The person who would know.
believe he was pulling this, and I was still mad about the whole thing and actually wanted to fight him. From that point on, there never really was any problem between him and I.
Here we go.
When it came to real fights, backing out was typical of Phil. But when it came to Street Fighter, he was more confident than he'd ever been.
No, there was no backing out was typical of Phil. Phil was never going to fight anyone, and everyone knew that. We knew it was online shit-talking. It was a few people who didn't get it. Everyone knew it was online shit-talking. Everyone. Again, and by the way, I would just like to say for
my
the
bad,
record,
my
I
bad.
was not,
DSP just went live.
pretty nuts. Anyway, so good stuff coming tonight. If you're here to relax and enjoy and see my reactions to my own shortcomings, you're definitely in the right place. We're gonna begin in 5 minutes. at 7 p.m. Pacific sharp. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to post up that we are live. I would recommend all of you that are here, grab a drink or a snack. If you need to use the restroom, do it now, because I'm going to be going straight 2+ hours without breaks, just going forward with this.
That's a big deal, guys.
And obviously you don't want to miss it. It's ad-free, absolutely no advertisements on tonight's stream whatsoever. However, I would ask, if you are here and you're enjoying the content, if you could support it in some way, whether that's giving this stream a like for engagement purposes, whether it's a super chat,
No ads
a membership for
means
yourself,
more
a gifted
begging.
membership for your fellow viewer, or tipping me, because we're gonna try to hit the goals just like I always
Jaha,
do.
you are, man.
Okay.
I'm down to have you anytime.
So thank
on the
you
show, of
all.
course. Pause.
And I'll be back in just a moment. Let me go post this up everywhere, and then we will begin. Be right back.
Okay, he's taking a break, I guess. So he'll be back in a bit. He's taking a break.
Not the
We'll
only
continue the
one who
story.
talk shit. A lot of people in the community were shit talkers. I was probably one of the biggest ones. But this documentary makes it seem like, wow, DSP was the one bad apple. No, there were lots of people who were talking shit and shit. This is just, it's because he's covering me that I have to be the central point of this. And I get it. I don't fault him for that. But this was not like, oh my God, Phil's the only one. No. This was it was like locker room shit. You talk shit to your opposition. You get the hype going, and then you go and you play them in Street Fighter. There were no real fights. There never was going to be.
That kind of just sounds like being a
All
bitch.
right, we got the man of all hate, the one and only DSP. I call him Phil, because Phil's cool. Anyhow, Phil.
Never played sports, by the way, but he knows all about locker room talk.
How you feel about ST?
I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
Damn, this is 2006. Look at me then. Jeez.
these same guys are on top.
What?
And yes, I'm talking about John Choi. I'm talking about Alex Valle. Playing ST, placing, okay, they're good. But to disrespect the people that got top 8 at Evolution, to make excuses because it's on console, it's ridiculous.
There you go. You heard it from DSP. Straight from DSP. DSP, thank you. Check out the shirt.
Hate this, bitch.
Hate that.
Could Phil really back up these claims, or on the
Hate
other side,
this.
could Valle beat Phil?
Alex Valle, this guy right here, living legend, Street Fighter scene. First and foremost, you know what I gotta ask you? The ST beef with DSP.
I don't even consider it a beef. It's like another scrub, another day.
Yeah, see? But it's shit talking. That's fine.
It's shit
I
talking.
like that he said that.
Why?
Was how
He
we-
obviously just doesn't like you.
That's how the FGC was.
Right.
We would completely go back and forth and talk shit.
Nobody
That's
likes
not
each other.
disrespect. In fact, that's like giving the rub. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, he said that about DSP. That's cool that Alex Valle said that about me.
Okay.
Right? That's what I mean. I talk shit about him. He talks shit about me. There's no beef. We don't want to fight each other. That was how it was. It was fun to be like that.
It was fun to be an outcast and have nobody really like you.
Would have it, they actually did
Okay.
compete at EVO 2006.
Yeah, and he beat me in that one. And then I beat him the next year. I think we're 1-1
Big
in tournament
surprise.
right now, actually, technically, if I remember correctly. First match, finally. Oh, on stage, Phil versus Alex Valle. I'm like, oh, great. It was a decent match. I lost. And I was like, motherfucker, all this practice. I waited all day. Basically, it mind fucked me waiting all day to play my match. I finally play Alex Valle, and I lose.
Phil, now in the loser's bracket, still had a chance to redeem himself. And after
Tokido!
working his way through,
Fucking Tokido. Tokido, you son of a bitch.
This part's
All right.
embarrassing.
Before I die, I demand publicly a rematch with Tokido in Super Turbo. Before I die, I want to have a match with that man. Because he always beat me. And I demand one more match against Tokido. I don't know how it happens. I don't know if it's online at a tournament. I don't give a fuck. I am facing Tokido, and I will defeat Tokido in Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo before I die. You understand
You're
me?
just gonna lose
Fucking
again.
Tokido, I'm coming for you.
Okay.
through the loser's bracket, he had his final match.
It's a lot of like one-sided grudges too, because I'm sure Tokido doesn't even fucking think of this guy, not even for a second.
The day.
My final match is against, guess who?
Rent free.
Tokido. Now, this is the guy who beat me in 2005 on stage mirror match with Vega.
The results of Tokido and DSP's first two matches played out exactly like they did in EVO 2005.
Yep.
Both players won a single match, and it came down to the last match.
It comes down to it's fucking nail biting, sweating. Everyone's watching this match saying, "Oh my god, this fucking match is so good," and
Where the results were also mirrored.
And he won. He knocked me down, and I fucking lost. And I was like, I wanted to rip my fucking shirt off like Hulk Hogan and be like, fuck this shit.
Hulk Hogan.
DSP did not even place in the top 8.
Not
he
even
was now the
placing.
former top American player. But if anything, he was still
1 year
persistent.
later.
In 2007, he went at it
guys.
again,
Hold
also
on.
winning Evo East.
Yep, there we go. I won Evo East. And said everyone see me and hear me. Just want to be sure we're good before we
He's
begin
back.
here tonight. Because some people seem to be under the impression the stream's not live, but it most definitely is. And I also posted it up everywhere. How are you all?
How are you? Pretty good. Hope you guys are excited. He's at the
Good?
Project
Everyone's-
7
okay,
part.
Cool. Everyone's saying.
So I
yes,
hope you're
I'm
looking
here. They're
forward to
responding
that.
To me, excellent. All right, here we go. Good evening, everyone, and
Good
welcome
evening.
to night 2 of my live reacting to my
The
own
classroom.
documentary by Joon the King called "The Eternal Downfall of Darkside Phil." If you didn't see it yet, last night's stream is archived on this channel, DSP Reacts, and you can watch it in its entirety live. As it happened, I did not actually like cut out parts or anything. I made it one unedited live stream archive, and I'm planning on doing this for all of these streams over the course of this week, so you can basically watch them immediately the moment that the stream ends. Last night we got through 1 hour of my documentary, the very first hour, and this covered my early days of Street Fighter and or the fighting game community, my ideas and how I became a YouTuber, my early successes, some early problems with copyright and Blip TV and stuff like that. And basically went through all the early days, all the way up to me getting together with my now ex and doing things different from just plain gameplay, such as Project 7, okay?
When Panda came on screen, he instantly tried to blame her for
That's
like
where we left it.
why
And
he
it seemed
started
like we
getting
got
hate.
great progress. We're basically like 57, 58 minutes into this 3 hour, 42 minute, you know, giant monstrous documentary. Tonight we're gonna start right where we left off. All right, continuing on with the Project 7 and then everything else after that. There's so much to cover in this documentary that I actually wonder to what extent Joon covers certain things. And I also wonder how much of this I'm going to know and not know, because a lot of this he goes into content like covering my trolls and stuff, and I don't really know that much about them at all.
So he pre-screened the video.
Quite honestly, I just ignored them or raged about them messing with me, but I never really looked into who they were or watched their content or anything like that. So if he actually like goes deep in, that's going to be all stuff that's completely new to me, you know, that we're going to learn tonight, and you'll be getting my genuine reactions to all of that information.
We already know that he was watching this live as the premiere was going, so he's already seen most of
If everything
this,
goes
but he's
according to plan,
pretending
just
that he
like last
hasn't.
Night, probably we'll get through another hour of the documentary tonight. This stream will probably last about 2.5 hours ish, because I'll be looking for like a logical stopping point to stop on a topic that makes sense. Just like last night, this is a demonetized stream, meaning when you're
Okay.
watching live,
Meaning
there's
more
no ads.
begging.
There'll be no ad breaks whatsoever, and I'm planning to go a straight, you know, 2.5 hours without breaks. I'm probably not going to take any
Whoa,
breaks
what a
unless
big
I absolutely
boy.
have to, like a bathroom break or something like that. But I'm planning to just go. All right.
He can go to
And
the
so I
bathroom
hope
by himself,
that you
right?
guys will hang in there. And you know, I
pretty
know
cool.
this is a long, arduous task. I took all this time out this entire week to do this because I knew I wanted to get it done all in one go. And so, you know, that's why I'm really doing it every single night, just to get it hammered out. So I hope that you guys will be along for the ride with me. Last night went really smoothly, but I will say this, okay?
What are we doing?
FYI, since it's demonetized, yeah, it would be
my
absolutely
fucking God.
awesome if you guys
This is
could
the
support
third
stream.
time.
Last night you did. All right, so if you could, please consider contributing in some way if you're here live. There's many ways to contribute, including super chats,
Dude,
memberships.
he
gift
mentioned
memberships,
it
and
when he
tips.
left before
And
leaving
I
to go
will
on a
be
break.
stopping to shout out
Mentioned it when he
contributions
got back,
during my live
and now he's
react as if
mentioning
it's a
it,
normal stream
mentioning
for
it
me,
again.
so that we can hopefully hit the goals that keep it 32 straight streams where I've hit my King's Tips goal. Let's keep it going tonight. Let's crush it yet again as I go through the arduous task of reacting to my past. The further in we get, the sweatier it's going to get. By the end, I'm probably going to have like daubing my brow
Yeah,
trying to get
dude.
through this dang thing.
There's some pretty
Oh,
fucking harsh
you know
stuff
what I
in
mean?
there.
It's going to get worse and worse.
That's
So,
the fun
we're just
stuff.
at like, we're at the beginning stages, right? of this kind of stuff going on, right?
There's a fake
So,
Jaha. Dude, hey,
we're gonna
yo,
get started in
Jaha,
just a
DSP banned a
Shout out
fake
the nice
Jaha in his
tip.
chat. I just noticed that. I just saw it.
Let's go, Felted, etc. Get them king from Fart Fella Smart Smella.
That's pretty
There's
good.
absolutely no way I'm putting that name on the leaderboard. Fart Fella Smart Smella. But I appreciate the $2 tip. To get the night started. That's nice of you to give us the first tip. Before we begin here with the reacting. And what was your name? Fart? Here. FFSS is your name. That's your name. All right. So I'm gonna turn on my air conditioner. I'm gonna need it.
Do
I
we
get the
need to know
feeling.
this?
Get it blasting here. Get it cool in here. And
Come on, we're already late.
John
Philip.
Smith, I have absolutely no idea if that's a real picture of me graduating in the video. From yesterday.
How would you
the
not
first
know?
part. It maybe
It's probably
weird
a
angle,
family photo.
so I can't really tell, but it could be. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Okay. That's it. I got nothing else to shout
how
out,
would
guys.
you not
Nothing
know?
else so far. So hopefully we'll get some good support tonight. Let's go ahead and get started.
Okay, finally,
with
let's go.
the
We're finally
reacting.
starting.
So we can make some good progress. All right. So,
All right, Project
FYI,
7.
As of right now, Joon the King's documentary about me has 428,000 views in about a day and a half. So I would predict that maybe by tomorrow morning, in 2 days, maybe it'll hit 500K, which would be pretty awesome for him, obviously. I wish him the best. I hope that it continues to get reach. He even had said that
He's trying to
this was his
associate
first ever
this with his
documentary
own
that he did
success.
that was trending on the trending tab on YouTube. His others never made it. Mine did. So it's giving him a boost, which is great. I told you, it's all about engagement, right? It's about liking videos, leaving comments. That engagement gets you on the trending tab, and the next thing you know, your videos are getting seen. You find them in the search, and that's what's happening. So keep it going, and thank you for watching not only, my react to his stuff, but also, watching his raw thing. The way I split it up here, this gives you guys ample time to actually be watching this over the week before I even finish it. Instead of rushing through and doing it all in one go, this gives people tons of time to kind of get a preview of what's coming up, right?
Right. I don't know. I feel like he's just doing this to give himself more
Very good.
time.
Okay,
to think
we're about
of
to
excuses.
start, but I just received a $5
man.
tip from two last names. The only event more infamous than Watergate is the incident. Yes, I think we'll get to the incident tonight. It's about an hour from where we are.
There's gonna be a
but
lot
I
of
do feel
pausing
like we're gonna
today
get
from
to
DSP.
it, like a lot of
Like
this
a
distractor
shit
stuff.
ton.
I'm just gonna press play and watch and listen and maybe kind of. I don't know that much to add to that stuff because I wasn't involved in it. I only saw it from my perspective of the person being trolled, so I didn't know what was really going on. It's gonna be more of an education if he dug the information up and everything about these guys. That's gonna be total new information for me that I never even knew. You know what I'm saying? So I'm fascinated by this. Let's see what happens tonight as we get through this.
Finally.
And, again, I thank you all for giving me your time. The funny part is, so last night we had a lot of people, and I'm curious, every night will we get just as many people on the stream? Right now, we're not even close to what we had last night.
He's view
but
begging.
I don't know if people were waiting for particular parts. Like, it is kind of weird that the earlier parts got more views when they're really not. They weren't even that dramatic, But it's gonna get ramped up and more dramatic every night we do this. Seriously. So.
How would you
Okay.
know that?
Are ready to begin?
Unless you watched it already.
All right. Again, any contributions come in, I will shout them out as appropriate during the stream.
Oh,
Let's get
boy.
started.
Capture card to improve the quality of his videos. He sought experimentation elsewhere.
Here we go.
Project 7 was Phil and Friends' answer to the higher quality of videos found on YouTube. A summary of the plot is that Phil's gaming talent was stolen and that he has to travel through 7 gaming worlds to find and reclaim it. The stars were Phil, his best friend John Rambo, and their mutual friend Howard, which Phil claims was more so just John Rambo's friend. In charge of the editing, which was the heavy lifting, was more friends of John Rambo known by their channel Respect the Pact. They offered their
Actually, already,
They were Howard's
Respect the Pact
friends.
were actually friends of Howard.
Okay.
He was the one who pitched the whole thing, actually. He wanted me to do work with them somehow. And so we had a meeting at Starbucks, and we just pitched different ideas, and eventually we came up with the idea for Project 7
already
together
paused.
after all talking about it in like a roundtable fashion.
assistance with the project for the sole purpose of a shoutout, which they hope will launch their YouTube career.
Right.
Hello, I'm John, and I'm joined by Howard. Woo! So
this is gonna be them in a video that they made about
Dude,
me
he's
in
gonna
2015,
explain
many
it,
years
dude.
later.
Come
Project 7 was
on.
made in 2011 and part of 2012. In 2015, after I had moved away and all our relationships had changed, like we weren't close friends anymore, they made this video and basically kind of told their side of a story that they had never even told me. So when this video came out, and the audio you're hearing is from this video, it's just audio only, but it is a video on YouTube. I was shocked just as much as everyone else because they had never
Henry.
expressed anything in this video to me directly ever. They just decided to go around me and put this video on
Again, that's not true at all. That's not true at
It was a
all.
lot of work for them. I don't think it was much work for us. Despite what Phil would talk about how hard the day was. It's a
No, it
long
wasn't.
day.
It wasn't hard. It wasn't hard for us. It was hard for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was one day of filming.
Yeah.
Maybe 7 hours.
Respect the Pact put in a tremendous amount of work to edit the project that only made it to episode 4 because one of the members had a child on the way and the shoutouts that they got from the project did virtually nothing for their own personal channel. There was also the fact that Project 7 was practically a failure. The entire 4 episodes, when adding up the views, did not even surpass 1 million. It was far more lucrative for DSP to continue pumping out low-quality, effortless gameplay videos that he had even gotten a raise for mid-2012.
He didn't react to that
Not only
one.
was he getting a set $2 per 1,000 views, sometimes he will get a bonus simply because of the size of his channel.
That's true. Now,
That's
just to
true.
make this clear,
Low quality.
because I
Let's
don't
see.
know, as he says that, if he's trying to spin it like I decided to end Project 7. That's not true at all. I had ideas
did,
to make
though.
upwards of 10, 12,
But you didn't
15
pay anybody.
episodes, make it a season, make a DVD, sell the DVD, make money, go to conventions, promote it. Like, this was a big thing that we were going to do. And they just quit after 4 episodes.
They quit.
And said that it was too much work for them and they weren't getting anything out.
Again,
of it.
if you
It
paid
wasn't
them, you
that,
probably
oh,
could have
Bill
got them back.
decided he just wanted to go back to making gameplay videos because it wasn't lucrative. That wasn't the actually truthful at all. It was that they didn't want to do it anymore. So I would have kept doing it. I had all these ideas for future episodes that never got made.
The rest of
coulda
the
kept
crew
the show
still
going.
desired to continue making
He claims
these,
that it
and
was a
John
passion
Rambo put forward
project.
The idea that
Like, dude, if you
DSP
really
offered
cared
respect
about
and
it, you
money,
probably would
then
have
they
tried
have a
everything
reason
to keep it
stay.
going.
That's completely false.
My bad.
That's not what happened at all. Respect the Pact contacted me directly and said, we don't want to go forward with the project anymore because we're not getting the attention and clout and growth on our own content that we thought we would get out of it. And we're getting too busy with other things in our own lives and we're just done with it. And I even said to them, would you consider under any circumstance doing it again?
Lies.
And they said, we're not sure. We were supposed to have a meeting. And this is truthful. I
This is
got
truthful.
food poisoning.
Right.
I ate some old pizza and I got a bad stomach ache and I couldn't, I had to cancel the meeting. And then after that, I tried to reschedule.
He's
It just
fucking
never
lying,
worked.
bro.
We never got back together ever again. The whole thing just fell apart. So I guess you could blame the real reason Project 7 fell apart is because I ate bad pizza and I got sick.
So
'cause
it's the
meeting
pizza's
might have
fault.
gone well. Maybe at that meeting.
You see that? He just finished blaming them for dropping out. The next sentence, he now blames the pizza.
They
or
actually
whatever
would
he
have
ate.
said, hey, Phil, we want money. Right? They might have said that. And if that was the case, I probably would have said, okay, let's come to an agreement. To
And also, it doesn't even make sense. I had food poisoning. So you never rescheduled? You never texted them? Did you tell them you were sick? Did you reschedule? Did you call them? This is so fucking stupid. This doesn't make any sense.
keep going because I wanted to keep going. But we never had the meeting. They never contacted me ever again about it. It was as if they had just wanted to be completely out and I wanted to be hands off and nothing. Forget about the whole project. And in fact,
Also, that's like embarrassing for them. Imagine like going to your boss and trying to ask for money. Like you want more money, right? Because technically DSP's the boss in this case. You're already kind of in a position of awkwardness. Then your boss cancels on you because he's shitting himself. But you're supposed to contact him again? Like you would expect DSP to email them and to make another meeting. Hey guys, sorry I canceled. I can do it tomorrow if you want. What the fuck do you mean? How is this their fault?
I reached out to a couple other people on the
Yeah,
internet
any money.
who were internet filmmakers about the possibility of stepping in to replace Respect the Pact. But basically what happened was after 4 episodes with the same crew, the same actors and everything, imagine if all of a sudden there was a giant shift in tone or shift in production quality or shift in, change. it wouldn't have felt the same.
This is
I
stupid.
think a lot of people might have felt resentful if I went forward with this show with another crew saying, oh, but it was really Respect the Pack doing all the work previously. You know, why would you keep making the show without them, right?
This is an insane
so
retcon,
I said,
man.
forget it. We'll just cancel it. And to this day, I really do wish that we had kept doing it, but it just fell apart. It had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that I didn't want to pay them or anything like that. The conversation never happened. The upfront conversation was they just wanted clout on their channel and attention. And then there was never a follow-up conversation about, hey, we want money. Okay?
Then you have a number, and then split it.
The documentary will
The 5
cancel
ways,
that out. So let's
and
see.
throw them the cash.
Let's see when that comes
and
up.
Offer that to them. There's no guarantee that they're gonna continue with the series, but hey, man, at least try.
Phil did not do so.
That's right, because the meeting never happened.
The meeting never happened.
Basically, they stopped talking to me. Like the original.
Again,
meeting
you
never
canceled,
happened,
dumbass.
And then they just stopped contacting
You
me
should have
after that, and I was
rescheduled
like, well,
it.
I guess it's done then. Now I already talked about this, but I wonder if Joon will bring it up. The show made me no money at all. I
Nice.
lost money
This doesn't
on Project
matter.
7.
I've mentioned this before. I lost money on Project 7. That literally doesn't fucking matter. It's like a studio making a movie. You pay the people to make the movie. You're taking a risk on a new project. You should probably pay the people involved. If the risk pays off, then you make money back. If it doesn't, well, you tried. You tried something different, and it didn't pay off. But at least the people who worked hard for you got paid.
But let's see if Joon brings that up at all.
He even
Like, none
lied
of this even matters.
to John Rambo and Howard and said that he did offer them money, only for them to ask to respect the pack themselves.
His response:
That's bullshit. I didn't lie. I'm telling you the
I
truth.
didn't lie.
This
Where's
is
the
complete
evidence?
Nonsense. Originally,
Joon is
up
lying.
front, the original discussion was, what would you want out of this? And they said, we don't want money. We just want attention and plugs in the show. It was never once did they say we want money. So that's bullshit.
they don't want money. They don't
That's right.
want.
That's what they told me.
They don't want any money after this.
That's what they
Based
told
on
me.
what he says, they told him that.
Which is weird, too, because that's what they told me. Well, how come you didn't tell John that you canceled your scheduled meeting? John probably would have told you, well, are you going to reschedule it? How come John doesn't have any of that info? Howard nor John have that information, except you. You, with no proof, we're just supposed to believe you.
And then I asked them about it, and they said he didn't even talk to them.
So they lied. In the initial
They lied.
discussion-
Everyone else is lying. Joon is lying. John is lying. Howard is lying. And Respect the Pact is lying. You see how fucking ridiculous this shit is? Something as pretty small as this compared to some of the shit that we're about to cover. Everybody else is the liar in this guy's story, except himself.
We had, they outright said, we do not want money. I remember the conversation that we had in person at Starbucks. I remember it. I remember staring at, I forget his name. It was the guy on the left. Not
Doesn't
the guy
even
on the
know his
right there,
name.
but the guy on the left that you see. See, Howard's in the middle with his New York Yankees hat. The guy on the left, him and me were there first,
Yes.
and we were talking.
I love
and he
Guy on the Left. That's a good name.
said, right to me, we don't want money. We're looking for shout outs and attention. We want plugs in your videos so people will check out our content. All right. And then the follow-up email was again with him. I forget his name. It's been so long. And that was when we were supposed to have a meeting to convene on, do you maybe want something else? And then the meeting got canceled because I had food poisoning. And
Like, this is so fucking stupid. Even if you want to believe his stupid fake story about getting food poisoning and shitting himself, we were going to have a meeting. Get this. We were going to have a meeting on whether or not, what did he say? You guys want something else?
it was again with him. I forget his name. It's been so long. And that was when we were supposed to have a meeting to convene on, do you maybe want something else?
The meeting was supposed to be about, do you want something else? DSP then cancels the meeting and then just assumes they didn't want anything else. Why the fuck were you going to have the meeting then? This literally doesn't make sense. You knew the meeting was about giving them something else, and then you just didn't give them anything else. Huh?
And then the meeting got canceled because I had food poisoning, and then no one ever contacted anyone ever again. Okay? So they lied to Howard, apparently, about this to save face, and now I'm the one who ends up looking bad because I'm the public figure. Isn't that great? Whatever.
Phil was bold-faced lying to his two friends.
No, I was not. That
Yes,
is
you
complete
were.
bullshit.
Everyone
You cannot
else is
prove that
lying.
whatsoever. That's complete hearsay.
Again, DSP, you cannot prove what you're saying.
It's nonsense.
This was
It's
already
nonsense.
on top of other compounding, smaller
Everything
problems,
else
like
is
Phil's jealousy
nonsense.
of larger content creators and how he would lash out, creating unwanted
That's
attention towards his channel or just himself.
God damn,
Comments
this
would also
dude.
sometimes spark jealousy of his friends and would create a response from Phil.
Case in point, in this teaser trailer, there's a funny scene featuring John Rambo, and everyone says it's the best part of the trailer. And I even saw comments saying, "Wow, this is Rambo's the funniest thing." Guess what? I wrote that scene.
These small, inconsequential things would add up slowly and drive a rift between DSP and John Rambo. Like,
And you want to know why they did?
Why?
Detractors.
Detractors, bro. What are we doing?
Because at this point, in 2012, there was a group of people starting videos called "This Is How You Don't Play," which I'm sure he'll cover. Okay. And then, based off of
Like,
that,
literally, dude, bro, fucking, I can't believe this dude sometimes. Joon shows a clip of DSP saying something stupid, then says little things like this further create a wedge between the two friends. Yes, because of detractors. What?
Huh? They wanted to try to create trolling and a rift between me and my friends. So what they would do is they would hear me say something like that in a video, and then they would go to John behind the scenes, and they would flag him in all his videos, video comments on his YouTube channel. They would email him and be like, "Hey, John, Phil is taking all the credit. Phil is trying to say that you didn't do anything, and he wrote everything in the show." Obviously, that's not what actually happened there, right? But that's what they would do. They put the little bug in his ear to piss him off.
This is so
and it got
stupid,
to him,
bro.
and he confronted me about it. I don't know if he'll talk about this or not. Let's see.
like when DSP lied about John Rambo not wanting to play Mario Party.
I start getting messages.
This I don't remember at all. I really don't remember this at all.
course,
Very
yeah,
well, maybe I did say that just to get people to shut up about it, perhaps, because I think people kept asking, "Will you play Mario?"
So look, this is part of Joon's entire point of the video, like the message in the video. DSP just says so many lies.
That just to get people to shut up about it.
He just said it to get people to shut up about it. So it was a lie then. You just fucking said whatever.
Perhaps because I think people kept asking, "Will you play Mario Party with John? Will you play Mario Party with John?" But then I ended up playing it with my ex.
Sorry,
Maybe
I know I'm
lied about
pausing a
that
lot.
to
I'm
get people
sorry.
to shut the fuck up about it. This I don't remember at all, so I can't corroborate anything here.
I don't remember it, except I gave
it's not
a
mature enough for
excuse.
you, big nose piece of shit.
Everything eventually circles back. Phil at first would pay John Rambo 50% of all the earnings in the Let's Plays he was involved in, but as it becomes more difficult to calculate the earnings with DSP's expansive catalog of videos, instead he would just toss him $100 every time he visited.
That's also incorrect. Joon made a few mistakes here, or at least he's
Wait, wait, what's incorrect?
His expansive catalog of videos, instead he would just toss him $100 every time he visited.
How is that incorrect? You told us. Okay.
That's
whatever.
also incorrect.
Let's see.
Joon made a few mistakes here, or at least
Mistakes.
he's just going off of hearsay.
Joon
okay?
is lying.
That's completely incorrect. I was giving John 50% of the revenue on the videos he was involved in.
Right,
When
that's what he
Machinima
said.
would provide me with reports on how much money the videos made. This was
Okay.
before YouTube had detailed analytics on YouTube. We're talking 2010, 11, and 12, okay? When by the time
Where's the
that
lie?
those came out, we weren't doing this anymore, okay? So the only way I could get actual data on what I made on each video, I had to each month write to Machinima, my partner network, and say, "Can you please give me a report? Because I really need that data to pay my friend who's essentially my employee." And I would wait and wait and wait, and then finally,
How is this a
finally
lie?
they would get back to me and send me a report. Eventually, Machinima had so much reorganization and change inside of their structure, they didn't ever provide reports anymore. I asked, they said, "We can't do that anymore."
Where's the
So,
email
and there was
then?
no analytics.
Can we
So
see
there was
the
no way for me
emails?
to know what the videos made. Now we could guess based on view performance and what we saw previous we were making on a certain amount of views and stuff like that per video. And basically what ended up happening was John and I came to an agreement. He would basically want, like, I think it was $100 every visit every Saturday for his time. So $100 for the whole
This
day
shit's
to
insane.
hang out and play video games.
Like, this additional context doesn't actually make him look better because he's explained already. He wanted to give John Rambo $200, but then Rambo said 100, and DSP instantly just said, "Yeah, okay, I'll do 100. He never brought up the 200 that he mentioned. Like 200, even if it was 200, he was going to give him $200 for videos that were making like thousands of dollars. They would upload like 30 videos whenever he would go.
Stuff like that. Okay. And that was
$200?
He wanted. That wasn't me saying, "Hey, I'll offer it." That's what he asked for. I would have given him more. If he said, "I want $500 a weekend," I probably would have said yes, because I enjoyed the content we were making together.
Right.
And for the record, again, I've
Paying
already
for a
talked about
friend.
all this and when I reacted to the John and Howard video specifically years ago. But to clarify again, re-clarify.
Re-clarify. Reminder, he said Joon was lying here. But so far, nothing Joon said was a lie about this specific thing.
Basically, I liked doing this so much with John. I just didn't see it as work. He apparently did. I thought it was a hangout session we were getting paid for, so I would have paid him whatever just to help him out. By the end, by like the last maybe year that we were doing co-op every Saturday together and I was paying him for his work, I was paying him more than the videos we're making. The videos that we were making for that one day, the co-op videos, we're not making $100 in ad revenue. They weren't. The views had plummeted. The views on our co-op stuff had gone way, way down for the most part. So I was paying him $100 a week when we were probably making $50 on ads.
No,
so I was out all that
this
money, but
dude's
I didn't care because I was
fucking
helping my
lying, bro.
friend. You understand? Like, that's all I really cared about was helping him out.
That's
If he had asked for more, I
insane.
would have given him.
He comes out looking like the good guy. You see how fucking twisted this guy is? How fucking... Like, this doesn't make you look better. You're trying to twist the situation into you being the good guy. I was actually doing him the favor.
Even more.
What?
Okay. So there you go. That's plain as day, the truth. I've already talked about it 2 years ago, and my story has not changed, okay? So I don't know if
Okay.
Joon's going to play my side or not. He's literally only playing John's side here when I have already reacted to this and given my
Right.
side. We got a couple shout-outs to do. Another thing I learned, the agreement. They have never take work from someone for free or they'll turn around under leverage and favor or lie about the agreement. Listen, I learned so much about this. Like, another thing I learned, even if someone's your friend, you always still have a business agreement in place. It's not just, oh, I'll pay you this, or we're okay with this. Because look what happened. Everything.
Does he make contracts with the Kino boys?
Ride where John was doing co-op with me through the years of like 2010 all the way through 2014 when I moved. He didn't say a word that he was upset about money, that he was upset about the arrangement of how he had to come to my place to film, anything about Project 7. Literally nothing. He never said a word of complaint at all.
Yeah, that's
every
not
once in
true,
a while
dude.
complained, like for example that.
Look at this. Look at this fucking fake piece of shit. Never a word of
He
complaint.
had to come to my place to film anything about Project 7. Literally nothing.
Literally nothing.
He never said a word.
Never said a word.
Of complaint at all.
At all. At all.
Every once in a while.
Every once in a while. What?
I'm so confused as to
Every once in a while. Every once in a while.
Complained, like for example.
Every once in a while he would complain. After he didn't complain at all.
Well, that clip.
If you discount all of the times he complained, then he really didn't complain at all, really. If you really think about it.
Where I said, oh, I wrote that scene. He did complain about that because he was upset because it sounds like I'm taking all the credit for the show when that's not what I meant. But again, that was my detractors interjecting themselves into the conversation.
So even when he did complain, let me just minimize his complaints and blame other people for it. Again, DSP said he apologized to John for this. But to this day, he is still clinging to the excuse of the detractors being the reason why John was upset at it. Bitch, I thought you apologized. What are we doing?
Pissing him off. But outside of that, he never said a word. So how would you even know that someone's upset? So you're absolutely
never
right,
tell.
Kruger.
What are you, fucking
Moving
autistic
forward,
or
if
something?
I ever get into a situation where I'm making a show or I'm working with another crew, I'm going to have contracts in place. Oh, you can be well assured, guys, that Mike Klum documentary about me that didn't get made, we already had contracts in place and stuff about, you know, limitation of
He
work.
backed
how
out
much
on
there's gonna be any
contracts.
pay involved. That was all done up front because I learned my lesson back then about this kind of stuff. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect that John Rambo years later would be making a video on the internet crapping on me saying that I'm such an unfair person and stuff, when in reality he never said a word to me about it in person, and I didn't think we need to make contracts because we were friends. So I definitely 100% learned my lesson on that. Thank you, Dick Jones.
You
for
learned
giving
the
5
wrong
memberships to
lesson,
the community.
man. He
And I also
definitely
received a
learned the
$10
wrong
tip.
fucking lesson.
How money stuff gets funny. Yeah, you're right.
Money stuff
Because
gets
again, until
funny.
we started being involved in things like this, never was there a problem. It was just like a fun hangout session. Come over to my place, we'll play games. Maybe I'll film some of it or whatever. But then all of a sudden, when now it's money, now it's a transaction, now there's serious work involved, that's when it all fell apart. You're absolutely right. And again, for me, I kind of still saw it as fun times with my friends. I didn't really look at this like, wow, this is like crazy hard work that we're doing to pump this stuff out.
Why'd you pretend
So,
that it was,
To me,
then?
I didn't think of it like that. And apparently, you know, the other people involved did.
I don't
And I
get
guess
it,
that's
dude.
on me for not being aware enough of the situation and really recognizing and reading the room. But again, they didn't say anything. So if
They
don't
have to say
anything, I don't know,
everything.
you know, and that was the situation. Is basically they had passive aggression towards me. It all pent up, and then many years later, they made a video about it instead of just talking to me about it, which would have helped me a lot more.
This dude fucking
Okay.
sucks.
But also, virtually every time he did visit, DSP would move things towards wanting to record more Let's Plays rather than hang out outside the realm of YouTube. This all relates to the 2012 condo. From these repeat visits, John and Howard noticed many changes that really just amounted to additions.
Now, for the record, because he's going to talk about what I think amounts to jealousy, okay?
How do you know what he's going to talk
when John
about?
came over,
Huh?
the first thing we would do is hang out for like...
Also, fucking jealousy.
Now, for the record, because he's going to talk about what I think amounts to jealousy.
Are we, like, what?
Okay, but no, when John came over, the first thing we would do is hang out for like an hour talking. Like, just hanging out. Just say, how you doing? What's going on in your life? I'll tell him what's going on in my life. Sitting down and shooting the shit.
You gave him a
do all of
pre-stream.
that before we ever turned on a camera.
Yeah, they had a little pre-stream sesh.
It was a hangout session. Right?
Yeah, the little pre-stream where they hung out for like 20 minutes and then they started recording.
Then in between making videos and stuff, we went out, we got a meal and hung out together.
Whoa.
So was there work involved? Absolutely. But were they also hangout sessions? Yes. Now, outside of the realm of making videos for YouTube, there was a couple other things that we did to hang out. For example, we would go over Howard's house and he would be having people play fighting games.
I thought
in his
Howard
house.
wasn't your
And
friend.
I would go over there without a camera, without filming a piece of content.
This is
just
not
hanging out with
the
them,
win
playing games and stuff because I
that
was
you
good at
think
Street
it
Fighter and they
is.
liked playing against someone who was really good at Street Fighter. So the narrative falls apart when you actually hear the full story.
No,
The
it
problem
doesn't.
is, no
Like,
one
again, that isn't the win that you think it is. We hung out a few times without a camera, but bro, most of the time you did have one. Oh,
wants to
whatever.
hear my
Fuck
side.
it, let him cook.
Everyone just wants to hear the negative drama side to it and emphasize that as the truth. But the truth is, a lot of this stuff is fabricated or over-exaggerated to try to prove a narrative that they're trying to prove that I'm a bad friend and a bad guy.
Again, everyone else
I
is
wasn't
lying.
really invited to anything. Like, for example, there was never a party that they said,
No
hey, Phil, would you just
friends.
come over to a party and hang out with us? That never happened. I'm serious. Only those Street Fighter gatherings. Outside of that, it wasn't like, oh, it was John's birthday and I was invited to his house and I didn't show up. Or, you know what I'm saying? Or Howard was having a
Oh my god, even with his friends, they weren't even friends.
Yeah, that's the opposite. In fact, I did cookouts and things at my parents' house, and they came. So I have no idea what they're talking about here outside of the realm that maybe they wanted to do less work, but they never said that to me. So I don't know. Okay.
Like at least BMW.
We start showing up to your house, and what do we see? The guy starts buying figurines, starts buying all this ridiculous shit that there's no need to buy. Then we show up to his house.
Because it's my money, and I can do whatever I want with it, Howard.
Oh my
I'm the
fucking
one who's
God.
working my ass off 7 days a week, pumping out tens of thousands of videos to make a
Right,
lot
except for Respect the Pact, right? They didn't work hard for you?
of money, so I can spend my money however I want.
Right.
If you came over my house and I was wearing a fucking platinum mink robe from head to toe, and I had gaudy jewels all over
He's
me.
pulling out the Kino Casino fucking excuse for Howard for a 2015 video of Howard.
A big metal grill on my mouth, and I had fucking cocaine all over my countertop, and I snorted it right in front of you. You can't say anything because I earned it because it's my money that I earned being a YouTuber.
Right.
What is your point?
Except
What
your
this
friends
is, he's
didn't earn it,
ranting
right?
Because he was in a few playthroughs in Project 7.
A few
and he thinks that
playthroughs.
somehow the few playthroughs in Project 7 that he was involved in would have amounted to like him making tons of money or something. No, Howard, it wasn't. It was me busting my ass.
DSP's like getting the wrong message here. It's not specifically about the money.
And all those gameplay videos by myself that made that
It's
money
about
that I could buy all
respect.
those figures and I could lease the BMW with. So what are you talking about? You have no fucking point. All you're doing is you're exposing yourself for being incredibly jealous by saying these things.
House one day, and what does he have in the fucking
Seething.
driveway? A BMW. So how the fuck do you think I feel?
Let's
and
see
how
if
do you
he
think these
acknowledges
guys
this
feel
part.
after the fact?
I don't know because they didn't tell me.
They didn't
If
tell me.
They were jealous because I busted my ass as a YouTuber to make all that
Jealous.
money. I mean, I can't help that. You know, they never asked me for anything. They told me they didn't want money up front. I'm not psychic.
Roman Catholic, very high moral value person.
You know, I'm not. What exactly do you want? So because I'm a YouTuber,
You need to be psychic to know that you should pay the people that worked very hard on a show for you. Did a bunch of work for you for free. You need to be psychic to know that you should pay them.
who makes money. You just want me to start giving it out to people in my life all around me.
Yeah,
You
giving
don't
it
say
out.
that they
It's
want
not
it
like they did something for you. You just give it out.
or need it or anything like that. You just think I should just hand out money around me, even though people distinctly tell me upfront they don't want it. I'm like, okay, I get. I mean, I really don't know what else to say in this situation. This is 100% pure jealousy exposed here with Howard saying this, because again, out of all the people who had an argument, you could say maybe Respect the Pact had an argument because they did a lot of work on
He
Project
was their
7 that they didn't
closest
get any monetary
friends.
compensation for.
Like,
John
again, the reason why Howard's very upset, I'll try to stop pausing, but the reason why Howard is specifically upset is because he dragged these people into this, and then they got, like, mistreated, or kind of, like, fucked over, not respected. They got disrespected. You didn't respect the pact. So Howard feels personally responsible for these dudes getting shit on, for getting them involved, personally.
not paid for his work, Maybe he was disgruntled
No
about the amount of
shit.
pay, but he never brought it up. But literally, Howard appeared in a few things with me. Every once in a while, I'd have a big bash, and he'd come over and do some gameplay with us. Again, Street Fighter stuff and Project 7, and that was it. He was the least involved of all of us. Yet he's the one who's freaking out in this video about how I had so much money and so many things, and they didn't have it or whatever. It's like, dude, you are completely exposing yourself to the world, showing how jealous you were of me. John doesn't say any of this, by the way. This is all Howard ranting about this
Well,
shit
no, he
in
does
this video they
agree
made about me.
that it's about respect.
And he never said a word about this to me, to my face either. But the funny part about it is, now that he said
And,
this,
and like this fucking excuse that they didn't say it to my face, like I don't really know how that's okay. Again, if you do a major project that takes you hours and hours of work, and then you have editors who do even more work than you've been doing, I don't know then how you as a person who runs the YouTube channel, you're the one that's like responsible for all of this. You as a moral human being, like you like to say you are, how do you not feel any sort of obligation? Be like, hey guys, thanks for all the help. You know, take the money. Take the money. Just take it. You ever have like friends come over and like help you do something? Or you help someone out and you like, it's like, oh, here, just take it. Just fucking take it, guys. Just take it. Like, that's the thing you do. It's kind of just like, that's what you do sometimes. Especially when it comes to like fucking hours and hours and hours of work.
publicly, it exposed the whole relationship that we had, because I had always noticed that Howard was kind of the guy who I would invite him, and he'd always be on the fence, and a lot of the times he would cancel, or he would say he's going to do something, then he would cancel at the last minute. He used to invite me to the Street Fighter gatherings, and then he stopped inviting me. He had everyone else over, like John.
Yeah, I
and all
wonder
the other
why,
players in Connecticut,
dumbass.
and not me. He just stopped inviting me outright without telling me why. But now I know why. This was why. Because he was jealous.
He was jealous?
DSP was spending ever more frivolously. In contrast to his 2011 40-minute condo tour, this new condo tour took a total of 1 hour, 8 minutes.
PPE who say they bust their love playing video without irony should be ridiculed without end.
Yeah, that's a great point, Lime Catcher, too. Thank you for the
27 seconds.
He needs to be bullied
This is
more.
all true, and I do regret spending a lot of my money like I did back then.
Right.
I
Should have spent it on
100%
your
do, because
friends, dude.
If I had kept it all in savings, right, like a hoarder, then probably I wouldn't have gotten into half the financial troubles that I got into in the next decade. But instead, I blew a lot of it because I never had money like that before, and I was irresponsible, and I bought a bunch of statues and clutter and shit. However, to be fair, I was also making a ton of money. Like, take a look. My condo tour is 12 parts, about 15 to 20,000 views each. No exaggeration. This condo tour alone made me hundreds upon hundreds of dollars, which just buys
What do you mean, to be fair?
another statue if
You
I
were making money, and it was always on decline. What?
on it. So it wasn't like, oh, he's frivolously spending, but he's not making the money. I was making the money, and then I was frivolously spending it. You understand? This wasn't, I actually didn't even have like a credit card balance at this point in my history.
Right.
I had nothing at all. I was clean. I had
It was
savings, actually, at this
unsustainable,
point,
dude.
in the bank, in the tens of thousands of dollars. I think at one point I had over $40,000 in savings saved up.
Okay.
Okay, I received a $2.25 tip.
Yeah. Wait, no, you didn't. No fucking way this dude had 40K in savings and he didn't use any of it to move across the country.
Or nipples.
What the hell did you spend it on?
I don't think you should have said that about John in the writing the scene. It made you sound like a whole. We all learn from our mistakes. Yeah, and the reason I said it, do you want to know why? Because of my detractors. Because they were attacking me.
Yet
saying,
again.
oh, it looks like the
Everyone
entire show
else.
is good. Only the parts with John Rambo are good. Like, literally, they were saying the parts with Howard suck, the parts with DSP suck. Only anything involving John Rambo is good. So the point I was trying to make in that clip was, it's not just Rambo. It's a collective effort.
So somehow detractors baited him into saying something, and he took the bait and said something himself. Like, he said physically, the words came out of his throat, out of his mouth, and his lips formed the words himself with his own brain. And somehow that's someone else's fault. Somehow he's blaming somebody else for the things that came out of his mouth.
Everyone is working on that show at all times. Some jokes are written by someone else, but they're spoken by a different character. For you to say that only Rambo's funny is actually kind of discrediting everyone involved. It wasn't just about me. It was about Respect the Pack and Howard and everyone. But of course, what do my detractors do? They spin it and say, oh, see, Phil's incredibly jealous of John. He can't even give him credit or anything like that. That's exactly what they did. It was them putting a wedge between me and my friends with their comments and their drama and their effort to put that crowbar in.
Of course.
But my problem was, I fell for it hook, line, and sinker. I took all their bait, and I said all that shit publicly that I never should have said. I should have just completely ignored them and gave them no time
So
whatsoever.
how is this
but
their
instead,
fault?
I did entertain it, and I talked about it, and it really upset John.
So how is that the detractors' fault if you took the bait?
Okay, let's continue.
On the surfaces of his apartment, sans some of the walls and ceilings, it became a challenge to now find a square inch of clear space. There was even an update on the corner, now wall full of boxes and trash.
It's now quickly become a graveyard of shit that I can't either. I have nowhere to put.
He's absolutely right.
For, I can't store.
He's right. It's
For
you.
the record, my home now looks absolutely nothing like this at all.
Styrofoam in the garage, styrofoam in Kat's old gaming room.
The only part, like,
dude, he told us like a month ago that Kat's gaming room, she doesn't use it anymore because of all of the stuff that's in there. Quote unquote stuff. He has a bunch of garbage in Kat's old gaming room.
Office here has shit all over that I'm using, and my closet is cluttered. But outside of this room, this office, my entire house is organized and clean, and that's thanks in part to my wife, but also I like to keep a clean home. But
Nice.
when I was doing YouTube videos 7 days a week full time, I was a fucking mess. I was just constantly pumping shit into that place, and it was just a nightmare. I didn't take any time off to clean it or anything, so it just sat there cluttered.
You had nothing but free time.
Yeah, Asmon Phil, you're right. I in the past have said, oh, I heard that Asmon Gold lives in like a hoarder's mess of a place. My place was pretty bad too. There was no trash. There was no trash.
Now
no
there's
food trash and
trash.
shit like that.
Right,
But
the
it
trash
was
is
a bunch
now.
of boxes and fucking shit all around me.
DSP had run out of storage
boxes
for
are
his baubles
trash.
and memorabilia.
I don't know. It's too much. Too much. The problem is I have nowhere to put this shit. If I had somewhere to put it or sort it, I'd probably be able to see it. But it's all just a jumbled mess on top of my dresser. I need more room.
His closet, even with items optimally stored, was overfilled.
What I
this
want to
shit's
look at is just to show you
insane.
what a
Look at
mess
this.
inside of my fucking closet is. I'm
It's
not gonna go
filled
all the way
up.
because my luggage
Look at
is
that nice
actually
closet
spilling out, but Look
space.
at all the boxes I've got. From
Oh
the
my
models.
god.
Phil did not value or understand money.
So like imagine this, but with styrofoam and literal garbage. That's his house now.
Except when it came to others. Phil, when talking about Project 7, classifies it as a financial loss for the t-shirts he helped finance and more importantly the props they bought. This prop that Howard is holding is a Lancer from the game Gears of War and cost $300. It had less than 30 seconds of screen time and was even less relevant to the plot, yet was the majority of shared expenses.
You can get a pause here?
He would use this and other items.
Actually, if you want to know the truth, the handgun I'm holding was
The
more
truth.
expensive than the Lancer, because the Lancer was made of plastic, and the handgun I'm using was actually like a replica gun that had like metal and other things on it.
You're
so
ignoring
that
his
gun in my
point.
hand is like $4.99.
Bro, you're
from when I
missing the
bought it.
point,
and
dude.
it lit up and it made noises and shit. We didn't use it for that in the thing, but yeah. and there was more. There was other things I bought. We were gonna have a whole sci-fi episode, and it was gonna have like scenes with Mass Effect, and I bought a life-size replica of the Avenger rifle from Mass Effect that lit up and fucking made all this sound, and that thing cost, I'm not kidding you, cost $799.
Okay.
Because we had already had all these plans laid out.
Okay,
of things
play
we were
the
gonna do with
video.
The show. So I went ahead and got all the stuff, and then it got canceled after 4 episodes. So I lost a lot of money on this show overall. But they're talking about, oh, why don't they just get paid? Because the show didn't actually make me any
Okay,
money.
play the video. Play the video.
At all.
Play the
what was
video.
making me money was the insane amount of gameplay videos that I was pumping out on a daily basis. That's where all my
Listen
profits
to
were
what
coming
Joon
from.
has to say.
This, again, like I say right now about my DSP throwback channel, I call it like a passion project. Project 7 was meant to be a passion project that hopefully we could finance to get off the ground, and then people would see what we were capable of. We could sell DVDs. We could appear at circuits of conventions, get the word out there, and then maybe we could do other shows and shit. That was supposed to be like the whole idea. But it only got 4 episodes, and then the whole thing just fell apart. So it ended up being a giant loss for me. These guys didn't lose anything besides time. Respect the Pact are the biggest losers, because in this situation, because they worked on it the most with all the editing and everything.
Yeah,
and again,
you didn't pay
I feel
them.
bad because yes, I do feel like I should have paid them.
You don't feel
if they had
bad.
asked, I would have.
Bro,
We
you
never
don't
had the
feel bad at
conversation.
all.
If they said
You
that
made
we
a
didn't
bunch
or
of
whatever, that's a
excuses.
complete lie. I'm sorry that they would lie about that because they were so angry or upset or salty.
I'm
about
sorry
the
they would
situation,
lie.
But that's totally not what happened at all. That's
Again,
complete
everyone
bullshit.
else is a liar.
Doug
Bullshit.
Savona, thank you for a super. Sounds like a jealous bum. He's not a bum, but I do feel like he had a lot of resentment and jealousy
Howard
towards
is
me
a
that he
jealous
would never
bum.
vocally say. It was passive aggression, I feel.
Nice.
Guys, if you're here tonight, keep continue.
To try to convince
Begging,
viewers
begging,
and friends
begging.
that Project 7 was not profitable, disregarding his egregious spending habits.
Yeah, it's more about respect.
Look at that.
It's about
He just ignored the part. He bolstered this argument and ignored it.
To try to convince viewers and friends that Project 7 was not profitable, disregarding his egregious spending habits.
Yeah, just ignore that part. Just ignore it.
It's more about respect and being fair.
It's about respect, man. You have no respect for your friends, for your family. You don't give a shit about anybody but yourself.
But he didn't justify that statement. All
Truest
he did was
fucking
say
statement
it,
ever.
But he never justified it. What are you talking about? When did I ever
Fuck you mean?
disrespect everyone around me? What? My
You're
family didn't have any
lost,
issues
bro.
with me. These
Bro, you're
guys never
cooked, man.
even said they had an issue with me. So what are you talking about?
You're
He's just
cooked.
trying to be overly crazy dramatic to basically say, this is the end. I don't ever want to have anything to do with Phil again. So he says this over-the-top statement, but where's the justification for what you just said? You don't even have it. And again, if this
You're
was
proving
if this
his point
legit
right
was
now.
John Rambo saying that to me, that would hurt so bad. But the fact that Howard saying
would
it, who
hurt
had
so
minimal input and work done on my channel. Minimal. It was Project 7 and a few playthroughs here and there, if that. That's stupid. Like, who are you? Why are you interjecting yourself into the friendship that I had with John and into this conversation at all?
Again, Howard is the reason Project 7 was even possible. They were his friends that he brought in to edit the videos.
You're the last fucking
childhood friends.
person who should open their mouth, because both Respect the Pack and John did more for my content than you ever did. So go fuck yourself, man. Seriously, like, get the fuck
Go
out of
fuck
here
yourself.
with this disingenuous bullshit because you want to look like an internet tough guy.
No respect for anyone but yourself? How do you prove that? Bro, what did you just do? Like, this is it. You're proving it right now.
There were plenty of examples
cooked,
of DSP's poor
Get the
spending
fuck
habits.
outta here, dude.
Few trump his 3 custom-made quilts. These quilts, individually and also factoring inflation, cost Phil a minimum of $1,000.
Let me think about that.
The prices are
Probably
right there.
right. He's probably
The
right.
prices are on the
because
screen,
they were very
Phil.
expensive. Yes.
Right,
But keep in mind,
yes.
I was debt-free outside of paying my mortgage on my condo and this lease that I had on the BMW.
Oh my
I was
fucking God.
debt-free. I didn't have any credit card debt. I was making more than enough money.
Again, the point of this argument here is that you spend money frivolously. That's the entire point of this section.
To pay for all of this out of pocket. This was not me racking up any kind of
Yeah,
debt.
nugs.
But he's saying basically this is laying the groundwork for overspending habits. I think that's what he's saying. So let's continue.
How much was Phil earning?
The good news is this, okay? I'm an
Thus.
intelligent person. I'm a finance major. I went to
Yeah,
school for
okay.
finance. I knew day one when I started making money off of YouTube that I was going to bank it. I was not going to go out there and invest in things that I couldn't get money out of. I'm still here in the condo. I didn't go out and buy a super overexpensive house, and I didn't go out and buy a sports car. Yes, I am driving a BMW,
You played
but it's actually a
Champions.
lot more economical than people really think.
On DSP Gaming alone, for the year of 2012, he got 85.19 million views. Dividing that by 1,000 is 85,190. Multiplying that by $2, not $2.25, which it could sometimes be, but $2 as a base CPM for Machinima, excluding the possibility of bonuses, would mean that he made a gross of $170,380 for 2012.
Probably close to true. I don't know if that's exactly true, but it's probably very close.
That's
I
why
think
he
my
said
best
prob-
earning
like it
year
was an estimation.
2011. That was the year that I made big bank. And then 2012 was probably around that.
Hey, big
2013,
surprise.
it went down a little.
Yeah.
And then 2014, 2015, it went down more. And
There
then it
you
just
go.
plummeted.
Bro, this dude peaked when he started, and then he's been in decline ever since. And that's the entire fucking point of the video in this section. You never stopped spending.
After 2015 because of the copyright strikes, which I'm sure we'll get to. By the way, thank you, Hard Nose, who gifted a membership.
Starting 2013 is that Machinima was renegotiating many other contracts. What this meant for Phil is he went from sometimes earning $2.25 per 1,000 views to a base $2.
In the year of 2012, my views really have dwindled. And what I mean is, I believe in the year of 2011, I probably got somewhere over like 10 to 11 million views on DSP Gaming. And then in 2012, I only barely reached like 8.5 million or something like that. I don't think the final number is in yet.
DSP lied and understates his views by nearly tenfold. Not only
I probably was talking about monthly, is what I was saying. I'm not talking about overall in the year. I think that would meant like by month. Because the highest I ever did on DSP Gaming was over 10 million. Because Machinima, I remember, specifically paid a bonus.
What do you mean probably?
When you got over 10 million. And so I think, at least, again, I don't even know what video that is. I think I'm stating like monthly. The highest I ever did, I was bringing in like 10, 11 million views a month. But then in the next year, it did go way down. So no, that's not me miscalculating. That's me saying monthly. Maybe I didn't say monthly in the video, but that's what I probably meant. I think.
probably meant it. You were lying,
such as
Joon.
Social Blade.
Get
This is proven
debunked,
incorrect
bitch.
directly on his own YouTube channel, where there are screenshots from the start of 2000.
Right, because I'm telling you, I probably meant monthly.
I probably. He
2012
can't even
to the
commit
beginning
to
of
it. It's not a big deal,
2013, That
Joon.
shows he got nearly 90 million views.
Why are you
It was
lying,
also
Joon?
here that Phil was toting his financial responsibility.
You don't see me here with super expensive clothes on or anything, and you don't see me wearing jewelry and shit. You know, I'm smart. I banked my money.
I'm
so,
smart.
regardless of what
No, you
happens
didn't.
in this next year, I'm still okay. So I just want everyone to understand that.
Phil was ever confident that, even though he was now riding a downward trend, he could survive. His tune would change in the coming months as he would have to navigate troubles that were exclusive to him and the culture he was inadvertently creating.
All right, this is the troll arc. Yes, here we go. Here comes the troll arc. This is
troll
probably
arc.
the arc that I will learn most from because, again, I don't really follow my trolls. I don't know much or anything about them. They all were hating on me. I didn't even know who the fuck they were. I just kept making content.
Okay.
So I
Bro,
might
he
learn
gave
a ton
me
in
a
this
shout
section.
out.
I might
Little
be like,
old
oh my
me
God, I
got a
didn't do that.
shout out.
But to just
from
end
your
cap that
boy,
part,
from the guy.
For the most part, he covered the most dramatic stuff about the John and Howard and Project 7 situation, but he literally only took their side. He didn't even take anything from my rebuttal years later that basically said, no, most of the stuff they're saying is fake, you know, or over-exaggerated, or it's really only from one perspective and it's not correct. Maybe he will later, because I didn't do my response to that till like 2-3 years ago. So maybe he will later, maybe he won't. Maybe he'll just discredit and never pretend like I never rebutted. I don't know. But let's go. The two reasons. There are two underlying reasons why he would have made this video. Come on. So I didn't want to fucking restart the game. Number one, he's just insanely jealous of me.
Jealous. Same argument he used against Howard.
The other
Jealousy.
is that the guy is one of these gamers, like I mentioned, who play the games to feel accomplishment.
What?
So this is me. I think this is me reacting to This Is How You Don't Play, a series that he's probably about to explain
it,
Joon.
DSP.
And this is
Come
completely,
on.
now I know, 12 plus years later, this is insanely stupid. This is the worst way I could have possibly gone about reacting to this kind of stuff.
I think the most annoying thing, too, is him pretending that he's someone he's not. Now I know that this is insanely stupid. Fuck you mean now you know, because you still complain about this. We're probably still gonna get retcons. I'm gonna let it play, and DSP is still gonna fucking retcon shit. Now you don't know. You still don't understand fucking anything about why this is the case. Why it
went about
happened.
it every way possibly wrong. Okay, I'll say that up front. Before I'm sure I'm about to be cringing and be embarrassed with this, along with all of you, because I was a complete moron the way that I tried to handle it.
Was?
Okay. The fuck?
Was. We were a complete moron.
On February 15, 2013, YouTube user EvilAJ 2010, in direct response to Phil claiming his videos are well received, uploaded a compilation of Phil's Metal Gear Solid 2 playthroughs with only the clips of his failures or Phil's obscene commentary.
I fucking miss.
Even with that considered, the supercut was nearly an hour long. In addition to this, it included AJ's own text commentary and images of many comments found under Phil's original Let's Play. Where many channels failed to capture the negative yet entertaining aspects of Phil, AJ was succeeding. A month later, in March, his video was up to 77,000 views, and word was spreading.
DSP is a weird guy. It's like a train wreck that you can't look away from, that's on every day 10 times a day.
Classic. Dude, I used to watch these dudes.
Come on, guys. Come on.
I don't know who two best friends play are, but yeah, this
Why are
kind
you
of stuff
lying?
started happening. Like,
Why are you
people started
lying?
seeing This Is How
You do know who they are.
Don't play, and this was their reaction. Everyone started talking about it, that they love This Is How You Don't Play because it highlights me in
sounds
the
like
most negative way possible as an inept gamer and a moron, completely ignoring the good parts of my playthroughs. And they loved that. Like, they thought it was a laugh riot. So again, this up to this point, 2008 to like 2012, 2013, was like everyone
he was
likes
happy when he said he outlasted these dudes, and now he doesn't know who they are.
DSP. There are some people who are disgruntled and don't, but for the most part, everyone's laughing with him. It's a great ride. 2013, when This Is How You Don't Play began, it started to be, we're laughing at Phil now rather than with him. He's the butt of the joke. He's the loser.
You still
Why
are.
does he have success? Because look at what a schlub he is as a gamer and a content creator.
Nobody
and this
says
is where
that.
all the waves of negativity started. And like you see, other YouTubers are reacting basically to those kind of videos in this way and talking negatively about me. And this big meme that Phil sucks started around this time.
The reason EvilAJ's video was so successful was both external to Metal Gear Solid and internal. The external elements that bring interest are that DSP has continuously bled viewers through his lack of editing, refusal to use a capture card, and poor gameplay. The elements that are internal, and why Metal Gear Solid was the perfect game to capture the essence of Phil, is foremost that Kojima, the person that heads the creation of the series, is well respected within the gaming community, as are his creations. The Metal Gear Solid series chiefly requires critical thinking, as it is required to appropriately employ every item in your arsenal, as well as to react quickly in tense situations. It also requires patience to be able to learn enemy patrol patterns or learn from one's mistakes. Phil lacks severely in both of these fields and approached Metal Gear Solid 2 as an action game, brute forcing his way through situations that require nuanced approaches, all while criticizing Kojima.
Kojima wants to make movies. Kojima does not want to make video games. He will really, you could tell, he wanted to make a bunch of long movies or mini.
He's agreeing with himself right now.
EvilAJ, in April and July, will go on to release This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Solid 1 respectively. This manifestation of dislike of Phil could not have come at a worse time for him. Not only were his views plummeting, unrelated to AJ, he was also desperate to staunch the loss of viewership to the point he finally caved in and began using a capture card. He also began live streaming, though he was still not editing his playthroughs and pushing out more videos than the average person cared to watch. Phil was still steeply behind on the curve, losing viewership to rising Let's Players.
This? How many more people are doing Let's Plays?
Like, it's ridiculous the amount
Who's
of
that
people who have gotten
strange
into it
lady,
to the point
DSP?
where a website like YouTube, unfortunately, doesn't really feature anyone but the top 2 or 3 guys who are doing it. I mean, let's face it. Why do you always see the same people in related videos, featured videos? For the person who's not at the tippy top, it's so hard for people to get noticed now on YouTube.
Oh, were you expecting something else?
The irony is that Phil's accumulated viewership was influencing the algorithm to keep advertising his content.
Okay, I want to do some shout-outs before I get too backlogged. Again, what I have to emphasize here is that it was my shtick to always be over the top. If
That's
I
a
was
lie.
playing a difficult game,
Straight
yeah,
up
the game can be
lies.
difficult, but I'm going to completely over-exaggerate how hard it is and yell and complain and scream. That was the DSP character people knew.
There was no character, and that's why he's like an enigma in the online space. He's just so weird. Everyone begins watching DSP. The people in the chat begin like, this guy's gotta be fake, right? At least that was my experience. There's no fucking way this dude's real. And then you watch him more, and he's fucking real. There was no shtick. It's not a character.
When I played online in a fighting game, if I'm losing, I
This
freak
is just
out
a
at the person, right?
retcon.
So if I'm losing at Metal Gear Solid because it's actually a tough game, I'm going to complain about the game. I'm going to say it sucks. I'm going to say Kojima's a terrible game director. It's all part of my shtick.
No, it's
and the
not.
thing is, up until I did Metal Gear Solid, no one really cared. It wasn't like, oh, Phil's like an awful gamer. Awful
Which is not
content creator.
true
People thought
either.
It was funny.
Like, that's just not true either. He still got made fun of. He mentioned it in the last fucking video. In part 1 of this. There's a section where he brings up DSP Cult Leader, which was before EvilAJ. Tens of thousands of views on detractor videos before EvilAJ.
I played Metal Gear Solid. All of a sudden, because it was Metal Gear Solid and Kojima that I was doing that to, it was like blasphemous. Like, how dare you criticize our gaming god and idol? Holy Kojima may not be criticized. How dare you say these things? And when I saw that, okay, I essentially hammed it up even worse. Because, you know, this was not a playthrough I did in a day. This is a playthrough that I was doing in a week or 2 weeks. So I'm going to ham it up even worse. I'm going to make more fun of Kojima because you claimed that you were upset by it. That's how I was. I was just antagonist.
that's
and that's how
not
I got
how-
a lot of attention for myself. So,
Again, that's not how it is at all. His ego is very fragile. He's a dude with a big ego, but he's very fucking insecure. And he's always worried about what people say about him or think of him. That's like his Achilles heel. He's always aware of things that people are going to be saying about him. So he just got angry and lashed out, which is why he acted the way he did. It's not a shtick. It wasn't a character. You weren't doing it on purpose.
this was the first time where it actually blew up in my face. Before this, it always worked and people liked it. This was the first time I was like, I don't get it. I'm doing the same thing that I used to do and people liked, and now people are hating on me for it, saying like I fucked up, but I swear to God, this is the same thing I did with every other game. So I'm confused, you know, but it blew up in my face. I received an $11 tip
from Santa Claus.
Probably, maybe, allegedly. So we're all big mad at Phil for living like a bachelor, filling his condo with stuff of his own interests. Why is this such a topic? Why Phil? What Phil does with his income? It always has been. It literally always has been a topic. And I think what Joon's getting at is that this is an established history of being financially irresponsible. That even when I had money, I spent it on dumb shit. I didn't handle it well. And this is going to eventually lead to my financial downfall later. You know, declaring bankruptcy, having to beg my audience constantly for contributions, etc. Right?
Having
I think
to
that's
beg.
establishing a narrative and a pattern. This is the story arc. Do you understand? This is the ongoing background story of DSP. I mean, it even said in the description of the video, I've been around for nearly 20 years, leaving a path of chaos and financial ruin behind me. So that's his story. His story is that I'm bad with money.
Okay.
So expect more of
Pre-screen
this.
the
There'll be
video?
even more. If you're
He already
okay
watched
with
it.
a man spending his money however he wants, you're probably not going to like the rest of this documentary because it's probably going to be highly critical of me spending money. Okay? Okay.
The loss of viewership was because people were familiar with what he produced and stayed away from it despite YouTube pushing it.
There's the kind of person who would say, oh no, I lost views, stop my feet, oh man. But I would say, no, I'm going to stay positive and keep doing what I'm doing.
dude.
Phil was losing viewership and supporters. Chris, or Mighty Furtado, the 18-year-old that co-made DSP's website and was responsible for building his computer, actually had a falling out with DSP.
Uh-oh.
Starting with
I forgot
Chris
to show
calling
those
DSP
tweets, too.
lazy
He
for
tweeted
initially
today.
not wanting to adapt to direct capture.
That is true. If I remember correctly,
If I remember correctly. Let me think of a lie that I can get away with.
insulted me first, and it started this whole like feud between us. But let's see, because I don't really remember the situation. I
Did
want
he
to
just
see
say he
what
felted
Joon
me
dug up here
first?
on this.
Which DSP demanded an apology for.
Did he really?
At that point, Chris had had enough and stopped supporting DSP, leaving DSP to purchase the domain back.
whenever I tried to help, he kind of just shot on me for it. So at that point, I was like, why am I going to support somebody who I've been trying to help for so many years? You know?
Whenever I tried to help, he shat on me for it.
Nice. Retcon.
You didn't try to help. He was saying things like...
Free website made for him and a PC.
DSP is a dinosaur because...
And direct capture advice.
He's not doing direct capture and live streaming. I actually just had this very same conversation with Keemstar the other day when I interviewed him. Okay? I'm the kind of guy that if you talk to me with respect and being nice...
Oh, shut up.
To Phil's Stick and Sticks and Phil Tilt.
Exactly, Joshua. Thank you for the 2, brother. I agree with you.
I will listen to you, and I will actually cherish your opinions and your criticism. If you come at me in a very negative way, trolling, insults, I'm literally going to shut you off. Even if what you're saying is valid, I don't care.
That's
you
not a
came
good
at me
thing.
in a very negative way. It's the golden rule. Treat others how you want to be treated, right?
Nice.
I'm sure that he wouldn't have wanted me to immediately say, hey, man, you're an asshole, blah, blah, blah. Here's what you
Sounds
need to
very
improve. Wait, what?
egotistical.
But you prefaced it saying that I'm an asshole, right? So if you preface it saying that I'm a dinosaur, I'm not going to listen to you, all right? In his
This
mind,
is also just a lie. Remember people helping him with his PC? Giving him PC advice? The mini PC, the PC, any sort of help in the chat. See how you get treated then. Big ups, Nugs, for the 8 months.
maybe he thinks I'm helping Phil, but if you come at me in a negative, awful way, I'm not going to give a crap about what you're saying.
You know, I co-created him a website, co-created his forums, co-built his gaming PC. I've helped him so much. And when I try to help him try to adapt to direct capture, he's not kind of really taking the suggestions from myself as well as everybody else in the chat during that time.
It doesn't end there. With Chris now persona non
Was he
grata,
lying too?
DSP made extreme claims without evidence about the price of the PC Chris had built. Chris, not pleased with this, made a video in response.
He had made a video basically stating that he had sent us apparently $3,000, and that wasn't the case.
Yeah, fun fact, he actually stated it was over $3,000. So it's actually even worse than it sounds in the documentary. DSP was lying by a larger margin than Joon is about to say.
Here's, I think, the video in question. Someone sent this to me this morning. This is the video. I'm going to show it to you. September 8th, 2013.
Let me find the tweet.
Okay. This was a channel update that I made addressing the negativity. And this was directly addressing the situation with this man, Mighty Furtado. Okay. I think I have the timestamp right, but let's listen. Okay.
Real quick, before he fucking tries to lie to you. Really quick. King of Hate Vlogs. I know it's kind of cut off a bit. Chris did not make the website. Teo did. And the current site is completely coded by Fozy. I paid Chris over $3,000 to make my PC and only did so as a favor for an employment program to help him out, yada, yada, yada. He goes on to explain it was a lemon. Chris then hated on me in the forums for being too lazy to direct capture, then never apologized. You are grossly misinformed dummy. So keep this in mind for whatever bullshit he's about to spew.
Looked amazing. Had these lights and all these bells and whistles, had everything that I wanted. But I was looking at it, and it has this door. I don't know if you guys know, but on a lot of PC cases, there's a door on the front. You open the door, and inside you'll have your CD drive, your USB ports, and stuff like that.
Big ups movie sign for the bomb. I was reading the tweet. I apologize. Big ups, brother.
The door
Thank
had
you.
a big crack on it.
Crack.
And I was looking at it like, how did that happen? Okay. But I didn't question it. So maybe, unfortunately, the case, you know,
I think this is the timestamp because this is someone sent me the video this morning. We found it, but this may not be the timestamp.
What do you mean we found it? You just said someone sent it to you.
I don't know. But I thought Chris would have told me that this case has a giant crack on the front of it, but he never did. All right. So I finally hooked the thing up. Come to find out, when I finally booted the thing up, okay.
This is what I wanted. I wanted the amount because I say the amount in the video here, but I can't find it. I think it was shit. I wish I'd saved the tip message. Hold on, let me go back a little bit.
Oh, nice. He had to get paid to
get this amount of RAM, because if you're going to be doing that amount of video editing, you might need this amount of RAM, okay? So, initially, what I wanted to be maybe between $700 to $1,000. By all that's said and done, first of all, I can't even tell you what it cost.
I'm glad I showed you guys the real context.
Receipts. Chris actually, when the PC was done, he mailed me all the receipts to prove that he obviously didn't waste my money, which he didn't. He did not.
If I recall, stalls to think of lie.
Yeah, Nugs. I'm glad I showed you guys the real thing. So
absolutely not.
let's see what he
was very
says.
Upfront, transparent with what he did when he built that PC. He sent me all the receipts. It's filed away in literally thousands of documents, and I can't find it right now. But what I did do is I went on my PayPal to see how much money I sent to him directly through PayPal to build this PC. It ended up that I paid him almost $1,600 to build this PC by the time it was done. Now that's okay.
So again, this doesn't actually do anything because as I just showed you, why would you then go on to claim it was over 3,000? Like, bro, this actually makes it look worse for you that you all of a sudden change the price of what you spent. And you're proving the point of the documentary, which is you lie about everything. Why did you then lie later?
So on September 8th, 2013, I said publicly in a video addressing the negativity. This is in regards to this Mighty Furtado guy constantly going out and saying negative things about me, criticizing me, saying I'm a dinosaur, basically like doing a whole bunch of negative things towards me. And I'm like frustrated at my wit's end. I don't want to have to make this video. I just want to move on with my life and do content. You know, at this point, I've already paid the $1,600 for this, what people would call a lemon PC, where half the RAM didn't work, the door case was cracked, and there were other issues with it too. I just, fuck it. What am I going to do? Why am I going to sit here and keep talking about it? This guy kept talking and wouldn't shut up. He basically became kind of a detractor as a result of the situation, when in reality, he never really disproved the fact that the door was cracked when it showed up, that half the RAM was either misinstalled or didn't work. You know what I'm saying? Like, it had all these issues.
Also, the RAM thing probably isn't Furtado's fault. You just sometimes need to reseat the RAM. That's all you have to do. That just happens when you ship it sometimes.
So, you know, for him, it
It's
was
not like a big
I must
issue.
have said the wrong amount of money. In reality, I don't know what I spent on the PC. I don't have receipts for it anymore. I say in this video, September 8th, 2013, $1,600. People in chat are saying, oh, there's other videos in the future where you said $3,000. Maybe
Yes.
I did.
Yeah.
Maybe I was,
Yeah.
I did a comment on a forum post or something where
Yeah.
I said $3,000. You're right. Maybe
Yeah.
I'm wrong. But this is the original video.
Doesn't
where I
matter. It doesn't matter. Why did you lie? You still lied though. Like, it actually doesn't fucking matter when you still fucking lie about it.
addressed it, and I said $1,600. Okay? So what information are we going off of here? Did this become some big fucking controversy? I said $1,600.
You
right
also
here,
said
black and
3,000.
white. I said I went
Over
through
3,000.
my records, and that's what it said from PayPal, correct? You just all saw it. I didn't make it up. So there it is.
Right.
Now let's continue with this.
The actual amount DSP paid for the PC, as shown through Chris's receipt, and a few $100s extra that was sent, was off by a maliciously large margin.
So he's showing $1,200, and I'm saying $1,600. So we're off by that, but keep in mind, I said
He just ignored the video. He said, give or take the extra money you sent.
I checked my PayPal. So that was every transaction towards him from PayPal amounted to around $1,600, probably a little under, right? Maybe there's other things involved there, shipping. I don't know.
So I had actually made my own video defending myself, and I had shown the PayPal receipts of DSP sending the $1,600.
DSP to this day cannot provide evidence or reason why he claimed the PC cost $1,400 more than it actually did.
I have no idea. I showed you the original video
I have
where I
no
said
idea.
1,600. Maybe there was
Again, you're proving the point of the documentary.
confusion. Maybe I don't know. I literally have no idea. What I can tell you, all I can tell you, because again, this is from like 2013, so this is over 11 years ago.
Nice. Let's lie.
I remember feeling like I really got screwed in this situation. Okay, I went out of my way to build a PC with this guy. I could have went with a reputable company. Okay?
This is
Let me
so
go full
fucking
screen for this.
stupid. None of this even fucking matters, dude.
For just a little bit.
I could have bought a better real company. Why the fuck didn't you buy one then? This is such a dumb fucking excuse. Like, what a fucking dumb get that garbage out of here.
Garbage out of my face.
I could have went with a better company, reputable company. Like, why didn't you then, you fucking idiot? This is not like a defense. He's trying to paint himself as fucking Jesus again. Like he does with everything. He's Jesus. He helped out a little guy, you see?
I could have easily gone with a reputable company. That probably would have charged me
reputable.
around
I'm
the same.
sorry.
Remember, I said in the video right there, I only wanted to go maybe $700 to $1,000, maybe $1,200. I wasn't expecting to spend $1,600 on this thing. And as I was working with this guy, Mighty Furtado, basically he was like, well, if you want this, you got to spend more. If you want this, you got to spend more. It just kept adding up, adding up, adding up. By the time that I gave him the money,
It's like,
I was not
Champions.
happy, but I was like, as long as the PC does what it's supposed to do, I guess it's fine in the end, right? I kind of felt like he was kind of leading me along. I get the PC and it's all fucked up. The door has a crack. The fucking half the RAM doesn't work in the PC. And it's like, dude, so not only did I pay this guy way more money than I was expecting or wanted to spend, but now he hosed me. He gave me a PC that's fucked up. So I call him out on it, and he freaks out. Like,
this is good too, because in the documentary, Mighty Furtado is going to mention that he doesn't know how to use the computer. He didn't use his graphics card for anything, pretty much.
I'm a villain for saying facts about the situation, okay? In the original video, I said 1,600. I will guarantee you There will be people who will now say, well, we have all this evidence you said $3,000. Fine. I'm not going to be here to dispute what I said or didn't say because I'm not going to sit here and go through my history
You did
video.
try.
I have no idea why.
Again, when the dude announced the price, he went silent and brought up a receipt as if it was like a fucking you just self-felt it yourself. But bro, you've lied about it before. You tried to own it and you just factually are wrong.
Would have said $3,000, whether it was confusion.
So you
whether
still
it was me
lied.
misremembering.
Oh, it was confusion and misremembering. Of course he didn't lie. He was just like an innocent victim. He was confused. Maybe he was a little drunk. Maybe it was a joke. You know, maybe he was joking. Because everything's a joke, right?
All I can really remember is the emotion behind the situation.
Emotion.
And I was just like, at every time that I thought the situation was over, someone would be like, hey, Phil, did you hear the new video Mighty Furtado made about you today, making fun of you again? Did you hear that he's hating on you again? Did you hear? I was like, what the fuck are we still talking about Mighty Furtado for? I bought the website from him, so it's not in his hands anymore. He already hosed me for the PC. Why is this still a discussion? And people just kept bringing it up. The guy like wouldn't shut up about me. So it was an ongoing thing. He was getting internet notoriety for being a hater of mine.
Again, he's framing this really fucking annoyingly just to like buff himself up. Like he's putting a fucking attack speed buff on himself. This is insane. Furtado just finished explaining that he made a video defending himself because DSP was accusing him of hosing him.
And it pissed me off. And I just wanted it to be over, and it kept going on and on. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen, over 11 years later. I have not spoken a word about this man in how long? And in this fucking documentary, it's coming up again. Again. Listen, I don't give a fuck about the PC, all right? I don't give a fuck about it. I don't give a fuck that I got ripped off or whatever. Here's what I want to do. Mighty Furtado, I want you to move the fuck on with your life and leave me the fuck alone.
Bro.
Because at this point...
Bro, it's a fuck... Like this... Okay, let him go.
I want you to move the fuck on with your life and leave me the fuck alone. Because at this point, this is weird shit. 11 years later, and you're talking about this? Are you out of your mind? And like, what the fuck is going on? I have not mentioned this in so long.
Bro.
Hey, stupid.
Bro, he's getting fucking interviewed. This is an interview. The fucking guy who's making the video is interviewing him and asking him about it. Why are you acting like he's talking about it every day? It's a fucking interview in the documentary about this.
I don't even remember the situation to defend myself of why I would have said one thing and another. But you saw the original response I had. I said it was 1600. It should have ended there. He kept going, and that's why the situation continued, and that's likely why I probably misremembered or exaggerated or whatever the fuck it is. I have absolutely no fucking idea.
There's a pretty big difference between misremember and exaggerate.
If you have evidence, and I'm sure people will now have it, then I made it up, or I misremembered, or I lied, whatever it is. Who knows?
Which one? Which one? What do you mean, who knows? I made it up, I misremembered, or I exaggerated? Those are pretty big different fucking things, dude. Which one was it?
I don't know, but I don't care either.
Maybe you lied. I don't care, though. If I lied, I don't even care that I lied.
I don't give a fuck.
I don't give a
11 years ago, this fucking PC. This is 2 PCs ago now, right? Why the fuck do I care about it today? It was a dumb, stupid little thing that was a blip for me, but then became a giant annoying thing as people who didn't like me made it into a giant molehill out of this tiny little, you know what I'm saying? Or excuse me, made it a mountain out of a molehill. That's exactly what it was. Okay?
Nice.
Anyway, let's do some shout outs. We've got constructive criticism, and without negative delivery, at times you'll get aggressive. You're right. And that's something that I have to get better at. Because sometimes if it's phrased in a way where I feel like it's an attack, or if it is a detractor meme that's been going on recently, I do sometimes get very defensive at it. And that is something that I need to get better at. I feel, and I feel like I have gotten a lot better at it.
He's still maturing, guys. I know he's like 42 years old, but he's still maturing. You got to give him time. Maybe when he's like 64.
Over the years, but I need to continue to improve with that. I agree with you there. Bloomkid does a super chat. If you ever said $3,000, you lied, so admit it. If I ever said $3,000, I lied. You're right.
I lied.
I see a video at the very beginning of this feud happening where I said 1600. So that's the evidence I have.
No, it's
I
not.
said 1600 in a video I just watched.
You also said 3,000 though.
It really happened at the beginning of the situation.
Over 3,000.
So if ever I said it after 3,000, I guess I've just proved myself that I lied about it after, correct?
Right. Yes.
But originally the video
that's
I
the
put
whole
out said
point.
1600.
Dude,
he wouldn't shut
you're
up.
so fucking dense, man. How can you be this fucking stupid? Like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? The whole point is you lie.
I didn't care. Why would I keep talking about it? He's the one who kept
I don't
shit up and being
care.
a detractor of mine. It wasn't me talking about him. Okay. Okay.
That's what the kids
KT
call
super chat.
felted.
Only 1600. Phil is now Fitler. the things, one of the many stupid things over the years that essentially got blown up by my detractors early. This is the early days. This is 2013, right? It was
so admitted to lying, admitted to exaggerating, admitted to making shit up over like a 17, 18-year-old guy who made a website for you for free and was a fan and who helped you out and also built you a PC. And you just lied over this entire thing. And somehow you don't see the problem with this.
So dumb and innocuous and stupid and not a big deal. And I just wanted to move on with my life, but people would keep bringing it up. Oh, it's important because you said this. You said, I don't care. I'm fucking playing games. I'm making content. Can you shut the fuck up about the PC? I don't care about it anymore. I don't care about that guy. He doesn't exist to me anymore. I bought the website. I bought the PC. He's out of my life. Why are we still talking?
And like, this is just self-evident, bro. This speaks for itself. Of course you don't want to talk about it. You just admitted to lying. You know that you lied. You know that you made shit up. Of course you don't want to talk about it.
Who would keep bringing it up to annoy me. And this is what it was. They knew that it got my goat. So
and it's like, if you lied about this, then we shouldn't trust you for anything.
I'm bringing it up to piss me off. And that's eventually when you get further and further down into the depths of, oh, what did Phil say? Well, maybe I was pissed and I said 3,000, right? There you go.
Maybe I was pissed and said 3,000? What? You just lie when you're pissed.
Okay.
Felted by
I
a
received
teenager.
a $20 tip.
God damn.
Just a $20 tip. It's anonymous. Thank you so much.
All
That
right.
is my goal for the night. It would be great if
Let's
you
beg.
liked the
Let's
content,
beg some more.
If you could
Come on,
contribute tonight,
Kino.
that would be
Come
very,
on.
very good.
Where
I would
you
appreciate
at?
that very much. I want to keep this king
Send
streak
your
going
boys.
of hitting this tips goal every on.
Turns out
positive.
Let's keep
right?
begging.
All right.
All
Let's
right.
continue.
Let's beg
to make
forward
matters even worse,
positively.
it turns out Chris paid for the shipping out of pocket.
We actually paid.
Okay, well, he's saying that. I can't defend myself there because I have no evidence. I mean, we're talking about PayPal receipts from 12 years ago, so I can't dispute this.
An additional 150.
So I lied,
out of
right?
Pocket from my side, just to ship the computer.
That may have been the last of his direct interactions with Phil, but not with others that post him. A portion of Chris's second video is in defense of EvilAJ, even showing that he was in communication with him. And then there were videos coming out supporting Chris.
Very recently, there's been a lot of videos that have been coming out on YouTube about Darkside Phil, exposing him or whatever. The one that really got me was the one that was made by
No,
Chris.
it's Henry, dude.
Chris and Teo.
No, there
pretty
weren't.
good.
At this point, there weren't. It was the
What?
This Is How You Don't Play videos were the ones that were coming out and getting traction. There wasn't a lot of videos that Phil's been exposed and shit. That's bullshit. Videos like this.
I mean,
were
there
getting,
were a
like,
lot of
A few
videos.
thousand views. It was This Is How
Okay,
You
a
Don't
few
Play.
thousand views is still quite a bit for a nobody to upload like a video about why I unsubscribed to DSP. That's still quite a bit of views.
Blowing up and was getting hundreds of thousands of views. And those are the ones I was worried about. Because what I was worried about was, if people are just going to go watch This Is How You Don't Play instead of my raw gameplay, that means my business is going to suffer. They're not going to watch me put out the videos on my channel. They're going to wait for someone else to make This Is How You Don't Play, and they're going to get my view and my revenue that I should have earned on my original content, and I never did. That's where my concern was. I didn't give a shit about people making this kind of video.
Who designed Darkside Phil's website for free and built him a computer.
There was a rising community of support, one that was built on the common dislike of Phil. The threads were being intertwined in such a way that new channels making This Is How You Don't Plays would sometimes pay homage to EvilAJ.
Yep, this is totally true. Again, this is all my fault. I will take all of the blame for every...
I will take all of the blame. Remember this statement, guys. Pay close attention, and let's see how he'll take all of the blame.
Everything involved with This Is How You Don't Play, okay? Here's why. If I had reacted differently, if I had laughed along with them, if I had maybe even taken advantage and started making my own or having someone, paying someone to make these for me and putting them up on my channel, I could have capitalized on all of this and it would have been a completely different situation. I actually don't even feel that today I would be in a situation where so many people hate me and I have these detractors. If I had reacted
you still would have
completely
been.
differently to This Is How
You
You Don't
still
Play.
would have been.
But publicly, I will tell you all this, all right?
Here we go. Let's go. It's
This
his
is a
fault. Remember
confession.
that.
I've already said this before, but I'm going to say it again for the purposes of this react. I, at this point, thought my shit didn't stink. I was of the impression that if I was a successful YouTuber for 5 years, I knew what was good, and everyone else didn't know anything. Just because everyone else was going direct capture and live stream didn't mean I had to. I didn't have to follow the trends. I was being a contrarian, right? Everyone says, no, Phil, you're a dinosaur. I'm like, well, fuck you. Then I'm the dinosaur that'll keep making a good business.
You still
and you can
do
go fuck
this.
yourself. That's what my attitude was. That was 100% the wrong attitude to have. Because even though there were people coming at me in a negative way, saying it in an insulting way, a lot of people just wanted to see me continue to win. And the fact that they saw that my channel was losing views, I was starting to get made fun of by people. People didn't like it. Oh man, he was such a popular guy. Now look, everyone's laughing at him and shit, right? I didn't listen. I had opportunity to listen.
Holy shit. We got bombs dropping. 10 of them. Thank you, Punish Lasagna, for the 10, brother. Let's fucking go, baby. Thank you.
I had opportunity to take constructive criticism and grow, but at this point, my head was so fucking big from being a popular YouTuber, from making the money I was making, and not giving in, not changing to trends, but still doing what I'd done all along and still being successful, that I refuse to change for the better. Okay? That's on me. That's absolutely 100% on me. Even when I adopted direct capture and live streaming in 2013, I ignored the stream chat. I refused to talk to people in the chat as if they were there and have a conversation. I was like, you guys in Peanut Gallery, you can watch live if you want.
What the fuck is going on?
Offline video.
Huh?
What? What am I, moron? Yeah, I was. I literally 100% was a fucking moron. I never should have acted like that. That was a gold mine.
I feel
to
you,
have that interaction with my live audience, to create new kinds of content, right? And I ignored it all. I streamed without interacting with the audience for 4 years. 4 fucking years. I'm an idiot, you know? But now I know that, because eventually I said, okay, I'll change now. All right? I will, you know, totally listen. And in 2017, I changed, and all of a sudden it was like night and day. My God, my audience is talking to me. We're having a good time. Where people are getting to know the real me instead of the asshole. You know what I mean? And then I changed for the better over the last 7 years to not even think that way. Now I cherish your criticism. I cherish your input and your constructive suggestions. It makes my content way better. But back then in 2012, 2013, I was a big-headed idiot. I literally thought I was top of the world and everyone else sucked. How dare you tell me to improve? How tell you to change? I didn't want to listen to anyone. And that's on me. And that's really one of the core reasons why I had that situation where everyone hated me and I got into a massive decline. That's where really the origin of the detractors came from. Okay?
Again,
but that's different
there was a detractor before EvilAJ. He specifically called it out in the last part.
Today.
Those videos also got tens of thousands of views.
As you'll see, my detractors definitely evolved differently over the years to be something so much more harmful than just a bunch of people making fun of me on the internet with "This is how you don't play," and we'll get to that.
We'll get to that. Pre-screen the video.
Do you not feel like sometimes a valid criticism has to be insulting because it's a harsh truth? Do you feel you've sometimes confused nice criticism as insults? Of course. Of course.
Of course.
Again, I'm human.
Look at him being a fake. I'm a human. What? I'm a human.
And yes, absolutely. Absolutely, that's possible.
I don't believe that one, dude.
But, you know, that's just the kind of guy I am. As you know, if you say something in a certain way, it kind of pisses me off. If you're nice to me, it changes that fact. Look at me with Kino Casino recently. They're nice to me, and look at what happened as a result. As opposed to originally, they were just making fun of me.
What chaps my hide is that his dents will believe this and really think Phil has changed when he clearly is still a revolting person.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, Movie Sign. Thank you for the 5, brother. But also, yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just him saying that, yes, I sometimes need to see criticism, insulting criticism, as a good thing.
Index to me.
He just finished saying that he's the opposite of that.
None of this last month would have happened.
He's obviously not going to take criticism to heart. We've seen him do the suggestion thread where he shuts down any form of criticism.
Of all this positive content and all this crazy stuff that's been happening.
Like, this is just not true. But he's sitting here telling a potentially half new audience that this is the case when it's just not.
I received a $5 tip. Your next PC did cost $3,000. They take the cost, the new PC, they slap it on the Chris PC and cause confusion throughout the years.
Fake. That's not true.
You have a hypothesis. The detractors did their own hypothesis on the price. I don't know about that. The new PC.
Now he knows he was lying.
I don't know if anyone was saying that the new PC's cost is the same as the cost of the old one. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I think that topic was spent on so long for no fucking reason because it doesn't mean anything. It's just worthless drama that didn't amount to anything, right? But I get why Joon covered it the way he did. But I don't even care at this point. I played the video that showed that originally I said it was 1,600. I told the truth. If I misremembered and lied after that, whatever, I guess that sucks that I did.
Whatever I lied.
Originally I said the right thing. So there you have it.
Like, none of that
I received
matters.
a $2 tip.
Like, originally I said the right thing doesn't matter because the point is you lied, brother. That's literally the point. You lie. You can't even believe it even when it's true because of how often you lie. How do you not see that?
If you thought This Is How You Don't Play was going to steal your views, why didn't you make the logical jump to making your own? Because I was a stubborn fool. Because I thought my shit didn't stink. Because I thought I was above criticism. Because I thought that I was the best YouTuber on the planet and all my content was better than everyone else's and no one held a candle to me and I was grumpy and I was jealous and I was disgruntled about everyone around me was growing and getting all the views and getting the prominence and I wasn't getting invited to be a featured guest at a convention anymore because everyone wanted to make fun of me rather than actually be having fun with me. I was a really
miserable existence.
That's why.
You were? I mean,
That's
you
the
kind of
honest
still
answer.
are, dude. You still admit
I
to
received
being
a $2
jealous.
tip.
Okay.
From Bio. I've been watching for a long time.
Yeah, I
Honestly, I've
know
noticed some
lasagna.
contradictions in what you've said over the years. Misremembering a PC price from 10 years ago isn't lying. It's a mistake, not a lie. You're fine. No, but they're saying that I misremembered like right away. Like immediately I was saying the wrong price. And again, that wasn't intentional. You know what I'm saying?
Look at
Like,
that.
It wasn't
Some of his dents trying to fucking protect him, and even he knows he can't escape the lie.
intentional to me at all.
Yeah,
to
I
say
lied.
The wrong thing. At all. It probably was something that was just I was angry and I didn't
I
care
was
anymore. I didn't want to
angry.
talk about it anymore.
I didn't
Sylvan
want
Clay
to.
did a
What?
super chat.
I didn't want to talk about it, so I lied.
You really feel like you owe
What?
the computer kid an apology. You didn't give him the opportunity to fix issues before publicly shaming. I actually don't know. I actually don't know what happened if I just immediately publicly said negative things or if I did talk to him behind the scenes about it. I have no idea, nor would I. That was so long ago. There's no way that I would have any emails or receipts or anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's convenient for a documentarian to be able to reach out and get the receipts from him because apparently he saved them, right? I didn't save any of that. Again, back when I started on YouTube, there was no track record of this kind of shit, of internet drama that resulted from being a creator. I never thought in my wildest dreams that here we are, 11, 12 years later, and there's a 4-hour documentary being made about me, and now
DSP has admitted to not
deleting
deleting emails. He obviously kept the emails because he said he was going to use it for his tax return.
No clue. Maybe I
as
was
a
an
business
asshole.
expense.
Maybe I
He
did
obviously kept the emails.
publicly take it and complain about it right away instead of going directly to him first. Maybe I did go to him first. I don't know. Nor do I think that. I think we've already wasted like a half an hour on this tiny little thing. That's such a. Again, it was a blip, a tiny little molehill that was blown into a mountain by people who didn't like me. It didn't mean anything, but it was because of my arrogance, basically.
You see how fucking quickly this dude 180s everything? He just apologized, just said sorry for lying, said that he needs to take criticism to heart, admitted that he was a negative piece of shit that took this is how you don't plays, like he responded negatively. And then by the end of it now, he's now going back to saying none of this even matters. This is just a small blip that shouldn't even matter.
It was, right?
Right?
I was very arrogant and full of myself back
Now
then,
he's arrogant
okay?
again. What the fuck is going on? We're going in circles. Oh boy.
Okay, continuing on. I received a $25 tip. Ever done. Lean into the good stuff and let the haters get fucked. Thank you so much, anonymous $25 tipper.
All right,
I appreciate
thank
that
you,
very,
Ryan.
Very
Very
tonight,
cool.
how I said, back in the day, oh, by the way, the pop-ups aren't working. Oh, I know, on the wrong screen.
Don't care.
I told you that previously. It was the trolls and detractors who were trying to wedge themselves between myself and John Rambo, right?
What?
They're literally trying to do that right now. I'm not even kidding you. Someone in chat's like, yeah, did you know that PPP's opinion on you has changed and he now hates you? And really? Really? He's on vacation, dude. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Wait, he can't watch videos on vacation?
He's on vacation. He's not making content.
What?
But this is what I mean. What they try to do is they try to stir the flames and to try to make shit, drama where it doesn't exist. They're literally trying to do it at this very moment.
I
They're so
guess he hasn't seen the tweets that he's been putting out.
angry that there's people who I've done content with now and are cool with me. They can't take it at all. So here they are being totally negative. He was here, dude. PPP was in the chat earlier, and I modded him so that way when he's in here, people can see that it's the real PPP. He's not here now. He was here earlier when I started. So where exactly do you see him turning on me, right? Anyway. Let's continue. We've got Bland Polecat did a super chat and he says Philly cheese is showing real growth. Thank you to Bland first. Okay.
Nice. Awesome.
Okay. Are we ready? Let's continue. Because
I'm
already
totally
that was like a
ready.
half an hour stall.
Yeah, that was
for something that was
insane.
so dumb. Like this right here, I think is way more funny and interesting and pertinent than what we just wasted all that time on.
The crouch jump is
Like, there are people
okay.
doing walkthroughs of this game, and they can easily jump up here, and I can't do it at all. Look, I can't fucking jump up here.
I saw Iviga asking about the crouch jump. Literally, you jump then crouch in the air. That's it. It's really that simple. You press space, then hold control, and go forward.
Crouch
It's
jump.
really that easy.
You fucking idiot.
Oh man.
He couldn't figure this out.
Okay. Whew.
viewers were quickly realizing that
that wasn't even what you were supposed to do, because then I got stuck and I couldn't make progress. It's supposed to be a crouching jump, which I never learned how to do in the tutorial.
DSP, with his near 4 years on YouTube, had a treasure trove of videos to sift through and inspire compilations or different forms of content. Whether it was Pandalee's abrasive personality and dislike of the Kingdom Hearts series,
I'm here trying to play a fucking game. It's hard to concentrate when a bunch of little immature shits get into a fucking argument with my
Look at
girlfriend.
how awkward
Fuck
he's
you.
being.
a DSP soundboard,
Cockadookie bullshit, mumblefuck nonsense.
He doesn't talk
or
about
just
that
DSP's giveaways that would sometimes just be empty video game cases.
So to warn everyone, just to show you for full disclosure, no game.
There was so much material dated by his pre-capture card era. Some of these videos were titled DSP Tries It, as he tried to dominate his own Tries It series on the search results. An additional purpose of these was to create videos that were shorter snippets of DSP rather than the long form This Is How You Don't plays. Some just criticized DSP's habits outside of games, like DSP Tries It, compulsive hoarding, and being a man-child. A video.
What was I thinking of with the empty cases? I was giving away all the collector's edition content of the collector's editions of games. So
All of
even
the
though I was giving away an
trash.
empty game case, I was giving you the art book.
The thing that he has called out even at the time as trash. He was giving it away.
Track all the collector's packaging and everything. I didn't have the game because I traded it in. Back then, my methodology was buy a whole bunch of games, play through them within a week or two, trade them all in together at GameStop to get almost all my money back, because back then you could do that. If you traded in 3 or more games at a time, you could get like a huge bonus on your trading credit. So even though I was
He
buying
fell
an
for the
exorbitant amount of
marketing
games, I actually
scheme.
wasn't spending that much money at the time. You see?
Wait, why were you begging
but
then?
People were lining up.
Dude,
in
he was begging for PayPal donations back then, but now he's saying he didn't even spend a lot of money back then.
droves to get those
okay.
cases. I had a forums, and I'm not even kidding you. Hundreds upon hundreds of people would post in the forum, and I would use a random number generator to pick. I mean, at one point there was like 1,000 people posting in the forum to get that empty box, because it was from DSP, because it was a bunch of collector's edition content they weren't going to get because they didn't buy the collector's edition, and I would autograph whatever they wanted. So to them, I'm giving them a free piece of memorabilia of their favorite YouTuber, and they loved it. But my detractor spun it as, oh, he
Memorabilia.
just gives away empty game boxes.
Somehow the Mass Effect steel case cover is memorabilia of my favorite YouTuber?
What they failed to mention is the time I gave away whole games, the time that I gave away a PS4 at the launch of the PlayStation 4, because I wanted to help my community. I thought it would be a nice thing to do. I had an extra one that I wasn't using, so I just gave it away. But
It's
they
not
won't
quite
mention
true.
that. To them,
You bought an extra one for Panda.
it's never happened.
She didn't want
All
it.
I did was give away empty game boxes, you know, because that's the narrative they want to spin.
Again, we're not going to mention, like, nobody's going to mention you giving away a PS4 because that's not really funny. The funny thing is you giving away empty cases. That's why it gets mentioned. And also, you give a reaction. You reacting like this makes people mention it more.
Dave Teed gifted a membership to the community. Congrats to Sofa Ninja, because you need to support to exist, and they spend so much time watching detractor content. It's a catch-22. Detractors are fans, they just don't realize it. And they, of course, they would never admit it, right? Thank you for the tip.
Well, that covers
I'm a
Phil's
big
newly
fan,
released
DSP.
2013
Please
Condo
never
tour
go
that shows
away.
just how much worse his
I
little
hope your
space has gotten.
downfall continues so that I can keep laughing at it forever, dude. I'm a big fan.
I've gotten so
I
much
gotta say.
stuff that my condo just can't. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the floor. Look at this. It's a fucking hideous mess. And I really wish that I had
Yeah,
somewhere to
ignore
put
this
this
one,
shit,
right?
But I don't.
Tied to this was the curiosity about DSP's expenditures. In 2013 alone,
He just
took at
casually
least 4
ignores
trips.
that. Who's
Every
this?
one of them, he paid for at least one
Zah.
additional person, whether it was John Rambo or Pandalee, sometimes both.
Who's that?
The reason this was becoming irrelevant
Zah.
was because of
Zah.
DSP's focus on his decline of views and earnings. His critics could be just as excessive with their own commentary.
Have you been on Darkside Phil's stream when he fucking flips out of people using adblock? About how you're it's like going into his house and robbing him and taking all his shit.
Man, you're taking the ad block, right? Because at the time,
Fuck off.
They
Shut
weren't
up.
called detractors at this point. I think they were I called them trolls or whatever. They were literally going around saying, just watch Phil's content with the ads off, with ad block on, excuse me. That way you could still watch him, but he makes no money, right?
Yeah,
Now,
you're
today,
robbing
I
him.
want you to think about that. Today, if someone said, hey, it's okay to watch everyone's content with ad block on, a lot of people would be like, well, no, actually it's not. You know, that's
Who?
kind of messed
Who the
up.
fuck would
But
say
back
that?
then, it
What?
was kind of a new thing. And so ad block was a hot piece of contention. It was actually things people talked about all the time. Should you have ads on? Should you not have ads on? Should you be able to make a living on YouTube videos? Is it okay for people to have ad block on when they're watching someone who they know that their living is made
nobody
on YouTube
thought
ads?
what?
Keep in mind at this time, okay, during this time period, there was no live streaming. There was no
The
super
light
chats,
bringer.
no memberships, no subscriptions,
Henry.
no tips, none of that. It was just my entire living was made on ad revenue. I didn't even have any sponsorships or product placements.
You did. Wait,
My shit
you
was
did
basically
though.
just ads.
He actually did get sponsorships and product placements and free stuff. He got all of these back then.
So if you're watching my
What are you
content with
saying?
ad block on, you are taking my livelihood away from me. And I directly talked about it, but I probably shouldn't have, correct? I probably shouldn't have said that at all. I should have just been quiet and never said a word about it and just let people do what they want. Because what happens is when you bring shit up like this, it just makes it bigger. So what
Man,
happens?
you
More
still
people
never
do it,
learned, right?
So by me addressing it and bringing it up, immediately more and more people start doing the bad thing that I don't want them to do, and it ends up hurting me. And that's my fault. I'm dumb for having brought it up and acted and addressed it in a way that I did, right?
Making my money. That's just like if you use ad block on one of my videos.
But you know what would be great? You could really teach him lessons if we went into his house and lynched him.
4chan was also in on this, creating green text that accompanied other memes. As to only help the building tension, DSP set out on attacking other creators whose channels towered over his own.
Holy shit!
This is true. This was so bad of me because as I noticed that there started to be a decline and everyone started making fun of me, again, laughing at me instead of with me, I basically became incredibly
jealous. Just say
sensitive and basically started lashing out at others who were doing better
Just
than
say
me. saying that
jealous,
I was
bro.
better
We
than
already
them,
know.
Shit like that. It was really bad. I would argue that this was a very toxic time of my life where I was saying really dumb shit and being very like offended and offensive towards everyone.
Another YouTuber who's not a giant fucking Tobuscus PewDiePie idiot who
Idiot.
loves gaming, is doing it for the love of gaming, and he's actually showing up in my fucking related channels.
PewDiePie's channel had over 100 times the subscribers that Phil had, and there was no doubt that they shared viewers. So these comments
The
assured that those
jealousy.
viewers would not return to Phil. What's more is that Phil would talk about how big of a fan PewDiePie was of him.
Yeah, that's right. PewDiePie has said he was inspired by me to make videos.
Nice.
He used to watch my content back when he had no
Just
money.
like review bro,
Nope,
right?
He didn't say that. That's a lie.
There you go. Another
here's me
lie.
being stupid, right? No, here's the truth.
Here's me being
So,
stupid,
PewDiePie
aka lying.
used to leave comments on my videos. I've seen some of the comments. Before PewDiePie ever even uploaded a single video to YouTube to make his own content, he watched my...
So this is pretty good too. He pauses the video to say he was lying, and then he gives you a different version of something else. Like, bro, you're just a liar. Why would I even believe you now?
old content, and he actually left comments on my videos. I've seen some of them, okay? Then, if you look at some of PewDiePie's early content, he talks about me. In his Heavy Rain playthrough, when the detective is on the wasteland where the first body is, and Norman Jaden walks out, he's investigating the body in the wet area, and the first detective walks up who has a goatee, PewDiePie says, oh, he looks like Darkside Phil, right? So 100% it's proven he used to watch me before he even made content, and then he's referencing me in
that's
his
not
early
necessarily
content, okay?
true.
Does that mean directly that he was inspired by me to make videos?
Like, I don't
No.
watch Moist Critical, but I could say, oh, that's looks like him. Because I know what he looks
the
like.
only evidence I could ever say is that I
Alright,
know
whatever.
he watched me at some point, and he did reference me in his early content. This is me grossly over-exaggerating that to try to get clout. That's what this is. This is me being incredibly stupid.
Yeah, you're lying.
Being dishonest.
AKA lying.
Overly exaggerating the situation to get clout. And it was dumb. Because eventually, obviously, this kind of behavior was going to blow up in my face, saying dumb shit like this constantly, trying to act like I was bigger or more important than I actually was. Someone tipped me $5, but it got frozen by PayPal. I worry about that. Whoever did the watch me play the games, that's how he got the idea to make his
Okay,
content.
so more lies.
That's completely false. I have no evidence of that whatsoever. I made
No
all
evidence.
that up.
I made it
PewDiePie
up.
did, in
Source,
fact,
I
like
made
some
it
of
up.
DSP's videos
Sweet.
back in
It's pretty cool.
2011. Though as Phil's barrage continued, PewDiePie would have a change in opinion. As for now, the other leading channel that he was personally at odds with was Tobuscus, who launched his own gaming channel. On top of that, he promoted NCAA Football 2013,
I fucking hated this guy at the time for a lot of reasons. I'm sure we're going to go into them.
and his video on it was
For a lot of reasons, it was just one reason.
used as an advertisement for the game on YouTube. He
became a
Phil,
gamer.
displeased with what he perceived as YouTube advertising his competitors, was quick to make a rant on it.
And here's why I'm upset. I'm not upset that he's advertising the game. That's fine. It's even a gaming-related ad. I understand why it's on my video. But at the end of the fucking ads, there's a link to his channel.
Phil was thoroughly lambasting entertainers and games that his audience enjoyed. Games that were rising in popularity, like Minecraft for its lack of story. This made the rounds so much that even the creator of Minecraft commented on it.
Oh, I actually didn't know that. I had no idea that Notch had said something, or at
That's
least I don't
pretty
think
good.
I did then.
Back Mild, thank you for the month.
This is the first I'm
Big
actually
ups,
seeing it
legend.
in writing. But I have said this to this day.
What?
All right? I have
All right.
said that my comments on Minecraft were some of the biggest examples of me being a misinformed idiot.
Reminder, he still says the same things now, except now it's about Fortnite. He still does this. He just says this about a different game. I'm sure if you asked him about Roblox, he would say the same thing.
Saying shit for absolutely no reason, talking out of my ass.
It's just Fortnite now. That's the only difference.
Eating crow for it. Years later, after so many people telling me, Phil, you were wrong. You've got to try Minecraft. It's not just a kid's game. It's not some immature, stupid kiddie thing. You really should check it out. And then I played it, and I loved it. I was like, this game is really good. It's got crafting. It's got survival. It's got adventure. It's got exploration. It's got all these idiot. Because I talked so much shit about this game. And this is just one case. This is old Phil used to do this all the time. Someone would present something to me, and I would just blow up and say something completely dumb.
Like Old Snake.
It would come back to bite me because people were like, no, that's not the common opinion. Why are you being a contrarian about everything, right? It was like I was purposely trying to make trouble to get attention.
Right.
And I regret that
just like your drama videos.
Because today, I look back at this kind of shit, and I'm like, this is sad that I opened my mouth about shit I was not informed on. And the thing is, I had a lot of people who followed me back then.
Who
listened to me, who believed me, who thought, oh yeah, Minecraft is a kiddie game and shit. It's not. But I was dumb and I talked out of my ass.
I mean, it literally is a kid game.
And I was smarter than
it
everybody
actually is.
I'm a moron.
That's not the thing you were wrong about.
Decline, there was inversely a lucrative market.
Like, why does he... Big ups, Tevin. He focuses on saying Minecraft was a kid game. It's not. But it is, though. That's not what you were wrong about. You were wrong for being very negative towards your audience who probably played it. And other YouTubers who played it.
To make content criticizing
just really
DSP,
negative.
A group of creators would soon fly a banner that would be seen across various channels.
Here we
the
go.
Kojima World Order, or the KWO, was the unifying group for what was being called troll or detractor channels. The origin of the name came from Phil himself and his criticisms of Kojima.
I'm joining the Kojima World Order as of right now. Everything that Kojima has made is godlike, without question. Kojima World Order. Kojima World Order.
2013 ended far differently than it began, with DSP's views still on decline and a decline in how DSP was viewed. It made for Phil's worst year yet. And in 2014, the detractor videos and memes evolved rapidly. Phil could only add fuel to their fire.
Okay, what is that?
Oh, here it is. The video everyone loves
video.
to laugh at. That I freaking did an unboxing and I didn't unbox the game. Let's see what Joon has to say about this.
Was this a Raz? In before he says this was a Raz and a joke. And he was drunk.
February 11th,
Let's retcon this bullshit.
Before everyone says what on earth is going on, you probably hear an incredibly annoying, high-pitched droning sound going on. That is the fire alarm in my condo facility. And the problem is, the fire alarm in this condo facility has a nasty habit of during the middle of the winter, especially when it's very cold, of going off as a malfunction.
That was from DSP's release date unboxing video. The first 3 minutes, Phil is talking about the ongoing fire alarm. Then he shifts to criticizing prior games. Then to the fire alarm, and then DSP picks up the camera, takes it to the door, and shows he stuffed paper towels in the slits to muffle some of the ongoing alarm. In the
Let's
entire
spread that
14
fire,
minutes,
brother.
DSP failed to open and quote-unquote unbox the game. This screenshot, which included DSP's comment realizing his mistake tied to the title of the video, is what DSP was now known for.
Wow.
Though few videos of his own rarely capture this entertainment from failure in such a way.
Dent.
What's up, boss? Is it time?
As predictable as Phil was in the gaming space with his commentary, his decisions, especially the financial ones, were seldom predictable. Phil, mid-2014, finally committed to move. Some discernible reasons for a move were mainly tied to having a larger living space, allowing for more storage, and would give Phil and Panda Lee their own space as
Settle
they were
down,
seeking
boys.
to move in together. Common strategies would suggest Phil would either sell or rent his condo, and then...
Before we get into this, I have a shout out to do. But this will be a whole new saga. This will be a good one. Hopefully a ton of time.
No?
So I received a $5 tip. Someone says, everyone has turned the page, Your Majesty. For everyone to hate on you now, it's just ridiculous. There's no need for you to defend yourself. That was then and this is now. It's clear for all to see you've changed. You're the king, so it will remain. Long live your reign. Yours respectfully, I'm Troublesome. Thank you to I'm Troublesome for fasting for about another hour into the stream to continue this big streak.
for another
I hope
hour,
that we can
guys.
Continue this big streak.
This was like 10 minutes ago.
32 straight streams hitting the goals.
7 minutes ago.
Thank you so much for the support.
The social elements are as important, like his friends and family that were all living in Bridgeport. With this in mind, what does Phil do?
I got the confirmation over the weekend that we are good to go. We are closing this week. By the end of this week, I will be the owner of a beautiful new townhouse / condo in Washington State. It's probably going to cost me about $7,500. I shit you not, it's that expensive to move across the country.
So one thing I'm kind of disappointed that he didn't mention in the documentary was the fact that DSP was specifically only looking at places, states to be more specific, that didn't have an income tax. So part of the reason why he moved actually across the country, like actually fully across the country, was specifically to avoid income taxes.
It cost me way more than that. Way more than that. Because that was what the estimate was, and then when they actually hit me with the bill, it was more.
Saw how that worked
I was
out.
like, what the fuck? And then, of course, I mean, you got to think of other things, like furnishing the house, right? Getting a foothold out here, all what it costs to do that. So it was way more than that.
Phil had decided to move from Connecticut to quite literally across the country to Washington to purchase a condo for $265,000. What's more, for 2013, with Phil's viewership on his main channel, he had made just shy of $100,000 gross, a steep decline from the $170,000 gross in 2012. This indicates continued loss of revenue and pressure to pull back on spending. And even though Phil should have money saved up, he was still petitioning his audience for donations.
Right now, I'll be honest with everyone, the past month to 2 months,
Yeah, ignore
April
this
and
part,
now May,
DSP.
up to now, have been pretty slow. But, you know, I needed a little bit of help in these times when things are slow, okay?
The situation
Ignore this
he was
part, right?
revealing
Where's
was
the
far
pause?
more dire than initially thought. Phil was technically still in debt as he paid the minimum on his mortgage for his Connecticut condo, and as later revealed, Phil, as he claims, emptied his bank account to finance the move.
That's okay. So yes, I basically emptied my bank account to finance the move. All my savings went to like the down payment on the place and or furnishing this place. I had to pay for the move of all my shit across the country. So basically, I had no cash left by the time.
Wait a minute, dude. This dude has admitted in the past that he moved across the country on credit cards. He never explained it before that he used his savings to move. He specifically mentioned credit cards.
And I racked up a ton of credit cards. Which
Oh,
I'm sure
there you
he's gonna
go.
talk about next.
Meaning
Now he just threw in his savings.
The hundreds of thousands of dollars he should have saved were supposedly gone. In addition to this, he began using credit cards to continue his lavish lifestyle that was
What he doesn't know, or what he doesn't address, all the money I made in my early days of YouTube paid off a lot of debt from my previous life. So it paid off my student loans. It paid off credit card debt from the Evo days that he talked about earlier in this actual
I know, Sir Ray. I'm saying before, like maybe years ago when he said this story, the moving across the country story, he only mentioned credit cards. He says that he never had savings.
I had a lot of debt that I was dragging around for many years, and when I became a YouTuber, I had to pay all of that off. Okay. Basically, by the time that I moved in 2014, I want to argue I had maybe like $30,000 saved in the bank, and the rest of it was, you know, I spent it all. Like all my savings were spent on the move across the country.
Yeah,
100%.
now they're spent.
And then I
Like,
went-
you see how hard he is to believe? He was about to like lie. Is this the lie? Was he lying before? What's the lie?
Into debt because I had to basically keep paying for shit. So I had to keep racking stuff up on credit cards and shit. And let's see how much he talks about, because I know I've talked about this over the years.
was far beyond unsupportable.
Pick
Quote,
a
I'm a
fucking
successful
lane, brother.
YouTuber, and lots of people
What are
dislike
we
me
doing?
because I am successful and outspoken. I should have signed up here with a different name, but I didn't think that far ahead. I may do so now. Unquote. This was Phil in a forum for the mobile game WWE Supercard, which is essentially a collectible card game of sorts with an emphasis on microtransactions themed around the well-known American wrestling organization. Quote, I just got my second in the Hulk Hogan Challenge and spent around $200. For $1,200, I think, you can buy a pack of 1,500 title matches,
This
which is
is
enough
not
to
a
win the
good
event
look,
doing straight plus
DSP.
fives. Unquote. The jargon around the game was hardly interesting to any detractor. What was Phil's knowledge of the cost of items and his spendings of potentially thousands of real-life dollars in a time he supposedly did not have any money to spend. Yet,
I've already fessed up to all of this. Okay, I've already fessed up to it. I moved
No, you
out
haven't.
here, and basically I financed some of the move with my cash. The others I racked up credit cards, and yes, I got into mobile game. It was
Like, what? He didn't fess up to that. He actually didn't. He was about to lie. I feel like he was about to say that, and then he just didn't say it until the video said it. Now he's saying he fessed up to it, but you actually didn't fess up to it.
WWE Supercard was
What?
the first big one, and then the other one was Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle, and I spent a ton of money on them like a complete moron. 100%, I fess up to that entirely.
Nice.
That is all completely true.
It's
Okay?
pretty convenient. He moved across the country partially on credit cards, and then also with his credit cards racked up a shit ton of debt on a different mobile game. Okay.
Panda Lee's new soap making business. Phil also renewed the lease.
It's true too. My ex wanted to do something other than just a 9-to-5 job, so she wanted to make soap, and I financed the
She didn't
entire
have a job yet.
upfront thing. I bought all of the ingredients she needed to make the soap. I bought all the molds. I bought all the chemicals. I bought a printer so she could print all laser printers.
It's a weird retcon. Like, I don't even know why you would lie about that. She didn't have a job when you did this for her.
I bought all the boxes. I did it all. I financed her entire business up front for her to make soap, and that would be her job / hobby. So she would have something to do to make some money and not be bored.
What did
while
I
was
do?
working
I
all
didn't do
day
nothing.
to pay for the move. That's exactly what happened.
On a BMW that he would drive at most 2,000 miles a year. Evidence of Phil's poor spending had been mounting for some time, but never has it been this overwhelming.
Once my equipment shows up, my new PC, I'm hoping to get to work with higher quality videos for you guys. So next week will be an interesting week to test it, right?
1, 2, 3, or 4 if you include the capture card Phil is using. That's how many capture cards Phil has.
No. It's 3. That extreme cap is the one I used for a whole decade
It's
and
4.
never bought another one. The other 2 I bought and didn't work. In fact, that one intensity I just tried to use a year ago or earlier this year or last year, and it crashed my PC. The other one didn't even work at all. It was just the wrong card. That box, I don't know what's in there, but if I remember correctly, that was cables. That was HDMI cables. So no, it wasn't 4 or 5. I did buy 3
Moniker, the
capture
crazy thing that he kind of glossed over with the whole soap thing for his girlfriend, like, okay, you helped your girlfriend, you want a medal, but also she didn't have a job at this time. So him saying I funded this for her so she'd have something to do. It's specifically because he didn't really want her doing anything.
Only one worked. The extreme
She was
cap,
a
and that's the one I used
stay-at-home
for
mom.
literally a
I mean,
decade.
He
girlfriend.
purchased 3 new ones to test them out. The comments discussed the absurdity of Phil's purchases.
And he gave her a bunch of
"Lol."
toys.
So he ordered 1 capture card, changed his mind, and bought another. Then changed his mind again and bought another, all before the first could even be delivered.
I don't remember the specifics. I would think I probably ordered all 3 of them at the same time, but maybe I'm wrong.
You got more money than sense, or your credit card debt is rising. Wouldn't it be worth doing some research before buying them? Dude, you could just figure this stuff out with a Google search. Lol.
No, you can't. That's ridiculous. A Google
No,
search
you
is not going to
can't?
figure out the best option for your business. You do need to kind of mess around with equipment. I wasn't as tech savvy as I wish I was.
The craziest part about this too, this weird little retcon, is that Rambo had to help him with this. Rambo and Howard had to help him with this.
And I needed to mess around with an external.
They didn't have a
internal. I needed
business.
to mess around with different things. Okay.
Unquote. What the comments miss is that Phil also bought a new, pre-built PC from CyberPower within the week of the capture card video, and did the unboxing live, taking his chance to mock the PC Mighty Furtado built for him by stating,
This is how you do ship a PC.
We already got a broken piece of plastic. Already a broken piece of plastic. That might be why the top is moving. Yep. The top, even with this PC shipped that way, it still had things broken on it. To this day, it's still broken. It moved, the whole top moves when you touch it. It doesn't
He also
stay in
shook
place,
it
it's fucked
around
up.
before
But
he
it still
pulled it
worked. Don't get
out.
me wrong. The PC worked. It's and you know how it was supposed to. It's just the fucking plastic
did
was
it?
loose on the front.
I thought it was a
Post that goes
lemon.
through that holds this in place broke off in shipping.
the price of the PC was $3,000. Here it is in action.
What the hell? Choppy, look. The game's choppy as fuck on my new PC. Great. Yep.
So he didn't know that there was an option to switch from encoding with your CPU and encoding with your GPU. Like, he just didn't know how to use his PC.
Correct. That's absolutely correct. I was inept. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing.
Of course.
trying
I
to
was
listen to
inept.
advice
I was inept. Bro, you just unboxed a PC. We saw you.
from like people on the internet on how to do shit, you know? And now, today, what I do, all right, is I capture, direct capture with my, I think it's my CPU, and I stream with my GPU. But back then, you couldn't even do that.
You couldn't
We're talking
do it?
about 2014. There was no
What
way
do you
to do
mean
that.
you couldn't
now
do
in
it?
OBS, there's options. You could capture one way, you could stream another way, you could split the processing power to do these things. And that's, I'm literally right now using the same exact PC to capture and stream as in this video right now. It's the same PC. The difference is when I got it, you couldn't do that.
You couldn't
So
do
here we
that.
go, Mighty Furtado
What do you
trying to
mean
weigh
you
in.
could? Of course
doesn't know
you
what the fuck
could.
he's talking about, okay? At
What?
the time, there was no way to do it.
He's
'Cause
lying.
What happened was my viewers had basically led me to buy this PC, telling me all this different stats about
It's his
what I
viewer's
needed.
fault now.
What they didn't understand is that I both captured locally to my hard drive.
His
and
viewer's
I was
fault.
live
He bought the
streaming, and it was two
PC.
separate processes. What a lot of people were doing was just doing the stream, and then the stream archive was the on-demand video. But I didn't want to have pre-stream music in there. I didn't want to have breaks in there. I was streaming like a pre-stream first, where I talked to my audience, and
Yeah,
then I would
where
play
is
the
the
game. I wanted this to all be
GPU?
separate content. So I was splitting it up by recording locally and also streaming. So think about this. one process to stream, one process to record, one process to play the game. That's why my PC couldn't handle it. And at the time, a lot of people said, yeah, if you actually wanted to do that, you'd have to have 2 PCs. So, but I didn't have 2 PCs. I spent $3,000 on one that wasn't good enough to do what I wanted. So, no, it wasn't that, oh, I could have split the processes between the CPU and the G. I couldn't do that at that point.
You could have.
One of my knowledge is later on down the road, OBS, which is Open Broadcast
Wait,
Software,
what?
did allow you to do that, and that's how I
Okay.
do it right now.
He says he couldn't do it, and then says, from what my knowledge is, you could only do it after.
And that's why.
Why are you giving a definitive statement if you don't even know?
My situation is much better. Right now, this is a 1080p camera running at 60 frames per second. We're watching a 1080p video running at 60 frames per second. I'm both capturing and streaming this at the same time, and I'm not having any issues because they changed technology over time. But
You
at this
could have
time,
still done it,
just
though.
wasn't possible to do what I was looking
It
to do
was
with the one
possible,
PC. I needed
dude.
2.
Come
I needed
on.
one capture streaming PC and one gaming PC. Okay? Freaking maxed it out. It went to 100%, so I cannot play a PC game on 1080p 60 frames per second and capture and stream at the same time. It doesn't work.
The irony of all this is that Phil later cited Seattle's tech sector as one of the reasons for the move, despite not having any formal education or even general competence in the field. As
Used
for
to
the
build
exorbitant
PCs,
spending on
by the way.
equipment, DSP could cite that he was trying to improve the quality of his streams and also deduct the purchases for taxes, but he was ignoring the fact that gaming content was being improved by editing the unnecessary parts out. Phil was still refusing to do this. His cited reason, he was a gamer. Quote, I'm a gamer, not a video editor, entertainer, actor. I like to play games, not
That's
edit
pretty
videos
good.
of them. Unquote.
Guys, I'm a
His
gamer.
choice of trying to improve the visual quality and not the experience of his streams was turning around to bite him at every angle.
Correct, because if you choose to ignore everything around you, you're never going to remain pertinent, right? And I didn't want to change with the times. I didn't want to roll with the trends. I didn't want to stay up on technology. I literally just wanted to sit here and play games and share that with the world.
Yeah,
But I couldn't
Zach,
make a living doing it like
we
that anymore
went in
because
depth
people didn't
about
want to
that.
see that anymore. I really was a dinosaur. It wasn't 2009 anymore. It was 2014, 2015. People wanted more edited content, more scripted content, more other stuff. And I wasn't down for that. I was obstinate.
only
My shit
down from
didn't
the
stink in my own
rafters.
head. So because of that, I fell massively behind the curve of everyone else out there as a content creator. 100% Joon is right on the money with this here. Okay?
In November of 2014, a Twitch mod jumped into Phil's streams requesting he lower his bitrate. This is basically asking him to lower the quality. While Phil complied, he was unhappy with the outcome, especially with all the money he invested in improving the visual quality. In an act of defiance, Phil deleted his Twitch account, opting to stream on YouTube where
I didn't delete my Twitch account. I think I deactivated it.
Right.
Because I went back to it many
You
years
said you deleted it, though.
years
That's
later,
his
and I used it
point.
again when Twitch upped their bitrate limitations.
So you
and
lied
said, hey,
again?
You can do different bitrates and stuff. Okay? But yeah, that absolutely happened. I said I deleted it, but I didn't. I didn't delete it. I deactivated
I lied
it. and I
again.
went back to it many
Just so
years
you
later.
guys know, I did lie.
Okay.
That
where he
sounds
would
good
not
to
be
me.
burdened with Twitch's limitations. This move, that was meant to increase viewership via higher quality streams, actually had Phil lose viewership, as few Twitch native users were loyal enough to migrate. Phil was now going from blunder to
I was not getting only 90 views a video. That's false. That's bullshit. Even today, even on today, when I have massively declined, like the least video views I'll get on a gaming video is like maybe 200-300 tops over. A little
Oh,
bit of
come
time.
on. No, that's
average, I
not
think videos are
true.
about
That
500
is
views.
not
You know,
fucking
if it's not a popular
true.
game, if it's a popular game, I'll get thousands of views. It depends. But
No,
those views were not representative
what?
at all of the time. It looks like he captured a moment in time when those videos had just been uploaded and only had a few views.
blunder, miscalculating, misunderstanding, failing only in ways he could. For example, he allegedly launched a fan art campaign. The participants on Twitter gleefully joined in and shared their art. Only they weren't fans. This contrast, this continued failure was too much to even be documented. There was a nuance to DSP's thought process that was demanding exploration and criticism, especially when, in December of 2014, Phil was playing with the idea of starting a Patreon. But also in December, he was making more vlogs showing his continued poor spending habits that were discourteous even to his parents that Phil set up in a hotel instead of having them stay in the condo.
My parents are visiting for the Christmas week holiday, and they actually took the car. That's right. I let them take the
chop
BMW.
shop.
So
There
yeah,
we
that's a lot
are.
of trust, but I trust my parents. They actually are staying at a hotel that's less than 10 minutes
Made
away.
his parents
We got
stay
them
at a
up to some room
hotel?
board. It's a nice
Okay.
hotel.
How is that discourteous to my parents? It was a
Bruh.
hotel that was 10 minutes away. That was a really nice hotel room that I paid for.
Dude, they came to visit you. You probably should have let them stay with you.
And they didn't have to stay in the one spare bedroom of my house that was really small and not set up to be a bedroom. How is that discourteous? I got them a better accommodation than what it would have been in my house.
I don't know, man. They were there for you.
And I let them drive my BMW around town.
My BMW. He's flexing.
He said that was discourteous.
Bro, are you like fucking tistic or something? You got the tism or some shit?
Now that I'm really confused
How fucking
about.
stupid are
If you were going to
dude?
go visit someone and
Oh
stay
my
with them for a
fucking
week,
God.
and they had a small spare bedroom.
It's not your buddy. It's not your pal. It's not a guy you met at work. It's your fucking parents, dude. You should probably let them stay with you. They're there to spend time with you, not stay at a hotel.
That wasn't set up as a bedroom. So you're going to have to sleep on like crappy accommodations, like a inflatable mattress on the floor or something, right? Or if they said, instead of that, I'm going to pay for you to have a suite. You know the suite at a hotel room where it's like the giant room where you have 2 rooms you walk between and it has all that shit. You know what I mean? The really nice one. I'm going to pay for that for you to stay there instead. And I'm going to give you my BMW to drive around town while you're here. Would you be upset that I said, I'm going to do that for you? Or would you like to just stay in the house that's in a bedroom that's not set up as a bedroom and sleep on the floor?
You couldn't make a bed?
About
you
that
couldn't
one.
set a bed up?
That one, I really feel like now we're starting to get nitpicky.
Like, again, he's missing the point completely here. You couldn't set a bed up for your parents? You couldn't get the room set up? You couldn't put stuff in there? What?
My parents loved the fact that we got them the hotel room. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Let's interview him. Let's talk to him.
Sweet. It's got its own kitchen.
Actively watching DSP, who was streaming around 6 times a week for several hours at a time, was no small feat. What started as laughing at Phil's terrible gameplay had turned into a higher investment into his continuing dramas.
Yes, so here we go. Here's when it goes from literally, okay, Phil is a bad gamer, to Phil is a bad person. So now, let's go extreme into his personal shit in his life rather than just deride his gameplay. This is kind of
Again, this isn't the case because DSP Cult Leader was a channel that criticized his personality way before EvilAJ.
Captured the drama in 2014. From this magazine that states Phil whines about losing a lot, to Phil's spending and conflict with creators like PewDiePie, who was now in on making fun of Phil. Phil's e-begging, conflicts, forum drama, a list of over 2,000 words. The most shocking fact was that it was still missing a fair amount of Phil's exploits. To capture it all and understand it all for entertainment was a process that loses its entertainment value.
And that's the thing, like, I want you to think about that. So these are the people who become obsessed. Most people are like, I'm happy to just laugh. I'll watch the This Is How You Don't Play and I'll laugh at Phil because he sucks at games, right? And it became a meme, and I reacted badly. But then you get the people who become the hyper-obsessed people.
Just consume the product and consume next product.
Memorize everything I've done, what they consider wrong, okay, in a year, and start fucking really getting crazy stalkerish, right?
Nice.
The majority of people...
Again, shit that he's posted online for everybody to see is somehow stalkerish.
Are only interested.
Like, you expect people to watch these things, right?
In the wildest clips of Phil. Then you have those that watch hour-long This Is How You Don't Plays, then those that interact with Phil to try to get a rise from him and seek discussion of him. And then you have an entirely different people, one that tops the spectrum of investment and are not motivated by entertainment, but malice.
The following announcement has been paid
He's
for
missing
by
the point entirely, dude.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the SOK cast.
He missed the entire point of that section.
What's going on, everybody? Fred Fucks again.
And Superior Artist, or Superior Snorez.
This is Renegade Operative here.
EvilAJ 2010 here.
That's okay.
And Carson, right?
Yeah, Miles.
And we are going to be joined by Loophole 572 shortly.
That was his son.
At this point, I might just let this play for a while and I'll absorb it. I have literally heard absolutely none of any of this. I never paid attention to these people. I never listened to the I never paid a moment. It was only I heard things about them, but I just made content and ignored it. So I'm gonna be learning along with you. If you didn't know anything about
you
these
don't know
guys,
anything about Fred.
Tons of Kojima podcasts.
Like, how often has he backhandedly mentioned Fred?
This channel rallied the prominent
and the SOK.
Fred Fox.
He says the SOK were good guys. In current year, he has said that. He misses the SOK because at least they were trying to make him a better creator.
At the helm, a name chosen through an angry video game nerd video.
Fred Fox?
There are many things that make this channel exceptionally unique. Primarily is that this is a dedicated channel that trumps all others in terms of effort. The members that ebb and flow always had Fred Fox pathing the way, creating multi-hour-long podcasts, and though they put in much effort, they were getting arguably the least amount of traction for their investment. Rarely do detractors get less views than Phil himself. But when it came to the SOK, rarely did any other videos ever outperform
That's a nice
Phil.
little
The reason
sneak
was
diss there.
that they were at the highest tier of investment in terms of Phil. They reached an extremely niche audience in an already superbly niche environment.
Right, if you're going to make it This Is How You Don't Play, right, that's making fun of a playthrough of mine, and it really highlights my shortcomings or whatever, and it's funny to the common person, that's going to work on YouTube. If you're hyper-analyzing each aspect of my life in such scrutiny, to the point where only the most obsessed person would know or care what you're even talking about, you're not going to get traction on YouTube. That's the difference here.
Where the majority of videos were made to laugh at
Okay,
Phil's failures,
whatever,
the
dude.
Sons of Kojima was trying to interact with Phil and in many ways make his life worse. On the surface, they would promote what they believed was their moral superiority by leading a charity drive that funded the construction of a well in Africa. But they, mostly through FredFuck's will, attempted to dictate detractor communities beyond their own.
Lasagna.
They made the rule that detractors cannot monetize their channels and or make profit through Phil as to remain morally superior. Yet they, in the background, would work with others to strike Phil with illegitimate copyright strikes.
I'm so glad I wasn't
Fan art
around
played a
with
central role in this campaign. In 2015, the Sons of Kojima ran free, and it's difficult to say how many trolling campaigns they were launching during this time. A time where Phil's views, for now the third year straight in 2015, were on a steep decline. The trolling community was active like never before, and Phil continued to suffer from the ramifications of his terrible financial decisions. Possibly to offset his continued losses, Phil was committed to launching this Patreon. But there was an issue. There was already a Dark Side Phil Patreon. This had many subscription tiers. On the lowest side was $1, or This Is How You Don't Donate tier. On the highest end was the 7 million tier, or the Theft tier. In between these were 15 more tiers, littered with inside jokes making fun of Phil.
tier.
This parody Patreon, as it reserved the name Dark Side Phil, was sequestered, and in January, Phil launched his Patreon to mediocre success. In February, the number of patrons greatly rose to 74, paying out a total of $1,166. What influenced this surge was Phil redesigning his Patreon to center around milestones that, once hit, would guarantee the release of a video or a stream around a game.
And now I'll just say this.
You
in
want to retcon
retrospect,
this? Yeah?
I bit off way more than I could chew.
Of course.
Okay? I should not have approached Patreon in this manner because already I was working 6 to 7 days a week so much, and now I'm taking on even more responsibility to do extra content on top of that to receive more money from Patreon, and I was not equipped to do it. All right? I definitely screwed up and then eventually completely changed the way that my Patreon worked to not be doing these kind of tiered things over the years because I couldn't handle it. But I did. It's my fault. That's like I say today, I don't like to overpromise and underdeliver. I learned that lesson from my Patreon 9 years ago, from fucking it up. All right? So here we go.
Like Minecraft, that Phil had a change of heart with. Fans now understood that this was not so much a donation, but a guarantee, held by Patreon's milestone goals and Phil's own words.
He did too much scamming on Patreon, so
But it's
he had
not
to stop.
just a way of saying, here, take my money and thank you. It's a way of investing. You spoke in droves and said, we don't just want pure raw gameplay anymore. We want montages. We want better edited content in addition to the raw gameplay, and we'd like special events. You get what you want.
This had the added benefit of regaining some favor with his audience. He even began releasing edited montages around months or just his own game series. These, by their nature, were meant to compete against This Is How You Don't Plays, or at least capture some of the market. As they failed to compete with them or even just surpassed his raw gameplay videos, he reserved them to a Patreon tier. Also, during this time, some videos criticizing DSP were being taken down. While DSP blames these takedowns on Machinima acting in their own interest, viewers took it as DSP wanting to suppress the negative attention.
Which wasn't the truth at all. And I've already formally covered this. Last year I did a
and in your coverage, you did show that you did strike people.
special event on this channel.
Like, we already know that you do this.
About my history with Machinima, and I showed the receipts. I showed that Machinima, who was my partner network at the time, heard about This Is How You Don't Play, and heard about my detractors.
I'm glad I'm listening to the liars speak.
And said, Phil, we heard about this. We want to take action on it now. So what we're going to do is we're going to use your channel to issue strikes and things. They screwed it all up. They never should have done it like that. Because even they didn't understand the nature of DMCA law.
Of course.
They were issuing these takedowns without the intention of ever suing anyone. They were actually doing it wrong, but they were doing it through my channel, so it made it look like I was the asshole doing it. So now all my detractors are pissed at me. Why are you taking down our videos? I'm literally not doing it at all. I don't have control of this. They're doing it on my behalf, I guess, and it's kind of messed up. So after doing that for a few months, like, they tried to take down a whole bunch of videos, right? And what happened is all the people just disputed those claims. And so they all got reinstated. All those videos within like 2-3 weeks got reinstated on YouTube. And I said to Machinima, you realize now you made me look like the villain because you did all this in my name. And now people think I personally did it to them, even though I didn't. And now all the videos are back anyway. So now everyone hates me and the videos are still live. So then what Machinima claimed they did, they claimed they went through the content ID system and they claimed my detractors' videos. But they never once explained to me how much money it made, nor did they ever give me a breakdown of the payout for it. So I don't even know if they ever paid me a single penny for it. They might not have. They might have actually content ID claimed a bunch of my detractors' content, and This Is How You Don't Plays, and pocketed the money and never said a word to me.
Of course. Machinima is the villain. DSP is the hero that actually wanted to prevent it from happening. And there's no proof for any of this. Known liar, self-admitted liar. You just gotta believe him.
I have no evidence that they ever paid me for it.
You also have no evidence that any of this is true.
So now everyone hates me in 2015 saying, hey, Phil copyright striked all our videos when I literally did not. Okay? I literally did not. and now everyone hates me. All my detractors are after me because of this. Okay.
As these take
and I have evidence. I have the emails. I showed the receipts last year.
downs happened in March, the channel's
I don't
willing to
know
fight
that
the
that's
claims
what it
were
said. I
reinstated
don't
in
remember
April.
that.
But when
There
they
you
were
go.
reinstated, they were immediately claimed, meaning that they could remain up, but all the money would go to Machinima.
There you go.
The same month, DSP released a video of him performing various actions in front of a green screen. It only took one day for a scathing video that utilized the green screen footage to be released.
I knew that they would do that though. Like I did this because I wanted to have a green screen video up so fans could make shit, but I very well knew all my detractors were going to do it too. I didn't care.
This included reference to Phil's declining views, his alcoholism, and the copyright strikes applied to detractor channels. Additionally, Phil's diet of fast foods was coming back at him in full force. After all, current day, there is at least 17.5 hours of footage of Phil consuming fast foods or foods of similar quality.
Yep. My foot is incredibly swollen. You
Gout.
Oh, the gout saga. The gout saga. I didn't know he was going to put this in here, but okay. Tell from what I wanted to show you there.
What?
It's about, I'd say about 1.5 times the chubbiness of my other foot. So after doing a bunch of research online, after
I don't know,
everyone's been
man.
telling me
Him
something,
saying
I
that
might
he
have
didn't
gout.
strike people
Gout, or
when we
historically
know
known
that he
as the
did.
disease of kings is
Like,
The
come on.
what? The disease of kings? Hold on a second. King Phil?
Yeah, you've already known this.
King
It's
Phil has the
king's
king's disease?
Yeah, you've said this
It's
before.
pretty funny now. It's pretty ironic now that that's what it's called, because now everything that's happened in the last month, the memes and everything about me being a
No,
king,
this was
right?
a thing you brought
But
up
back
a
then,
long time ago.
It was just like, fuck. I got this really painful thing going on.
Okay, we're just retconning that brief little history
Right?
thing there.
So guys, just so you know, we're going to go about another half hour skull yet. Now would be the time.
Uh-oh, bag,
However, as you guys
bag.
can see, we did not hit our tip
Oh,
skull yet. Now
no
would be the
tip
time if you want to see the
skull.
streak continue, support the stream in
No.
some way. Right now we're at 300 likes with over 1,100 viewers. If you like the stream, we enjoy you to hit that right away.
diet abundant of alcohol and red meats. This news spread quickly.
He has gout? How does he have gout?
Gout, copyright strikes, continued loss of viewerships, and the rise of the sons of Kojima were only the start of Phil's difficulties for 2015. His
Yep.
financial situation had gotten to the point that he was selling his statues that he could not accurately declare the quality of.
Yep.
Back to the box, as you can see, very durable. When
Why'd
it
you
moved
say
in,
yep
Nick
to
Cage
that?
Did absolutely no damage to anything inside.
Yep, I was
There's
lying.
styrofoam
Yep.
inside. His comb has damage. Gotta call that out.
As poor as Phil was with communication, there was one instance that him reaching out very well saved his life.
They all these super... Yep. Uh-oh.
Yep,
Hold on. Hold on,
just a
everyone.
bunch of gamer shit.
Hey, I might have some cops outside. Hold on. 2015, this happened when I was playing Batman Arkham City. On.
In the afternoon of June 24, 2015, someone called Phil's local police
Arkham
department
Knight,
claiming
actually,
they had
but
shot their
alright.
parents and had a hostage. This was a swatting, and the police had to respond. Luckily, Phil had called ahead in fears that something like this would happen. Due to that, and because the caller did not identify themselves, they went in with the expectation that they were possibly not in danger. If not for these circumstances, this visit could have ended far worse.
Yep. Shame on you if you've ever made a "this is how you don't play" about
Oh,
me.
classic.
If you ever decided to follow me, make a clone account on Twitter, do this childish shit on YouTube, if you thought it was
If you made a clone account on Twitter, you tried to have him killed.
funny to dox me, if you thought it was the DDoS attacks were funny, you almost got me killed. You. Yes, you.
This shifting of blame and unjustly targeting the detractor community as a whole for the deranged acts of one person further soured relations with the detractors, yet gained a bit of sympathy for those that were not in this vortex.
So, to look at it now, of course, I don't think that this is how you don't play has created.
You gonna
that situation.
apologize?
But it's sad that what happens is you get the obsessive people, correct? It's like I
What?
said when I did the react to the Rich documentary on this channel with the guys from Kino Casino last month. I said, please understand that even though we're about to make fun of Rich, this is
Oh my
not us
fucking God,
condoning
dude.
and telling people to go out there and attack this man. This is not us saying, hey, go harass him, go do horrible things to him. We're going to make fun of him, but we're not going to say hurt him, okay? There's too many people on this planet that don't have that.
This is really dumb because this is him basically just implying that detractors do like condone this kind of behavior, that they're okay with swatting and stuff like that. But like, what
level of intelligence.
I
They
think we
think
could
that
all
because you're
agree
making
it's
fun
not
of
a good
someone,
thing.
that you should hurt them, that they are like a villain or Satan or the devil, and the world is good and bad, black and white, heroes and villains, evil and justice, and they don't understand that it's going to the extreme. It's like even on
Like, how does everyone else not understand when in this video you just equated this is how you don't play with swatting?
places like KiwiFarms.com, Josh Moon, who I just spoke with a couple weeks ago. The philosophy there is, you don't mess with these people who you don't like. You can make fun of them, But if you actually interject yourselves into their lives to hurt them, you are a bigger lolcow than they are, right?
What?
And that's the problem, is this person, whoever this nut job was, okay, who did this.
Oh, now it was one guy?
Essentially was a crazy person who listened to This Is How You Don't Play, who listened to my detractors, who listened to everyone making fun of me and said, well, I'm gonna ruin his life today. I
No
don't really care how
way. He's pulling out like the video games cause violence fucking argument.
Yeah. And that's the
Someone was inspired by This Is How You Don't Play to swat him.
extreme. So here's me, you know, I'm so emotionally upset at what happened. The fact that I could have died that day.
What?
That I'm lashing out at the internet saying shame on you for all the shit that you've done to me now, because it's all led to this extreme moment of messed up shit, right? To some extent, that's true. But do I really think that the people who were making This Is How You Don't Play montages about my gameplay wanted me to get swatted? Of course not.
He's fence
It's just
sitting.
sad. It's a slippery slope with the internet that there are people who are this
slippery
messed up
slope?
who will do fucked up things because they don't understand the difference between a joke and messing with someone and making fun of them, or actually wish.
Like, I really don't see how a This Is How You Don't Play can inspire someone to swat you, because everyone was getting swatted. A lot of big streamers were getting swatted. They all didn't have This Is How You Don't Plays. It was just a thing that a bunch of fucking weirdos were doing. This criminal thing, getting a bunch of streamers swatted. It's just like a, what?
Them physical harm and pain.
That had nothing to do with This Is How You Don't Play. How can you say that they inspired him?
And that's what happened on that day. You know, I lost my cool because, yeah, I felt like all those people were being irresponsible with the power they had on the internet, not realizing that the actions they were taking were actually leading to people hate me so much that they wanted to kill me.
Again, he just fucking said that This Is How You Don't Plays had nothing to do with it, but now the people had no idea the ramifications that their actions were having on other people. So did they have an effect or didn't they have an effect? I don't even fucking know.
Was frustrated not just at
What
the
is he
detractors,
saying?
but also the fact that the media was not picking up on the story, meaning that this message that the detractors as a whole were at fault was
Whatever.
contained to his own platform. Little did Phil know there was more negative attention on him than ever before. His streams, tweets, forums, Patreon were all being monitored and archived. The following month, Phil on his own forums equated using the chat function on his live streams but not donating as loitering. But it's okay because he's lenient. As much as he claims to be, his audience from both sides were not convinced.
That's absolutely ludicrous. That's probably me just being really angry at someone and being an asshole. That's absolutely ludicrous. Oh, it's not loitering. It's the only time that I will get upset is, let's say, for example, right now, we're doing a stream on this documentary, right? And you guys have been talking all night. You're on topic.
I really am fucking at a loss for how he tries to defend himself in this way.
Someone comes in here and all of a sudden a whole bunch of people start talking about,
like, he's really just proving the point of the documentary, which is that he's a fucking unreliable narrator that constantly lies about everything. And in the reaction to the video that says that, by the end of it, he's doing exactly what the video says. Anything bad that I did? Oh, that was just a joke. I was just razzing.
college basketball.
I didn't mean that. Yeah, I lied, but if I lied, who really cares that I lied?
And now the entire chat room is
Maybe I was just exaggerating.
college basketball. You derailed the stream. It's off topic. You're not supposed to do that. That's like going into a place of business, not spending any money while you're in there, but just standing around walking, taking up all the space, doing shit that's unrelated to the business, right?
No,
it's not
it's
allowed.
not.
It's called loitering. But
What?
no, you can come in here as long as you're respectful and you follow the rules and you're not derailing. Anyone's welcome in my chat. This is
Oh,
just
yeah,
me being really pissed
obviously.
off right here about dumb shit. You know, me being
You can't talk about
unhinged to the
bubbles.
swatting and everything.
You can't
It made
talk
me
about
lose my cool and say
sports.
dumb shit like that.
Can't talk about
Especially
other
with the troubles
streamers.
on his Patreon. A new
Can't
milestone
talk about
goal at
detractors.
$1,250
Here it
was
is.
Project 7.
I knew this was coming. So here we go. Let's tackle the Patreon.
Let's
and
go.
Rebirth. Quote, if this goal is reached, I will take away at least 2 days, if not 1 to 2 full days in August to write, record, and work on the renewal of Project 7, with the hope that I'll at least have something to show for it by the end of the month. Unquote. In no way,
Where did it say
other
trailer?
than dry Patreon donations, does this goal make sense. The original Project 7 was a failure by all aspects, and now Phil was here offering to relaunch the series with just 2 days of work. Likely due to this, viewers were asking John Rambo if he was playing a part in it. Coincidentally, John Rambo on his own channel released a skit perhaps related to the news.
Hi, my name is John.
Well, I'll be honest, it's a little disingenuous because he's not talking about the fact that we were supposed to be doing content. The moment that I moved out here, we were going to continue doing our
It's
wrestling
disingenuous.
podcast. We were going
Get
to continue
fucked,
to do
Joon.
gameplay over the internet. And basically, we didn't do any of it because John kept backing out and saying he was too busy. I didn't understand that he had that resentment towards me that was revealed later on.
Resentment.
In that video that we've already gone over.
I love
But,
the way he frames this weird specific shit.
you know, he's just saying, like, this just happened out of the blue. No, it didn't. Like, John was already kind of ghosting me and dodging me on working together and doing future projects.
Ghosting me and
things.
dodging
Already
me.
the friendship had
Guy was literally like in the fucking mountains with no cell phone.
unraveled. But
He was ghosting me.
the time that this came out.
And I'm special because I upload videos to
Okay.
the internet.
It's pretty cool.
But being so important does have its dark side. In fact, it means that my life is much more difficult than everyone else's. This is why I've opened a Pay Me Tons account. It's an internet website that allows people like me to receive lots of creativity from people like you. Simply log in and transfer the entirety of your bank account into my Pay Me Tons account. I won't even get out of bed for less than $50.
With Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray and no feasible way to relaunch Project 7, in August he announced the project would not be coming to fruition and would be replaced by another goal.
Nice. Get scammed,
Actually,
idiots.
That's not what happened at all. I'll tell you in a second. So
he's going to say one person got mad.
Thank you so much. And before we continue, I appreciate that very close.
All right.
Continue to keep the streak alive.
Let's
all right?
go.
Now,
keep begging.
The true
beg,
story
beg,
of what's
beg.
going on here.
The true
is that
story, he's going to say one person was mad, nobody else was mad.
That Patreon goal was not Project 7 involving everyone else, and it's the old that series. It was the previous series, because what Joon didn't cover is that Project 7 originally was a little rinky-dink video series I had done in like 2009 or 2010. It was not that overblown edited series that you saw there. That was the reimagining of the series, working with that group Respect the Pack to make a creative piece of work that was different and completely, of a different level. The original series was basically that I was stuck in my condo in this
Oh my fucking god, bro! I really don't care. I really don't give a fuck what it was.
PlayStation 1. And it was going to be an ongoing series where I do an edited, abbreviated Let's Play with skits and shit. So that was the original idea.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Exactly.
I'm
I got
glad.
Jigsawed. It was like Jigsaw capturing me and forcing me to play this game I don't want to play to save my own life. Okay? So the series changed in 2012 when we did our version of Project 7.
Yeah, he's going
the Patreon
mega
goal was
OT
supposed to be,
today.
I revived the original idea. So I sit down and offline, I'm playing
Wait, so now he's not saying it was just a trailer, so that's fucking pretty funny, I guess?
7, and I'm doing edited videos and shit like that, okay? That's what it was supposed to be. Had nothing to do with John, had nothing to do with Howard, had nothing to do with Respect the Pack whatsoever. But what happened was I 100% overextended myself. And that month I was so busy doing other things, I just didn't have time to get around to it, yet I had already accepted an additional, I think it was an additional $250 to do it, because I had tiered rewards. And I think the reward below was like $1,500, and then that one was like $1,750, or it could have been $1,250, $1,750. Anyway, it was hundreds of dollars that supposedly I'd accepted in order to reboot this series.
What do you mean
I told everyone, listen,
supposedly?
my time is so pulled, tight right now. We could do two things. Either we cancel the whole thing,
Okay,
and
this
we'll have
is
to
really
think of something
dumb.
else,
I'm gonna explain
or
this.
I could do a trailer for Project 7. That's just a short video clip. You tell me if you like it. If you like it, great, we'll continue. If not, forget it. We'll cancel the whole thing and we can move on and do different goals next month. And my viewers, I'm not kidding you, said, we don't care about this Project 7. This was you coming up with this idea?
Yeah, no shit. So this fucking argument right here is really fucking stupid because, hey, dumbass, it's not your viewers that are paying for it. You dumb bitch. It's the fucking patrons. The patrons that paid for it are the ones you should be asking. You dumbass. They're the ones that paid for the thing, and you're asking other people whether you should do it or not. You already got paid to do it. So it's almost like you should do it. It doesn't matter how much money it makes because you got paid to do it. Why are you asking your viewers for something that they probably didn't pay for? Obviously, the viewers on your gaming channel, that's like if I did a poll on my channel and I say, hey guys, you want to see a DSP restream or you want to see me play dominoes by myself? What the fuck you think people are going to vote for? Like, no shit. It's a fucking DSP channel. People showed up to your gameplay channel to see gameplay. They're not the dedicated ones that gave you a bunch of money to reboot a passion project of yours. It's not really the same audience. At least in sheer numbers, it's not.
Wanted a Patreon goal, but we don't care about it. So don't do it. Like, literally don't do it. We think that it's going to be boring. We'd rather see you play games and do other projects and other things. So I said, okay, we won't do it. Let's cancel the whole thing. So we did, and then I had another goal in place of it. Well, there was 2 people who were upset that were longtime fans. One forgave me, one did not. One literally said, I'm never going to deal with you ever again. Okay? I'm never going to do ever again because,
you guys.
FYI, I really wanted Project 7 and you overpromised and underdelivered. And I said, you know what? Fair enough. If we never speak again, I accept it. It was my failure.
One person was
and
mad.
Underdelivered. That's on me.
You didn't do that though.
Funny enough, years later, that person did come back and was a fan of my content again.
Oh, shut the fuck up,
bro. There was no controversy.
There was no controversy because he just says it. I just declare there is no controversy, therefore there wasn't one. Like, bro, again, you're asking your fucking dumbass audience whether you should play a game or do something they probably didn't pay for. What the fuck you think they're gonna say? Obviously, the gaming channel only cares about the games. You should have been asking the people that paid for it.
There was no
You
giant
scam fucking
weird
con
thing going
artists.
on where people hated me for this. It was only my detractors that made a big deal out of it. Because keep in mind, it was only
Like, again, only my detractors hated it. Hey, like, bro, people paid for it. Most of the people that paid for it, probably like 90% of them, were actual people that wanted to see it. How can you sit here and say this? People paid for this fucking thing.
a few $100s that was raised for the goal. So to see me do another thing, which I did, I think I did a different project. A
No,
different
he
game,
never
something
returned
piece
the
of it.
money.
Everyone was fine with that. There was no big controversy in my community
Siren.
and viewers. It was only outside that these people would take this nugget of truth. Oh, Phil didn't reboot Project 7 like he promised, and turn it into something full blown like, oh, he's a liar. He doesn't come through on his promises. He stole and pocketed money. He scammed his audience. It literally didn't happen.
It did happen.
Okay? But they'll never admit that because they all talked about it for so long like it was a big deal.
Okay.
They just fucking, blew it up. And now they all believe it. They all literally believe I scammed my viewers.
But
with
you
Project
did,
7 when
though.
it never happened.
You
okay?
actually factually did.
I
Where's the
got a $5
trailer?
tip. Very interesting hearing your story and growth. I'm originally from Seattle. Very nice.
Montage that the patrons voted for would also be canceled after a single episode.
Yeah, and that's another thing he did too, right after this bullshit. He had an Alan Wake montage that he got paid to make. He did one episode and complained about the views, and then he stopped doing it. After already getting paid to do it, he just stopped. So that's yet another scam that he pulled on the fucking patrons.
Oh, good. The power went out. I'm not even kidding you.
Like, he was complaining that the montage wasn't making enough money. Like, bro, you already got paid!
Almost as if it was retaliatory, fan art that Phil used in his videos was being used to illegitimately strike his
Ramon.
channels. To avoid further strikes, he deleted the videos that include the art, which amounted to 600 videos off his channel. This amounted to around 4 million views removed, and on Social Blade, it showed that for the month of August, he netted a total of negative 1.37 million views. That's why in November, he insisted that through a strange, unverifiable
thumbnail.
string of events, that this deletion of views was causing a drop-off in his channel. In this near 44-minute, long-winded video, Phil recounts to his audience that it was Machinima that instructed him to delete those 600 videos that caused a small dent in his total viewership, but does not provide evidence of Machinima doing so because he claims he was instructed via a conference call.
That's correct. It was a conference call. Machinima was on the call with YouTube, literally got off the call, got back on the line with me and said, delete the videos now because if you don't, they're all going to get stricken. They said
No
there's
evidence,
a ton
of course.
fake strikes in the pipeline, and if you don't delete the videos, you will get stricken down and your channel will be removed from YouTube. So I had to delete 600 videos, all of which had tons of views, 40 million views or something like that, deleted from my channel, showing that I had negative views that month, and it literally kicked my YouTube channel out of the YouTube algorithm, meaning if you searched for me, you couldn't find me anymore. You would only find my detractors' content, and it hurt my channel just went way down after that.
Then he claims an anonymous insider told Phil that this subtraction of views brought him down in the invisible total rankings, and that YouTube was still using that archaic
That's so good.
system of promoting videos via their channel's total
He already knew what he was gonna say.
accumulated views. The only thing is,
No, that's not true at all. What happens is if
Well,
YouTube
you just said that.
sees that you have deleted several videos, or if your channel has a huge deletion of views, it sees that as something very negative happened, and the algorithm will no longer favor you. Keep in mind, up until 2015, the algorithm favored DSP Gaming
How
because
is
for
he
5
lying,
straight
though?
years, I'd been putting out so much content and getting so many views a month that my channel was at the height and forefront of gaming. Even though I wasn't nearly as popular as I once was, if there was a new game coming out and I played it at release day, I would be in the top search pages for new game releases. Okay? After this happened, after I deleted all those videos, I no longer showed up in search results for big game releases ever again. I was gone. I was erased from the YouTube algorithm because of this change of deleting all these videos. It has nothing to do with overall views. It has to do with YouTube seeing you delete shit. Then the algorithm says, oh, something was wrong, right? Like the channel had bad content and had to be removed or whatever, and the channel was punished. Now, funny enough,
I mean, it could be a mix of both. It's a fucking algorithm.
YouTube didn't mention this to Machinima. When YouTube told Machinima, tell Phil to delete his videos, they didn't say that. We only found this all out after the fact, months later, when my channel was no longer getting as many views as it used to. It was way declined, and I wasn't getting any view boosts in the fall, when notably I used to get giant spikes in viewership for new games. I just stayed plateaued and declining. So I used to go like this in the
You're
fall,
still
instead
like
I went
that,
like
though.
this.
You
Only
still
after I deleted the
decline.
videos, so obviously there's a correlation there.
that all existing evidence works against him.
Okay.
The strongest evidence is in his social blade. Contrary to what he is stating, he has had far worse drop-offs in views, and actually late 2015 were the most stable than they'd ever been. From November of 2011, he was losing over 1 million viewers on a daily basis.
That's
Yet
true.
now, in late 2015, he was worried about a small fluctuation of around 200,000 viewers. What's more, the deleted views against Phil's total views would have been so insignificant, it would have no effect on his channel. Then again, there is a benefit in—
That's wrong. My point I was making is,
Joon is
fall,
lying.
you can see it on Social Blade every fall. When the new games came out and I was
Wait,
playing
Social
all the hot
Blade's good
releases,
now?
I would get a spike in views. After these false copyright strikes hit and I deleted all those videos, I never received a spike of views like that ever again. Why? Because YouTube wasn't promoting my channel for new releases anymore. I wasn't in the algorithm.
What?
The evidence is
He's
there. If you
calling
actually
Joon
look
a
at the right
liar.
parts of Social Blade.
and framing this natural downward trend as an emergency.
But when this shit happens with YouTube and I have no control over it, I need your help. And if you really want to help, Patreon's the way. $1 a month.
This hardly helped his Patreon that was already being scrutinized due to his unfulfilling of initial goals. And more than just his patrons were distrusting of Phil. On Thanksgiving of 2015, Phil uploaded an Ask the King episode where he answered fan questions. Fans seeking an update on John Rambo asked Phil where he stood with him.
I hope that people don't take this the wrong way, but in life, if you have something that you want to say, or you have an issue with someone, all right, say it, bring it up, hash it out. If something happens and you don't bring it up and you let resentment build up, that's when relationships get ruined, right?
Fans unsated with Phil's answer, like with the relaunch of Project 7, were reaching out to John Rambo on Thanksgiving to ask how he felt about Phil.
I want you to think about this. Fans were reaching out. Oh, you mean call me beggar? It's not my fans.
Shout-outs.
It wasn't my fans reaching out to John Rambo. It was my detractors. Just like it was my trolls who were telling John Rambo during
I mean, what about Quick Ben 6690 and GTA 5 fan?
Project 7 that I was taking credit away from him by saying things like I did in that video.
Like, how is Call Me Beggar reaching out? He's just quoting the video.
Previously tonight. It was always the trolls. It was always the detractors.
What?
They were the ones wedging themselves into the relationship, causing resentment, causing stress and problems, and harassing
Oh my
John
fucking
into
God,
saying, I
dude.
don't want to have anything to do with
This
Phil anymore
dude's
because look at all the
insane,
stress
man.
that it's caused me.
2 days later, on November 28th, they, including Phil, were given their answer.
Hello.
Here it is. Here's the video.
I'm John, and I'm joined by Howard.
This was the same podcast that was used earlier in this video that talked about the production of Project 7. John Rambo decided to upload this to a separate channel and then deleted it about a day after. Then it was re-uploaded in perpetuity by channels archiving the material. And
Yeah, you have to wonder, when he uploaded it, right? He uploaded it, but maybe he felt bad that he had uploaded it after retrospect, especially because he probably saw a troll. It basically gave the trolls exactly what they wanted, and I'm not sure that's what he was going for.
Maybe you should have called him,
Put
dumbass.
something out there to get his emotions out of how he felt about our relationship.
Hey,
over
maybe
the
if you
years,
called
but
him,
it
you
fed
could have
into what
found
the
out.
trolls wanted. So I think he thought, oh, maybe if I delete it quick, it'll go away. But no, that's the problem with the internet. When something's out there on the internet once, it's out there forever.
Oh,
So
yeah.
immediately it was
Tell me all
re-uploaded
about
here
that.
and here and here. Every one of my detractors re-uploaded this fucking thing, and it was just there forever.
And so in permanence was this about hour-and-a-half podcast of evidence where John Rambo details his falling out with Phil. From Phil unfollowing him on Twitter, to Phil drunkenly messaging him late at night while watching their Let's Plays and not calling him even though John Rambo said he preferred that over text. It was all this, plus other minute issues like merchandise both parties invested in, Phil's susceptibility to trolling, his self-destructive tendencies, and other private elements that
Why does
caused
he
his
keep looking
falling
at
out.
the camera?
At the end, John Rambo offers an olive branch by stating that a phone call
Stop
can fix
looking
this.
at me. Stop,
But Phil
dude.
never did call. And so
Fuck.
Phil lost touch with the last friend he had.
He keeps looking
Not
at
even
me.
a month later, now closing 2015, Machinima informed
And by the way, he was not the last friend I had.
Yes, he was. Like, actually, straight up, he was.
It's ridiculous. It's just, that's way over dramatic. I
How?
still had friends. Just
Who's your friend? Who's a
not
friend?
friends like John Rambo who were public friends on YouTube.
Oh,
That's
okay.
absolutely
I had
ridiculous.
friends, but not
And by the way, if you
friends?
want the full story, okay, from both perspectives.
Yeah,
A
okay.
couple years ago, I reacted fully to that hour-and-a-half podcast that John and Howard
still had
released over on my
friends.
DSP gaming channel. You can
Did
search
ya?
for it
Did
there.
you
It's
really?
like DSP reacts to the John and Howard video, and you will find the full story of that over there. Okay,
Yeah, it
in
was a bunch of
detail. I basically
bullshit.
play the entire thing and I react to the entirety of the thing.
I watched that whole
you'll get
thing
my
on
full
a
reaction because he
stream.
actually didn't
Check
even
out
cover the
my
whole thing.
reactions.
So obviously
Yeah.
you're not going to get the true story, both sides of the story there. You're only going to get what he played there. Okay.
Phil that they would no longer honor the $2 CPM contract and would
Yep.
instead swap to paying him with the raw ads, which would
Yeah, he
further
dropped
decrease his earning
Brian.
potential. Everything appeared to be working against him, and the idea that was meant to breathe life into his channel did not come. What did come was something else.
Oh, here we go. So this is where we're going to end it. For
What?
tonight,
We're
I think
ending it
incident would be a
here?
perfect place to end it for tonight.
What?
So let's do the incident, and then that's probably where we will end it.
Oh,
for
are
tonight,
you
okay?
fucking kidding me? The incident's like
So,
a
by the way,
5-second
last chance if you want
segment.
to support the stream. It looks
Begging.
like the king streak may end tonight.
Oh,
This is it. This is
no.
the finale of the stream for tonight, guys. Okay.
Oh no, it's the new vest streak. He's gonna like
What is
stall.
up, everyone?
Hello, hello, and welcome.
Hello, hello. Oh, the camera's on.
The camera's been on the whole time, huh?
Phil attempted to dismiss what he was doing by saying he was doing quote-unquote various stuff, like scratching his leg.
That's right.
The bombardment of memes and other media would not allow Phil to dismiss this so easily. It was already clear that he was pleasuring himself on stream and forgot to turn the camera off. Keemstar, the owner of Drama Alert, a trending drama channel at the time, quickly picked up the story. It was then that Phil came clean and admitted to what he was doing. After Drama Alert and the internet as a whole spread the news, Darkside Phil would be known, above all else, for this. A new nickname was passed around as DSP would be known as The Guy.
You didn't even know the camera was on.
Every intro of my
Are you the guy?
Because in theoretical conversation, when one introduces the subject of Darkside Phil, the other participant would respond with, "Is that the guy that pleasured himself on stream?" Phil handled this remarkably well, making jokes about it and accepting his new identity in stride.
That's X'd out, Joon.
That's what I'm known for.
You got exposed for doing that.
I got completely exposed.
His partners and Machinima were
June,
not so
he muted
enthused
those
sought to
people
take
and
down
was
any
shit-talking
real
them.
they could find of the event. Whatever goodwill Phil had gained through the acceptance of this recent event was quickly lost.
And I did not tell them to do that at all. They did it on their own. And I actually, they came out to me, like they wrote me, and I literally responded to them saying, no, do not do anything. Like, I'm cool with it. I don't need any help. Everything's fine.
Nice.
And apparently
People were
they went
striking
behind
people.
my back, and they did shit to people who were actually like talking about it or showing it on their streams and shit. That was not me. That was Machinima. And
His
again,
little super hound buddy was taking people down.
and if you want the receipts on that, last year on this very channel, I did a whole event about it and I showed all the receipts. They wrote me saying they wanted to take action for it. It had nothing to do with me. I told them, no, don't do it. I even showed that on stream. So if you want the receipts for that, you could find that already on the channel in the separate event from last year. Okay. We got a couple of shout outs. Infinite name one friend besides John Rambo.
Ooh.
What do you mean at that time?
No,
Well,
right
first of all,
now.
I was living with my girlfriend, right? So that was a friend. I still had many friends
I mean, that doesn't really count.
from back home who I talked to, and like old school friends from Street Fighter and shit like that.
No,
that I
you
still have
didn't.
contact with. I had the Airy Lord and Coruchado, who I did co-op
They're not friends, though.
with online.
They were fans.
I had other people like Brian at the time, I think, that I was playing Street Fighter with.
Brian,
Tons of
I
people.
think.
Not just a few off the top of my head. So nice try, but you're wrong.
Okay.
I received a $10.
So he named 0 friends. Random people from back home. Okay, that means nobody. And then he names 2 viewers. His girlfriend, which also shouldn't count. It's your fucking girlfriend. And then
$10 tip.
Brian, who he thinks he was talking to. He's not even
Just a
sure.
$10 tip. Anonymous $10 tip. Thank you so very much for the anonymous $10 tipper.
Okay.
Purple pickle yum yum mean for a very long time. I do feel like if I didn't, that would have been the end of me. Like that would have been the end of Darkside Phil. No one would have ever wanted to see content from him ever again. Just laugh at him. But because I handled it the way I did,
I mean,
I
that's
was able to persevere and continue.
Man, they're retconning on this fucking
I received
incident thing.
a $35 tip from Ponage 101. He says, "You can say the king streak will continue, which it will. I want to see it screen on this channel." So thank you, Alpha
You're
Anon.
welcome, by the way. You're welcome. You're welcome.
For an
I am
incredibly
the
generous tip
king.
as well.
Yes.
The top tipper, but Alpha Anon.
I am Gothic.
Also with 26 bucks, which gets us up to 177, right? I gotta put Ponage as 35. I gotta get to this. So let's go.
In this single post on his forums, he
You're
insults
welcome,
3 different
guys.
creators who have audiences larger than his.
Because I'm a genius, right? Because I'm a complete genius. No, I'm basically, all right, at this point in my life, just to tell you a little bit about the incident.
Okay.
You want to know the truth of the incident?
Here's
I'll tell you
the
right
truth,
now.
so get ready for a lie.
The incident happened because behind the scenes, my life was falling apart. So my channel now
This
is
is
on a big decline
insane,
of
by
views
the way. Like, this is actually fucking crazy for you to be doing this.
constantly. I'm not making nearly as much money as I used
I jerked off on stream because I was depressed and I wasn't making money and my girlfriend didn't like me.
to.
Why are you saying this? Yeah, trolls need to touch grass, though. Trolls are the ones that are felted.
Financially because of my decline already, and then the trolls hitting me with those false copyright strikes. So my money is declining massively. I'm trying to find ways to recover from it. None of them are really working. On top of all of that, all right, my relationship with my girlfriend fell apart. We basically stopped really being romantic. It was more like 2 people living as roommates rather than like in a romantic relationship.
Couldn't get it up,
Hence, this
huh?
is why that happened. Like, I saw my time in this office with the door closed, shut off from her being somewhere else in the house, as my only private time away from her.
I've seen what y'all
right?
have been saying
So
about Panda.
that was the time for me
You
to
couldn't
do
get
things
it
like
up
that,
for
to
Panda?
release. before I streamed for the day to
Huh?
relieve stress. Because outside it was like stress when I was over there because we weren't getting along. I'm gay. Stress when I'm in here because I'm not making enough money. My detractors are shitting on me constantly.
You're a gay
So
boy.
that was really me, sadly, doing
And,
something
we're gonna
incredibly
make love
stupid.
to each other
All right.
tonight.
And obviously it never should have happened. But that was like me saying I was depressed. I was drinking very heavily, at that point.
Was
and
depressed.
Things were falling apart in my private life, my public life, everywhere. And that was like the lowest low for me. And when it happened, I was like, let me put it this way. Like, so many things were already going wrong.
Like,
And I was it's ironic. It's just the next thing. So fuck this. Who cares? It's not even a big deal.
This is not even true. None of this is even true. He did not handle it pretty well.
To me. And so I could.
And even to this day, he said yesterday or 2 days ago that the incident still traumatizes him. He still has residual trauma from the incident. He never played it off. He never dealt with it. Like, bro, if you still have trauma over this thing that happened like 6 years ago, you probably should talk to someone about it. The fact that you still say you have trauma over this. Are you kidding me? How are you going to sit here and tell us that you've moved past this and that you're okay with it and that, it's kind of funny sometimes, but also that it makes your wife cry. It makes your wife sad and it makes you feel trauma. You have PTSD over it was also a thing that he said. Literally yesterday. He has PTSD over the incident, but somehow he handled it okay. And he was really cool with it. And he's still cool with it. And it's awesome.
Reacted very poorly. I got some really good advice from one particular person, and that person knows who they are. And they said, even with everything going wrong in your life right now, just let it roll off your back, like like water on a duck.
He
right?
still hasn't done
Just
this.
play it off like nothing. Roll with the memes. Roll with the jokes. Tweet at Drama Alert and joke about it. Make it publicly known. So I did, and because I did that, I saved my fucking career. Because if I had reacted poorly to that, that literally would have been the end of me on the internet. I believe that.
If only,
firmly,
dude.
Okay. But everyone wants to laugh about it and think it's a funny moment. It is funny.
It
if
is
you don't know
funny.
the context. The context is very depressing. Like, my life was falling apart in every aspect.
This doesn't make any sense.
And that was just another thing to pile on the dog pile of shit that was going poorly. So even though
I'm supposed to feel bad because he wasn't getting enough money from his challenged viewers.
I reacted well there. Now,
and his girlfriend that he treated like shit and absolutely did not even care, didn't like him anymore. I'm supposed to feel bad for you?
Here we go. I'm upset and I'm fucking insulting people left, right, up, down constantly. I'm constantly being goaded by people to say things about other creators and shit. And it just blew up where everyone hated me. Okay?
He calls Total Biscuit's reviews overanalyzing, calls Jim Sterling's reviews that fool you into thinking they're intelligent with fancy wording, and Angry Joe's reviews bloated with skits and cosplay for kiddies to retain attention. The cherry on top was the purpose of this post was to represent his own views.
All right, do you want to know the absolute truth? Are you
Here
ready
we
for this
go.
one?
Yet another absolute truth. We're getting banger after fucking banger with the fucking dark side, man.
Folks, you want to know how bad and hypocritical I was? Because I'm going to fess up to it right now.
I'm going to fess
swear to
up.
God, this is
Let's
God's
go.
honest
I was
truth.
lying.
I have never seen a piece of content from Total Biscuit or Jim Sterling.
Yeah, that's
I
not
said those
true.
things. I have literally never
Yeah,
watched
I just
a
don't
piece of
believe
content
you.
from either of those creators.
I really don't believe
will
you. You had a feud with Total Biscuit. You were upset that he made fun of you.
fess up to that right now with all.
That's like a real thing that happened. How the fuck could you have been angry with him when you had a what the fuck? My brain is I don't even.
Get that garbage out of my face.
This is such bullshit, dude.
I was just talking out of my ass, insulting people for no reason because I just felt miserable and I wanted to lash out at the world. I did see Angry Joe's stuff, and some of Angry Joe's stuff is quite good and some isn't that good in my opinion, but that's just my opinion. But out of those 3 people that I just crapped on, I literally only saw one of them ever, and I just shat on them anyway. Again, the same pattern of me shitting on Minecraft and all this shit. It continued. The bad behavior was continuing over these years of me being this
It
really
still continues.
just curmudgeoned,
You
salty,
still do this.
really upset, jealous.
Yeah, Angry Joe
asshole.
made him wank.
All right. Can you imagine saying shit like that when
Basketball
you fucking never even
American
saw a piece of their
Joe.
content? Like, why did I do that? I don't even know. I was just a piece of shit.
As superior. Quote, or if you actually want an honest review from an honest guy who's played video games all his life, has a huge
still
wealth of
think
experience
this way.
/ knowledge to draw upon, and doesn't have any bias towards anything, you can watch my review. Unquote.
Right.
Persisting on this path of self-destruction, the following month, Phil made an Instagram.
This I remember. I basically took a stab at PewDiePie, and he gave me the
I mean, it was a
stupidest
pretty
response.
shitty stab.
And I was like, so confused. So let's see.
Post calling PewDiePie's new book meaningless for brain-dead idiots. This produced a response from PewDiePie, who simply responded with, quote, DSP upset he can't read.
That was literally his response. DSP is upset he can't read.
Get felted, King. Get felted. Suffocating.
Honestly, I don't even know why.
Oh,
he
yes.
Right? Like, I'm so beneath PewDiePie. I have no clue why he...
Like, look at how fucking pathetic this fucking loser is on the internet, dude. Are you kidding me?
responded to my incredibly mean-spirited, salty, post about him.
You actually just get owned, and he has to act like a fucking nerd emoji over it. This fucking nerd-ass emoji right here. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Just take the L and move on. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
I wouldn't have.
You
I would have been like, this
weirdo.
person's beneath me. They're obviously, have a grudge. So fuck this person. They're not worth my time, right? But he responded in the weirdest response ever.
Actually,
I'm upset,
Felix
I can't read.
Kilburn?
It's not even like...
I'm
it's not
smaller
even
than
like,
you.
oh, based. Oh, he razzed him. It's like, huh?
Huh?
Like, who'd even say something
Are
like
you
that?
kidding me?
Huh? I'm illiterate?
Like, this dude says review text, suck cucumber, kiss chicken, ha ha ha, ak ak ak. He thinks that's like an epic win. That's a fucking awesome-tastic fucking awesome sauce epic win. What?
Okay.
You
Sure.
just got owned,
The
bro.
source of
Take
Phil's
the L.
frustration
Move
was his
on.
continued
Fuck off.
bullying
Get
abuse.
out of here.
He was jealous. And over several posts on his forums, relentlessly defended the idea that not editing his Let's Plays is what made him popular, while
Epic-tastic.
simultaneously furious at being disadvantaged, stating
My
that the only barrier
Rafflecopter.
between him and hiring an editor is money. There was something different in Phil going on here. A panic, a lashing out, a misrepresentation of the truth.
Correct.
Not
He is nailing it on the head right here. He is 100% nailing the situation on the head as hard as you possibly can. That is exactly what was going on in my life. My business was falling apart, my personal life was falling
Right.
apart, and I was changing for the worse.
trick his viewers.
But you're missing the entire thing where it's all due to your own bad decisions and your own bad personality.
But to try to fool himself. He was not concocting long-standing lies that would reach various people or form some campaign of misinformation or unverifiable fact.
And the
He was
lies.
arguing with individual members on his forums with multi-paragraph long responses.
For no reason. Why the fuck am I doing that? Because I'm insanely insecure at this point and falling apart in my head.
At this point, right? Only at this point. He's not like this anymore. He's changed, of course, as we all know. All of you in chat.
Phil was blaming This Is How You Dumb Plays for his failings, calling them slanderous. A user of his chat was even banned for stating that they enjoy their job and wouldn't prefer streaming. Phil was fighting with the very concept that the loss of viewership was his fault.
Really?
It's a wonder what this fight with reality was doing
Get
to
banned,
him. Out of
idiot.
his
You
continued
like your
desperation,
job?
he was
Fuck
back on
you.
Twitch asking for more paid subscribers. Phil's loss of viewership had him left with the most dedicated supporters and detractors watching his streams. The worst part for Phil was this balancing act between dismissing detractors and appeasing supporters. Quote, I seriously need to start convincing people that YouTube isn't going to support me anymore, so they need to pledge a Patreon and or sub, get bits
Maybe
here.
Smitty.
Because
I
at
wasn't
this
paying
rate, it's a
attention.
joke. I'm on pace to
Potentially.
make half as much in December this year as I did last year.
My
playing
YouTube
4 new
viewers
games.
need to
Just
step
got
up.
notification my bank account is overdrawn. Luckily, my Machinima
my
payment is literally
fucking
coming
God.
through today. Unquote.
Dude, he used to do like monthly my bank account is overdrawn tweets and chat posts. That shit was wild.
To add salt to the wound, the infamous clip of Phil was
I
strong in
missed that
circulation
shit.
even at the end of 2016.
Yep.
That face.
2017 started just as bad for Phil, as he announced that he had been renting his condo out in Connecticut, but that was no longer the case. More would be lost this year than any other.
Yep. Basically, what happened was, when I moved out of Connecticut, I couldn't sell the condo because the value of the condo had plummeted when I owned it. So I owed way more on the mortgage than it was.
So pretty funny story too about the condo that I don't think he's gonna bring up, and Joon didn't mention it in the documentary. DSP had a guy that wanted to rent out his condo. Like when he left, by the time his aunt had passed on and the condo was available, or maybe it was before that. I'm not completely sure. I don't remember. But regardless, doesn't matter. Someone wanted to rent it from him, but he wanted to call DSP in order to, like, you know, find out more information, because typically, like, it's a pretty big step renting a fucking house. So you want to find out more. But DSP refused to accept a call from the guy and instead wanted to communicate through emails. I thought of this the other day when he said he was razzing Keemstar about wanting to communicate through emails. Because no, DSP, this is something that you've done before with your condo. You wanted to rent it out, but you didn't want to accept a phone call from a guy who wanted to rent it. You wanted to talk through emails. So I thought that was a pretty funny story to bring up. Source, trust me, it happened. I swear to God.
So I couldn't sell it. If I sold it, I wouldn't have enough money to pay off the mortgage.
I put my
So when I
life on the
moved,
line.
My aunt
I swear it
my
happened.
aunt was elderly. And the thing was she was going to live there for many years so she could be closer to my mom because the condo was right near where my parents live. You know, my aunt was the sister of my mother. And so the arrangement was she was going to pay me a certain amount of money a month as rent, and it was going to be working like that for as long as possible. My aunt fell down, broke her hip,
It was the
and was
guy
stuck
on the
on
left.
the ground for
yeah.
almost 24 hours. No one knew. My mom went to visit her and she had the key to the house, found her on the floor.
What the fuck are we doing? What the fuck? Dude, I zoned out. What are we doing? Phil. Are you kidding me, brother? What?
Fell down, broke her hip.
What the
and was
fuck are we
And it was
doing?
going to be working like that for as long as possible. My aunt fell down, broke her hip, and was stuck on the ground for almost 24 hours. No one knew. My mom went to visit her and she had the key to the house, found her on the floor, basically near death. And so she had to go into hospice for the rest of her life, which only lasted about another year. And now out of nowhere, I'm stuck with a condo with no renter. And I contacted certain rental agencies in Connecticut, and they actually said, we refuse to rent your condo and take care of it for you, because you could pay a company to do it for you, to find a renter and handle all that shit, because your condo is in what's considered a high-risk area of Connecticut, where there are so many people who rent and then don't abide by the rules or don't pay rent and squat, that no one wants to touch it with a 10-foot pole. So I couldn't rent it. So literally, not only am I
why did we get that story? What the fuck does that have to do? I'm like, why would you say any of that?
All this money, my personal life is falling apart. Now this supplemental income that I was receiving every month from my aunt is gone, and there is no prospects of me
The
finding
income. Yeah, my aunt is in the hospital and she passed away. But the fucking thing I'm worried about is the supplemental income. What? What?
Huh?
Huh? What are we doing?
way to replace it. I'm fucked. And this was the beginning of my monstrous financial downfall. This was the beginning of the end for me at this point. Okay?
On February 26, 2017, Fail participated with his viewers
Why
in a
did
game
we
of
say
Whiplash 2.
any of that?
A game with pre-established questions
I
that could be
can't
answered in
believe
any
that
way.
actually
The
just
goal
fucking
is to win the
happened.
favor of the competitors with the most compelling answer. This quickly delved into the memes both surface level and personal around Phil. For example, his seal laugh or ack ack ack.
DSP tries a KFC grilled chicken or make more ad revenue than Phil.
Seal, that's cool.
They're both good.
None of these had any major effect as Phil played along with the roasts. It wasn't until a player shoehorned in an answer that caused chaos.
Big Up's dog
I don't know
splain.
what that means. Leanna's fake engagement ring. Huh? What does that mean? I never gave her an engagement ring, so I don't know what that even means. I don't understand. Is there something in the detractor circles about a fake engagement ring? What are you talking about?
I don't even know about this. Let's see what this is about.
What the
'cause I don't
fuck
remember
you
this
mean
at
you
all.
don't know?
Fake engagement ring?
No
Maybe this is the
way.
end for the night on this topic. Let's see.
I didn't give her an engagement ring. What? People are
I'm
weird.
ready to
What does that
clock
even
the
mean?
fuck out,
Some stupid
dude.
inside joke that I don't understand.
How do you still not know?
What does that mean?
Huh?
Huh?
It won, and it makes no sense whatsoever to anyone who's not into your inclusive circle jerking circle. That makes no sense at all.
Why is that
What does
funny?
that mean? Is there actually like some kind of a joke about an engagement ring? Huh?
Huh?
Leanna posted it on her own Twitter. What are you talking about? It's about one of her Twitter pictures.
I really don't remember this at all. I don't remember this. Let's see
Yeah,
what this
sure
is. I
you
still
don't.
remember this.
Yep,
No, I'm
of
not bothered by
course.
it at all, Bruno. I literally don't remember this happening.
Yeah,
At all. So I'm curious like, what this
obviously.
is. Keep in mind, again, during this time, there's a lot of things going on between me and my ex, and our relationship was like on and off, falling apart. So I really don't even remember the specifics of this.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm just
That's
as
hilarious
confused as
because that
past
just
Phil.
shows.
This doesn't make any sense either because shortly after this, he proposed to her. They got engaged.
I don't recall. I hate this dude. FR.
Thank you, Smitty Weberman Jensen, for the 2. Like, for him to say he doesn't remember this is actually extra ridiculous when you consider that they got engaged shortly after this. Because she was faking her engagement so long because she had coworkers surprised that she already wasn't engaged. They were together for so long and he never engaged her.
How mind-fucked and stupid the people are who do this shit, these detractor idiots, because no human would know what the fuck they're talking about. It's some completely inside. Fresh, right there in the chat, Fresh Jive TV said, bro, this is your girlfriend. You don't read her own Twitter post? No, I didn't read your Twitter at all. I never read her Twitter post. They made up for themselves.
I don't do it enough.
That no one would know anything about at all. It doesn't make any sense. It makes zero fucking sense. And it ends up being the big winner at the end of the game. That's so fucking
Look at
stupid.
this is pretty good too, considering what Pandalee's about to say.
As was revealed to Phil through a video game, Pandalee had been wearing a fake engagement ring to her job. Dissatisfied in the relationship and the lack of progress towards marriage, this was her way of lashing out and participating in the drama on Twitter.
No, I don't know about this at all.
Right.
I really don't know about this.
Again, lying because they got engaged shortly after this, probably sparked by this incident because it was kind of embarrassing for DSP.
This is the first time I know of this. I swear to God, I didn't know about this.
I swear to God, there's your
I
clue.
must have blown it off that night.
There's your dead giveaway that he's lying.
I never looked into it ever again. I had no
I
fucking
swear to
clue.
God. Hello, Mr. Roman Catholic. Why are you swearing to God, brother? You shouldn't do
And
that.
she was wearing a fake engagement ring to work until this very moment. Wow.
Sure.
I told you I was going to learn some stuff watching this. I had no fucking clue.
Yeah, totally.
None.
You didn't get engaged
Quote,
after
oh shit,
this, right?
he knows about the fake engagement ring I wear to work that I wear all the time? How could he have known?
How could he have known? Look at this little passive-aggressive thing here. He's still missing the point. Brother, her point is you barely pay attention to her. She's been wearing this ring around you this entire time, and you never noticed. And in current day, you're like, yeah, I don't know what this is. Huh?
Unquote. Pandalee then posted the ring itself, captioned
That's your
with
point,
Ringgate
dumbass.
2017. Pandalee allegedly also took off work to experience the
Smitty.
live drama that was unfolding. With her displeasure with Phil near its climax, it was a surprise they did not separate there. In the limelight instead was Machinima. With the
No, I don't even. That's it? That's all he's going to say? I don't remember this. No, I don't remember this. I still don't remember this. There's like a hole in my memory.
I don't see the point of this.
How the fuck? How do I not remember this?
Oh.
Did someone? I feel like Will Smith came in here and flashed my head like Men in Black. I
What?
don't remember this at all. I have
Will Smith
again,
flashed you?
maybe because again the relationship was falling apart. So maybe I just like wasn't aware of it because again we weren't
Okay.
spending all our time together and everything. We weren't. She was out hanging out with other friends and shit, and she was barely in the house for a long time.
Man,
So
this
maybe
is
that's
not
when
a
it was
good
happening
thing.
or something. That's probably what it was. I told you we were living together, but we were essentially roommates. Like we weren't actually like romantic anymore for almost a year during the end of that time period.
All right.
So very much maybe she was doing it. I just had no clue. I wasn't aware of any of it. I was basically fooling the internet. I didn't tell anyone that this was happening.
I
So-
was lying to you. He's bragging about lying to you. And also missing the point entirely. Like, this is literally the point that she was trying to make. You're kind of like a bad boyfriend. You don't really care.
Everyone was under the impression that we're all still close and you know what I mean? But that we weren't. So basically, this all happened behind my
Yeah,
back.
you proposed to your roommate?
I had no clue, and I never ever understood it. That's what I mean. I wasn't reading her Twitter at all, so I don't know anything about this. This 100% has blindsided
Yeah,
me.
this is not a
Holy
good
shit.
thing.
By the way, I received a $2 tip. My tips are off. Okay. Ooh, excuse me. By Nightbot because people would come. So they're up again. You know what I mean? It was just detractors would come in here with bots and shit with her name. So.
Wait, what?
To harass me, basically. Nightbot because people.
What did
Why
he
is
say?
Pandalee's name a warning by Nightbot? Because people would come in here, my detractors, and would say it all the time to harass me, basically.
Harass
They're
me.
idiots.
Saying Pandalee is harassment. You heard it here first?
So that's why.
Just
like
say
after,
Pandalee.
tonight, after we're done with this documentary, no one's going to need to bring her up again. You know what I mean? It was
All
just
right.
detractors would come in here with bots and shit. with
Now
her
you
name,
know to
so.
keep bringing her up.
Okay.
That's going to bother him.
Bloom Kid, thanks for the super chat. I had missed it. He's talking about my exclusive release on stream, how exciting it was. Okay. Should we do? All right. Should we do one more segment? How long is this segment? I'd like to do one more. It's only 4. Okay, let's do it. Let's do this quickly. This will be where we end, and then
I
I,
don't
guess
know,
tomorrow
Hard
we'll
Eight.
pick
I
up
think
with
the
breakup.
documentary and this little like reaction shit that he's doing just makes him come across as really bad.
Okay. All right. Let's do it. Let's do this.
He's just
final
lying
segment
about
Machinima and
everything.
Furtado.
Apocalypse in full swing, earnings down, and the company model a complete failure, they had less support to answer creators who were feeling the brunt of the loss of ad revenue. Contacts meant for dire situations.
Oh, no.
That's when on February 28th, a Machinima employee reached out to Phil and gave
I used the wrong keyboard and it fast forward. Let's do this again. I screwed up. Sorry about that. What the hell's going on?
In the limelight instead was Machinima. With the apocalypse in full swing, earnings down, and the company model a complete failure, they had less support to answer creators who were feeling the brunt of the loss of ad revenue. Phil, being one of these creators, reached out, but Machinima was slow to answer.
I hate to
and
disappoint you, but that's actually not true.
He was emailing
There's
not
photos
just
of
former
her. You can
employees that
see
had been
her.
fired without his knowledge,
She
but
looks
emergency contacts
better
meant
than
for
ever.
dire situations. That's
If
when on
your
February 20.
thing.
That's not true at all. I only emailed 2 people. One person used to be a contact who I worked with at Machinima who had offered me free like free games and stuff as promotions with Machinima, and the other person was supposed to be my direct line of contact for Machinima on anything. It was not an emergency contact only for emergencies. Like I could talk to that guy about anything. Neither of those people have worked for Machinima anymore. They were laid off.
Yeah, you're
28. A
skipping
Machinima
ahead,
employee
DSP.
reached out to Phil and gave him the basic advice to increase his audience retention and kindly to not message other departments. Phil's full, alleged response was locked in on Machinima's request to not message other departments. Phil used his history with the company as a reason to act in the way he pleases and demands better treatment. If he is not treated better, he states he is better off not working with them.
That's right.
Machinima, more than happy to oblige, released Phil from the contract. After all, per their contract, they were only
That's
losing money
right.
with Phil because he was earning 100% of the ad revenue. Phil was relating this moment to when he got fired from his office job in 2010. As seen per
How
Fred
come he's
Fox
not commenting
capturing of
on these
Phil's
little
Twitch chats,
animations?
Phil was acting as
It's almost like he's seen this before.
if he was blindsided by his own requests, stating, quote, "There is no 2 or 1 month notice. That is complete BS, lol, but this situation is pretty unique," unquote. In a video released shortly after, Phil dissects his separation of Machinima, then dissects it again and again and again, then loses his train of thought, thanks his followers, asks for donations, and again restates what has been overtly established.
This is like the biggest diss from Joon directly to DSP.
Never provides a satisfactory answer. That's why his video is nearly 2 hours
not
long
funny.
to explain that the contract
It's
with
a
Machinima has
diss.
been terminated.
It's
and
a
as
felt.
for the description, quote, "I cannot give all the details, but in this video I explain what's going on," unquote. This is all beyond minutia. That besides Phil's uncreditableness or dishonest nature is why few would ever care for his side of the events. His long-windedness buries his own reasoning or retelling of events even further than
This is cool. This is cool. The picture right here, it's like animation and stuff. That's
This
supposed to be
picture
like my room.
is
That's a really
animation
cool
and
animation
stuff.
He made for this.
several uploads a day do. For any controversial moment, Phil is starting to extend what should be a clear and concise response into a multi-page long essay or hour-long video.
Can we pause
it
this
took
part?
about 10 days or
And
so
can you
for Phil's
comment
channel
on
to
this?
be fully released. And then it took about an additional week
Of course
for
not.
amplified various
Of course he
content
doesn't
he
pause
claims
there
himself
and
as would
explain
normally be the
himself.
responsibility of Machinima. Phil was quick to find a different multi-channel network to partner with. This time it was Curse. Unlike Machinima, who was trying to inflate their numbers, Curse did not give Phil a 100% cut of ad revenue, nor was he in a managed
Of
partnership.
course he
This
doesn't
means
pause
that they would not
there.
be responsible for his 30 or so
And
content ID
acknowledge
claims
that
he
he
was getting a day
wastes
on his
time.
40,000 uploaded videos. The ongoing developments of 2017 were scarcely predictable. In April, Phil submitted to Panellee's request, and per her Instagram post, were now engaged. The detractors' persistent monitoring allowed them to find the ring almost immediately. It was one that Panellee personally liked on her Black Current account, which is the name of her soap-making business. Detractors, tracing this back to Amazon, found that Phil had spent on the lower end for this ring. A testament.
I think it's pretty funny that he's sitting here nodding about knowing. He knows that the detractors did this, but he doesn't know that his girlfriend was wearing a fake engagement ring because he wasn't paying enough attention to her. So she was pretending to be engaged. He doesn't remember that part, but he remembers what the detractors did.
To his detractors' obsession and or Phil's dwindling finances.
Okay.
By May, Phil had concluded a 2-month-long talk with a different network that introduced themselves as Poltavi. They offered Phil a cut similar to Curse and a managed partnership. And while he found Poltavi unprofessional in their exchanges, he found their offer to be too enticing to give up and severed his partnership with Curse, though Phil had made a grave mistake.
Yeah, Pig Roach.
This is all untrue.
What?
Well, it's half true.
Oh, it's half true.
So Poltavi's a scam.
You like that lie? You like that fucking lie instantly?
They don't exist. They were a different company entirely. They had lied about who they were. But I had talked to Curse about this, and I said, I like being with you guys, but I mean, you have to understand this company is like promising me the world. I'd like to experiment with them, but I'm not going to give them full control of my channels. I'm only going to give them control of one of my 3 channels. Or excuse me, one of my 2 channels. No, it was 3 at the time. I had 3 channels at the time. That's right. I said, I'm going to give them only control of one. I'm going to see if they live up to their promise of making it a managed partnership. If they do, then I'm going to go fully with all 3 channels. If not, I'd like to really go back to you guys right away.
This is
and
really
Curse
stupid.
100% understood what I was saying and said, yeah, if you can get a managed partnership with someone else, we understand why you would want that. Go with it. And if it doesn't work out, come back to us. Okay, so I had this agreement with Curse behind the scenes. I never fully trusted Poltavi at all. I never gave them access to all 3 of my channels at all because I did think that they were over-promising a lot of shit, and I wanted to test the waters and see if it was going to work or not.
This is so stupid too, because he signed a fucking contract and gave them access to his YouTube channel as a test. Why the fuck would you risk something like that? That's your fucking YouTube channel.
Okay.
Poltavi's unprofessional nature was foreboding, and they quickly turned around and
I was just testing the waters, so I gave them my channel.
disregarded the partnered element.
Huh?
With all this happening in the background, the sons of Kojima found out through Phil's channel's source page that he had a new partnership. Not with Curse or even Poltavi as Phil understood it. He was partnered with an entirely new network known as Leveria Media, and
was a
as
scam.
revealed, was using Poltavi as a front to disguise their own network and shady practices.
Yeah.
The CEO was
You
found
got
to be just a
saved by
student at
trolls.
a university. Phil, understanding his mistake, sought to leave his new network. The sons of Kojima allegedly even got the CEO of Leveria Media on for one of their podcasts. This was a confusing set of events for everyone involved. While all this was going on, Phil was in the process of purchasing a new car. For the past 6 years, he had been leasing a BMW.
Yeah, that's a good point, Smitty. I should mention the fact, the reason he was risking his entire YouTube channel to go with a company that was like very fucking shady was because they were promising him a managed partnership and promising him that they would go after detractor channels and take them down. That was specifically a promise that they made him. So of course, that was more appealing to him than the Curse offer where it was just kind of like a, well, we're just going to take some ad revenue.
In the last 3 years, he had only driven the BMW 6,000 miles,
But he doesn't
and so
mention
never
that.
changed the oil.
Yeah, BMW. That's true. That's absolutely true. I never changed the oil on the car. What he's not saying here is that I didn't want the BMW for 8 years. I had a lease in Connecticut, and I had renewed the lease, and I was only like a year into this next lease. And when I moved, they basically said, if you don't like take the car with you, you have to pay the remainder of your fucking lease right now because you signed a lease. You can't get out of it. So I kept the car, and they actually shipped the BMW all the way across the car, or across the country. When I moved from Connecticut to Washington, I was stuck with a BMW, and I couldn't afford it, really. It was expensive, and I was stuck with this lease for like another 3 years. I was rejoicing when the lease finally expired in 2017, and I could go get a less expensive car. So BMW really kind of screwed me in that regard, and stuck me with this contract that I didn't want. You're supposed to get maintenance
Bro,
for
you
free,
signed a
no matter what.
contract
That's
that
part
was
of the
like-
deal. That's why the car is so
Whatever.
expensive. And they never,
Get felted,
they never
King.
contacted us to get it changed.
Suffer.
Phil's audience long understood he was financially illiterate, but hadn't been yet exposed to how illiterate he was with cars or the contracts
No pausing here.
related to them. That's why whenever other content creators discover both, it makes for an interesting watch.
He's like zoning out whenever Joon is like dissing his ass, he doesn't listen. He ignored this entire section where fucking Joon was cooking him.
In 3 years, we only drove the car 6,000 miles. So if that gives you any idea.
Hey, what? He leased a car for $400 or $500 a month, and he's only drove it 6,000 miles in 3 years.
You might as well rent a car at that
Barely drove
point.
at all. Cherry Dude's like, oh, you could have engine damage. No, Cherry
Yeah,
Dude,
that's
not
why
how it
it's
works.
funny.
BMW has a diagnosis computer inside of the car that tells you when things go wrong. So if there were engine damage.
Oh my god! Hey, this guy's a living meme! No, there is, it's not. BMW has diagnosis computer in the car, okay?
And they never.
Dude,
It does. BMW does have a diagnosis.
Yeah, he's seething. He's angry. Get felted,
computer in the
King.
car that tells you when things are wrong.
Get fucking
Completely true.
felted, bud.
They never contacted us to get it changed.
Why would they contact you to change your oil?
Because under the terms of the lease, BMW is responsible for all maintenance on their cars, and they are supposed to contact you when you have the time limit expire to change the oil.
I will say some brand dude lore. I did work for a certain car company, and you do call people. When you call people to talk about their car, you're supposed to mention, hey, it's been a while since you changed your oil. Do you want to come in for an oil change? But like, DSP, are we really sitting here and blaming that? How old were you? You didn't know you had to change the oil, huh?
But because I moved the car from Connecticut to Washington, they shirked all responsibility and pretended like they didn't have to.
They shirked all responsibility as the guy who actually physically owns the car. I'm sorry, has the car leased, is shirking responsibility and blaming the company.
do anything. I called, and the place out here was like, we don't service your car.
Yeah, I know,
That's a
Demon,
Connecticut
I
car.
know.
You only get that service in Connecticut. I
Like,
was
dude,
what?
really?
So I got fucked.
He never changed the oil in like 4 years or whatever, 6 years of owning this car.
BMW literally fucked me. Okay,
They fucked him,
Destiny,
right?
the person reacting to Phil's
They
explanation,
fucked him.
calls Phil the salesman stream. Wanting to help Phil out, Destiny jumped onto Phil's stream and began typing in his chat, attempting to provide financial advice. Phil, of course, ignored this, and on his forums he posted, quote, Destiny, a Twitch streamer who I never even heard of before 2 weeks ago, came into my chat and practically begged me to stop what I'm doing and talk with him. What the fuck can this guy tell me about buying cars that I don't already know? This guy probably didn't know I went to school for finance.
Why are you laughing at that?
That's great. No, that's really great.
How is
That's
that
hilarious.
great?
No, he didn't jump into
What?
the chat. All right.
Wait, let me hear this again. How is this great? How is this hilarious?
Tell me about buying cars that I don't already know. This guy probably didn't know I went to school for finance.
That's great. No, that's really great.
Like, that doesn't mean anything, DSP. We see how you run your channel and you have a business degree, right? That's not like a flex. You can be an idiot and get through school with the way you did it.
That's hilarious. No, he didn't jump into the chat, all right, during my stream and be like, hey,
Hey,
you know, you're talking
hey, big surprise. It's another lie that he told back in the day. It's yet another lie.
about cars and I want to help you out. No, I was playing a video game. I was doing a video game stream. I remember it was that game Prey. And I was not talking about cars, nothing. He comes into my chat and he's trying to derail my entire stream. Hey, can you drop everything
what?
you're doing right now with your business to talk to me about buying a new car? No.
Oh, I'm
if you
lost.
had contacted me and said, hey, Phil, would you like to set up a stream we could do together to talk about cars? Maybe I would have said yes. Maybe I would have said no. He literally wedged himself into my stream. Imagine if right now Destiny came into the chat and said, Phil, I know you're reacting to your own documentary, but I really want to talk to you about this great financing on dishwashers right now.
I don't get it. None of this makes any sense, though, because if a Triple P came in your chat and asked to talk to you live, like the first time you guys spoke, like let's say you guys barely knew each other, kind of like you barely knew Destiny, would you have allowed him to? Like, this doesn't make any sense.
You want to know what I would do? I would ban him.
Why
Just
would
like
you
I did
ban
then.
him?
I would say, what the fuck are you doing? Get the fuck.
Like, again, that's a great opportunity for you with your fucking... I love that he's paused on the school for finance part, because it's the school for the business part. That's a great opportunity for your business to get someone way bigger than you on your channel to just have a discussion about stuff, right?
Out of my chat and I would ban you.
know.
Okay?
What do I know?
That's all that happened. All right?
Unquote. Phil, still in mindset of discussing the drama around the networks, was talking about it on stream.
I trusted YouTube system to work properly, okay? Here's what happened. So, that was Monday, I think Monday morning or whatever, okay? I think,
The hospital story.
Hold on one second, everybody. I'll be right back. I'm getting an important phone call. Folks, I've got a family emergency. It came... Oh, is this... Okay. This is, I think, where I wanted to end it. This is the next topic, correct? Yes, this is the breakup. So, all right, this is where we'll end it for...
I like how he said at the beginning of this, you're going to be getting his genuine reaction live. But then when he ends it, he's like, oh, this is the part I wanted to end it at. What? Is this a fucking calculated pre-screened video? Hello? What's happening?
This is the next topic, correct? Yes, this is the breakup. So, all right, this is where we'll end it for tonight. Perfect. Now we know where to end it. At the breakup. This is where we'll pick it up tomorrow. This is actually exactly the time I wanted to end it at tonight. So that's good that we did that. And we do this tomorrow. We do the breakup, the continued downfall, new relationship, Bill is a meme, taxes, no one likes him, bankruptcy, WWE champions. Hopefully we can get through all that tomorrow.
Oh, that would
the
be
goal
great.
Would be for the final stream.
That would be
the last
fantastic,
stuff
dude.
over here. Okay, we'll have to see. But there you go. All right, everyone. So as I went late tonight because I wanted to get to the
Flutter
point I
Dark, but we already know he's seen
to get
this.
to.
He was watching it live.
We literally wasted so much time on that incredibly
When it
stupid
premiered.
PC story. I can't believe we wasted so much time on it because it's so insignificant to anything.
There you go.
But here we are. All right.
He's minimizing it yet again because he just admitted to lying. He specifically got called out. He showed up with receipts too. Like, I know we're at the end, right? Whatever. We'll go back real quick, real fucking quick. He showed up with like a thing that he thought would own everybody. He really thought this was like a smoking gun fucking piece of evidence
about
right
the
here. Like, look at how he pulls this shit out.
Right, so the PC Chris had built.
Pause.
Chris, not pleased with this, made a video in response.
He had made a video basically stating that he had sent us apparently $3,000, and that wasn't the case.
Look at this. Silence.
Here's, I think, the video in question. Someone sent this to me this morning. This is the video. I'm going to show it to you. September 8th, 2013. Okay? This was a channel update that I made addressing the negativity. And this was directly addressing the situation with this man, Mighty Furtado.
Like, look at this. This is how confident he was in this thing. Before anybody said anything. Before his chat fucking called him out for lying. Because here it is. I paid Chris over $3K to make my PC. Blah, 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 blah. He hated me on the forums. He never apologized. You are grossly misinformed, dummy. Look at how he ends this little statement here. You are misinformed. Bitch! You're saying you paid over $3K. What does he say in the video? Let's see.
Okay.
It takes him a while to find it.
So I finally hooked the thing up. Come to find out, when I finally booted the thing up, okay? This is what I wanted. I wanted the amount, because I say the amount in the video here, but I can't find it. I think it was... Shit, I wish I had saved the tip message. Hold on, let me go back a little bit. We might want to have this amount of RAM, because if you're going to be doing that amount of video editing, you might need this amount of RAM, okay? So, initially, what I wanted to be maybe between $700 to $1,000. By all that's said and done, first of all, I can't even tell you what it cost, because I can't find the damn receipts. Chris actually, when the PC was done, he mailed me all the receipts to prove that he obviously didn't waste my money, which he didn't. He did not, absolutely not. He was very upfront, transparent with what he did when he built that PC. He sent me all the receipts. It's filed away in literally thousands of documents, and I can't find it right now. But what I did do is that I went on my PayPal to see how much money I sent to him directly through PayPal to build this PC. It ended up that I paid him almost $1,600 to build this PC by the time it was done. Now that, okay.
Okay.
So, on September 8th, 2013, I said publicly in a video addressing the negativity, this is in regards to this mighty Furtado guy constantly going out and saying negative things about me, criticizing me, saying I'm a dinosaur, basically like doing a whole bunch of negative things towards me. And I'm like frustrated at my wit's end. I don't want to have to make this video. I just want to move on with my life and do content. You know, at this point, I've already paid the $1,600 for this, what people would call a lemon PC, where half the RAM didn't work, the door case was cracked, and there were other issues.
Okay, we don't need this information.
I just, fuck it. What am I going to do? Why am I going to sit here and keep talking about it?
So he really thought this was an own, when we have evidence from Mighty Furtado himself in comments, and there's another video where he says the 3K number, but here specifically he says over $3,000. So the entire point of the documentary is to just kind of show that DSP lies about everything. And it's specifically a line that Joon the King even says in the documentary. He lies so much that it's hard to even tell what is the truth and what isn't. What's fact and what's fiction? Who fucking knows? So why did you say 1,600 if you then said 3,000? Not only 3,000, but over 3,000.
Amount DSP paid for the PC, as shown through Chris's receipt, and a few $100s extra that was.
And then it brings up even more things with this dude, because then it calls into question everything you ever talk about. If you're willing to lie about something so trivial, something that someone can easily disprove, like a statement, a PayPal statement, or an amount of money that you sent to someone for a computer, you're willing to lie about shit that's like easily verifiable as long as the person shows it, which they did. Then what the fuck else are, like when he says, oh, Machinima contacted me and then they told me to delete the videos, but provides no evidence of it. We're just supposed to believe you. And then with the whole John Rambo situation where he says, unironically, John Rambo is lying, Howard is lying, and Respect the Pact is lying, and even Joon the King is lying. Everybody else was lying in the Rambo part of the video. The only person that he wants you to believe is telling the truth is himself, which just is fucking ridiculous. Like, how is that even possible? Everybody else is against him. It's all a conspiracy against DSP to make him look bad.
Nothing, forget about the whole project. And in fact, I reached out to a couple other people on the internet who were internet filmmakers about the possibility of stepping in to replace Respect the Pact. But basically what happened was, after 4 episodes with the same crew, the same actors and everything, imagine if all of a sudden there was a giant shift in tone or shift in production quality or shift in, change. It wouldn't have felt the same. And I think a lot of people might have felt resentful.
Yeah, this is a pretty weird lie too. This is a pretty weird fucking retcon too. If I had continued the show and hired other editors, people would have been thrown aback by the different tone of the show. What?
Their crew?
That's a new retcon that he just threw in there, because in the past he has stated, yeah, I had plans to renew it with different editors. I actually had a guy lined up to do it.
Saying, oh, but it was really Respect the Pack doing all the work previously, you know.
But now he had no plans to actually start it up again because it would have been weird.
Why would you keep making the show without them, right? So I said, forget it. We'll just cancel it. And to this day, I really do wish that we had kept doing it, but it just fell apart. It had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that I didn't want to pay them or anything like that. The conversation
yeah, man,
never
I don't
happened.
know. This dude's fucking insane. And I really think personally that him doing this reaction is just proving, because the video's gonna get worse. We're kind of at the point now in the Joon the King thing where it starts to really go bad for DSP. By the end of this, the breakup and on, especially the champions part, which he says he hopes he gets to tomorrow. But I don't know. As we saw today, he just ignores the parts where Joon is kind of cooking his ass. So I don't know. He just picks and chooses what he responds to, and then he's just okay with lying all the time. And what's the lie? Is he lying then? Is he lying now? I don't even fucking know. Who even fucking knows anymore? Whatever. Let's see how he ended this fucking thing.
We did that, and we do this tomorrow. We do the breakup, the continued downfall, new relationship, Bill is a meme, taxes, no one likes him, bankruptcy, WWE champions. Hopefully we can get through all that tomorrow. And then the goal would be for the final stream to be the last stuff over here. Okay? We'll have to see. But there you go. All right, everyone. So as I went,
yeah, I don't think we're gonna get that far
late tonight
tomorrow,
because I wanted to get
we'll
to the
see.
point I wanted to get to. We literally wasted so much time on that incredibly stupid PC story. I can't believe we wasted so much time on it because it's so insignificant to anything. But here we are. All right. And I want to say again, thank you all for everyone who was here live. It was a great audience. Thanks to those who supported the stream. 33 straight streams, crushing it, right? Thank you. Really awesome. And we're halfway through. So we're in, now we can actually officially say tomorrow, we're heading downhill. We're in the home stretch, okay? And I will leave this as an archive stream. For those watching this on demand, I hope you enjoyed it. You know, and thank you, everyone. Same time, same place tomorrow, and we continue on. All right, everybody?
All right.
I got to get out of here. So thanks so much for a great night. You were a great audience. Tomorrow we do it all again. Have a good night, everyone. Peace out.
Peace out. Young out.
Bye-bye.
Young out.
All right. So that's that stream. Yeah, ridiculous. Pretty much final takeaway, though. He's pretty much just proving everything that Joon says in the video. Or at least what I gather Joon feels, the way Joon feels about DSP. Which is that he just always lies, and it's hard to get short, concise answers from him because he rambles on and on. And I think it's really funny that DSP specifically just ignored the fact, ignored that fact when Joon was saying it in the video. Just ignore it. If you ignore it, it didn't happen, right? It's like you didn't hear it. If a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to hear it, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, part 1 was pretty worthless, not gonna lie. There was a few highlights. Part 2 was a bit better. We did get some more like classic DSP fucking retcons. But yeah, all in all, I think he just comes across looking worse when he does this. I don't really care about the money he makes. It really doesn't matter at the end of the day. Keep the clown show going is my attitude. Just don't support. It's like Overwatch 1. I didn't spend shit in that game, but I liked playing it. Somebody was playing for it. It wasn't me. But yeah, anyways, clown show keeps going. But he just comes across looking like a really fucking paranoid liar. Pathological liar is my main takeaway. But I did want to see this part where he was for no reason talking about his fucking aunt. Where was that? I don't even remember where that was. That part was insane. I think it was in the garage.
Visiting for the Christmas week holiday.
Oh no, that was his parents, right?
They actually took the car. That's right. I let them take the BMW. So yeah, that's a lot of trust, but I trust my parents. They actually are staying at a hotel that's less than 10 minutes away. We got them up. We set them up at room and board. It's a nice hotel.
How was that discourteous to my parents? It was a hotel that...
Where the fuck did he complain about his aunt dying? And said that she was his, like, secondary source of income. And he was more upset by that. I don't know. Anyways. I'll try to find it. It's somewhere here. Isn't it here?
On the internet. I believe that firmly, okay? but everyone wants to laugh about it and think it's a funny moment. It is funny if you don't know the context. The context is very depressing. Like, my life was falling apart in every aspect. And that was just another thing to pile on the dog pile of shit that was going poorly. So even though I reacted well there, now here we go. I'm upset and I'm fucking insulting people left, right, up, down constantly. I'm constantly being goaded by people to say things about other creators and shit. And it just blew up where everyone hated me. Okay?
He calls Total Biscuit's reviews overanalyzing, calls Jim Sterling's reviews that fool you into thinking they're intelligent with fancy wording, and
there it is. It is right here.
Which means it is time to basically stop really being romantic. It was more like two people living as roommates rather than like in a romantic relationship. Hence this.
He got engaged to his roommate. That's pretty good.
Want to know the absolute truth? Are you ready for this one, folks? Do you want to know how bad and hypocritical I was? Because I'm going to fess up to it right now. I swear to God. The thing was, she was going to live there for many years.
Oh, shit. I found it. Sweet. Let's go.
So I owed.
What
happened was, when I moved out of Connecticut, I couldn't sell the condo because the value of the condo had plummeted when I owned it. So I owed way more on the mortgage than it was worth. So I couldn't sell it. If I sold it, I wouldn't have enough money to pay off the mortgage. So when I moved, my aunt...
Bro, if you sold it, you could have paid it off already.
And the thing was, she was going to live there for many years so she could be closer to my mom because the condo was right near where my parents live. You know, my aunt was the sister of my mother.
Oh, thank you for explaining that.
And so...
I didn't know the aunt meant it was like the sibling of your
The arrangement was she was going to pay me a certain amount of money a month as rent. And it was going to be working like that for as long as possible. My aunt fell down, broke her hip.
Like, why?
And was stuck on the ground for almost 24 hours. No one knew.
Why the fuck is he telling us this? He just mentioned that he likes to separate his personal and public persona. What the fuck are we doing?
My mom went to visit her and she had the key to the house, found her on the floor, basically near death.
Why?
And so she had to go into hospice for the rest of her life, which only lasted about another year. And now out of nowhere, I'm stuck with a condo with no renter. And I contacted certain
That's insane. The first, like, dude, man. I don't even know if I'm looking into this too much. But, like, really?
Big ups, gay. Dead got aunt.
No.
Dumb cow didn't pay.
Oh my god, Black Maid.
Based.
Oh, that's wretched, dude. It's
in
foul.
Connecticut, and they actually said, we refuse to rent your...
Like, instantly after saying his wife is not his wife.
Of her life, which only lasted about another year.
The rest of her life was only about a year.
And now out of nowhere...
I'm
stuck with a condo with no renter.
I'm stuck with a condo with no renter. That's the thing he chose to focus on. Like, I know that's the point of his little story here. But still, you can't even take a little side. Man, I really missed her. You know, the rest of her life was only about a year. And boy, I'm gonna miss her. You can't even, like, pretend and do a little fake pause there.
And
the thing he actually cares about is the fact that he's not getting money.
I contacted certain rental agencies in Connecticut, and they actually said, we refuse to rent your condo and take care of it for you, because you could pay a company to do it for you, to find a renter and handle all that shit, because your condo is in what's considered a high-risk area of Connecticut.
High-risk area.
Where there are so many people who rent and then don't abide by the rules or don't pay rent and squat, that no one wants to touch it with a 10-foot pole. So I couldn't rent it. So literally, not only am I losing all this money, my personal life is falling apart. Now this supplemental income that I was receiving every month from my aunt is gone, and there is no...
The supplemental income is gone. Rest in peace, aunt. You gave him gout and supplemental income. That's what you're fucking remembered for on the internet in this weird vortex. If there's an afterlife, I apologize. I'm sorry.
Prospects of me finding a way to replace it.
What does she get?
And this was the beginning of my monstrous
That's what she gets.
Financial downfall. This was the beginning of the end for me at this point.
His aunt dying was the monstrous downfall, financial.
Okay.
Downfall.
On February 26, 2017.
That's what he remembers from his fucking aunt dying.
Vail participated with his viewers in a game of Quick Flash 2.
I'm sorry if I'm being annoying about that, but goddamn, dude.
A game with pre-established questions that could be answered
wild
in any
to
way.
me.
The goal is
Take
to
a
win the favor
sip,
of the
bitch.
competitors with the most compelling answer. This quickly delved into the
my aunt died. Take a sip. Got a drink after that one.
Ones that could be answered in any way. The goal is to win the favor of the competitors with the most compelling answer. This quickly delved into the meme's
shit.
both surface level
Anyways,
and personal
I guess
reptile.
that's me.
For example, his seal laugh or ack ack ack.
Pretty good stream, in my opinion. My favorite part was when he lied, which was all of it. Anyways, hey guys, thank you for checking out the stream. Thank you, Meerkat Mob, for the music. I'll try to be here tomorrow, I guess. We'll see if we can retcon the retcons. That'll be fun. I hope the pausing's okay. Sorry if it's a little annoying. I think it's fun. I think it's fun pointing out all of the bullshit he's lying about in the moment. Oh, I don't remember this story. Oh, yeah, sure you do. Sure you don't, man.
Just leave her in a trash bag so I can collect her estate for back rent.
Oh, bro. I'm going to hell. We're all going to hell, Black Mage. Eat it.
That was my depression.
It's okay. It was my depression. So I was just depressed. That's why I'm laughing. Anyways, hey guys, that's me. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for chatting. Try to be back, like I said. Enjoy the rest of your night. If you're sleeping, hush, little baby. Don't say a word. I know I fall asleep listening to this stuff sometimes. Anyways, should I just scream really loud? I'll just scream really fucking loud and wake someone up. Oh! Was that loud enough? I don't know if it cut off. Wakey, wakey, bitches. Anyways, okay, that's me. Big ups, guys. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Love you. See you next time.